Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Johnston tries to dig it free. Boldy has the puck, centering pass, loose. The net empty at the other end. A rolling puck towards it. And it's in! It curled in! For the insurance goal for Dallas.
That is the way we start off the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ with the YouTube restored. Apologies for that yesterday. Maybe Jake Reitman will apologize in studio at 7:20 commercial free in the Expressway. We are tied at 1 apiece after the Dallas Stars get the 4-2 win over the Minnesota Wild.
Sometimes takes a little bit of good fortune. Sometimes it takes a little bit of just grit and an absolute tank. Putting a whooping, as Biz Nasty called it, a series-changing hit by Colin Blackwell. And that was exactly what that was. That was a vicious hit. I mean, now, back in the 90s, they would think that wouldn't even be talked about because the way they would go high. And, I mean, Eric Lindros is like, you be kidding me. That ain't a hit. Get off the ice, young man.
62 total hits and 30 penalty minutes in this game.
Oh, yeah. This is my kind of hockey game. One that takes about 4 hours and is just penalty after penalty after penalty.
There was an early shot in the game where a Stars player got hit into the glass, and I was like, oh, they didn't replay that enough. That was, like, vicious. And then Blackwell delivered the one that had the entire AAC gasping for air.
Yeah.
And the Wild player.
Yeah, and
who actually led the league in hits.
Yes, he did. He's one of the better hitters in the league.
Trennan?
Yeah, he's one of the better hitters in the league.
He had 13 hits in game one.
And, and then, he's out.
Bloody nose.
And they were already without one of their better power play guys.
Zuccarello.
So now you're down 2. Well, that kind of evens things out because the Stars are already down hints. So you kind of get things evened out where you get a lot of guys with injuries and you look at it, and especially in game 1, Miro wasn't himself. He's not playing at the level that we're used to. So you maybe get some things that are evened out here, and Miro had the assist last night, but at the end of the day, this was a game they had to win. They knew they had to win it. They had to be the aggressive team, and they showed it. I mean, they were the one that was out there trying to put a statement out there.
Yeah, it's what all you list at the beginning: grit and just digging deep and everything else.
Little luck,
a little bit of that. Also, your goalie being damn good in that first period, especially. That felt like he very easily on some nights could give up like 10 goals. The way with how many shots they got. I mean, there was a ton of them where it was like, God. Especially that first period, it felt like Minnesota could have scored 4 times.
The one goal that the Wild did get, I mean, that was I don't think that was much on Otter. I mean, they had those guys were like out there like traffic cones, just not moving. I mean, for that dude to be able to skate around them like that and then get right in front of the net after he had Otter had been blinded by some of the defenders. It's just, I mean, that was. The other goal, the goal that Wallstedt gave up was one of the worst goals you're ever going to give up. That soft goal that he gave up there off the board, the Wyatt goal.
The Wyatt goal, yeah, and right before the Wyatt first goal, the Karam, Otter had a save. They got the building, with momentum. I thought the Stars were going to lose after the first period. I said, you take into account game 1 and then period 1, and it felt like it should have been 3-0. Otter made 2 miraculous saves. So it should have been 3-0, 3-1, but the Wyatt goal, like you said, was lucky. So I was like, this is really a 3-0 game, and if things don't turn around here big time in the second period, they're in trouble for this entire series. Unfortunately, it did, but that was Jake Ottinger.
Yeah, that was one of the things that Sevy was talking about on Friday was just how critical getting the breaks and getting those big moments are in the first period in games like these and in series like these. And the fact that they were able to just kind of withstand the storm a little bit, because it did feel like it felt like, all right, they're about to get run out of the building, because you can't just keep counting on Otter to stop everything like that. But the fact that they regrouped, looked very much in control in the second period, and then I thought in control for most of the third period, that was something that being able to flip that around, I think a lot of that just falls on Otter's shoulders.
Because when it was 4-on-4, it felt like, to me, Minnesota was basically on a power play. Like when Faber scored to even it after the Jamie Benn penalty, I was like, this is just a matter of time. Like they're just they're dominating this 4-on-4. And then in the second period, Mikko to Duchesne for the 2-1 lead. Some type of penalty happen where Minnesota emerges from the Stars' goal with a power play with 2 stars in the box?
Yeah, and then, look, the 4-on-4, Minnesota seems like so far in the series, and then the Stars have always been, for the most part this year, they seem to have been the faster team. In this series, it seems like Minnesota, when they're given a little bit of space, they're skating at a different speed than the Stars are, and that kind of showed itself on that 4-on-4. You get a 4-on-4, you get a little bit more ice. You get a little more room to move.
Yeah.
Speed needs space.
Stars allowed 5 power play goals in their last 2 games against Minnesota. Gavin Spittle points out the Stars penalty killers get the job done as the Wild went 0 for 4 on the power play. The Stars scored 2 power play goals. So that is a big-time factor in the special teams battle. Wyatt gets number 2 as well. Robo on the redirect. We talked about Duchesne from Mikko. So Wyatt is now the second player in franchise history and the first in Stars team history to score at least 20 Stanley Cup playoff goals at age 22 or younger. That is insane. So now we shift to Minnesota for Game 3 tomorrow night. Spits and Suds full podcast recap.
And God, I don't even know how we got 6 minutes into this, and I haven't even mentioned to you yet that Money Puck said that the Wild should have won that game 58% of the time, Sean, with their scoring opportunities.
Wait, the Wild had a better, didn't you say it was 51% for Game 1?
Mm-hmm.
So the Wild had a better chance
So, and
a stupid website, I told you.
No, Sean fell in love with it over the weekend when I explained how it all worked to him. But
really did.
like we discussed,
I loved it as much as your ribeye.
The shot opportunities that you wouldn't try. The shot opportunities. It's a big part of like scoring chances and how likely each shot is to go in. It looks like just green dimes all around the net from all the different shot opportunities that they had that Otter stopped.
That's Otter. That's Otter from last night. But the barn was rocking. With shoes that is the best. Him and McDonough are just so awesome.
I was captivated by that guy on ice, the former player, and his hair. I was like, we got to get that guy on. Is it Eric Johnson, maybe?
Yeah, you liked.
This is spectacular. This is a good-looking man down there.
It was a good-looking man down there. Man,
his hair is jumping out to me.
The on ice interviews were getting like. Oh, they're all over social media. All over social. Some good, some bad.
Gully on what he expects the rest of the way.
Yeah, I can't see it going back. I can't see it going back. So I think it's just going to stay like this as we go forward. That's what I believe. And I was actually thinking that before you even asked the question, and while I was waiting for you guys, this is just, it's probably going to stay like this the whole time. And I've seen these things, though, they can get wonky when it's this close and there's this much energy in it. But I think the energy will stay the same for sure.
Pepe, thoughts after you almost splurged for the Game 1 tickets?
Yeah, couldn't go to the 8:50 puck drop in the middle of the week. Couldn't do it during the week. I'm a weekend guy now for playoff games. Can't do this 8:50 puck drop. We get one more 8:50 puck drop on Wednesday tomorrow night. But yeah, it just the only concerning thing was the Wild were able to bounce back after the Stars, scored a goal. It felt like within 4 or 5 minutes they were back already, putting the puck in the back of the net. That was the only concerning thing. But like you said, Sean, penalty kill was amazing for the Stars. Hopefully they can keep doing it. And this is what they do, right? They look like crap in Game 1, then they rebound Game 2, and then they go on the road and they take care of business. So it was a must-win for the Stars, and hopefully they can at least split the next two in Minnesota.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line for your Stars Game 2 thoughts as we are tied at 1 apiece. We're back on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube, and of course, the Odyssey app. Dallas Mavericks, I had my mind set that they were going to be picking at 6 or better the entire regular season. Well, yesterday was the coin flip to determine 7 versus 8, and they end up losing that. So the 8th best odds right now, sitting there and winning the lotto. You go from 6 to 8, and you need some more luck.
Hey, this is child's play. What were they last year? 11? 11 of them all over to 1?
Something like that. Whatever, like the worst or second worst odds were.
I do feel like Mavs fans on Twitter are just resigned to we're gonna get a bounce.
Yeah.
All right, it's just the way it is.
We're
gonna get lucky.
It has been settled down for them of just like, well, this is what we're due back for the Luka thing. We gave up Luka. The league has agreed to give us these 2 picks.
I have no doubt that they're going to move up into the top 4. Not a doubt in my mind. Let's see. Let's sim the lottery. First time we sim it, and down to 10. That's not good. Sim it again, number 4.
Oh, I think you just made that up.
Second sim. Second sim. Third sim. Where are we at? Third sim. Back to 9. Fourth sim. 4. That's right, baby. 50% chance to get to 4.
That's not as good as what I was churning out yesterday. So I went and looked. They are 0.1 percentage points behind Atlanta for the number 1 pick now with this coin flip. They are 0.3 percentage points behind Atlanta for a top 4 spot. So it's not significantly more on that flip, but I did go in. They got 29% chance at top 4. I simmed it 5 times on Tankathon. I got 3. I got 8, 9, 1, and 2.
Let's do it.
That's 3 out of 5. We're in the top 3.
On Tankathon, going above you now is AJ to Washington, Darren Peterson, Boozer, Caleb Wilson, Flemings, Keaton, Acuff, right before you hit 7 to Atlanta, when you then just get Braden from Arizona. And a lot of people, Jamal Mashburn, saying 6-person draft, and now you are picking not at 7, but at 8 before you get some more lottery balls. And yesterday, I guess that is what determined it wasn't a coin flip. Mark Stein said, no, bringing in the suitcases again with Ernst & Young or whoever the fancy firm is. No one ever investigates this part of it.
I always wonder why they bring in an accounting firm of all things.
I was going to say, who was the other thing? Sears? Was that where the cold envelope was for Atlanta?
Sears,
here?
Yeah, it had to be Sears. Yeah. Those good freezers, those deep freezers they have,
Did have some nice road performances last night in the playoffs.
The Timberwolves are going to even this series at a game apiece. Murray's heave from half court, no good. The Wolves stun this sellout crowd here at Ball Arena, and they come away with a 119-114 victory.
Wolves even up that series in Denver. That was Minnesota radio with the call. Ant went for 30 and 10. The Joker 24, 15 and 8. And the Atlanta Hawks, I know you're happy about this with the New York Knicks nauseating coverage that we talked about last year, 2 years ago, and Chuck Cooperstein messaged in and said, thank goodness, please keep killing Stephen A. for acting like the Knicks are the two-time defending champs. C.J. McCollum with 32, and Atlanta wins at the Garden by 1.
Man, if I had to hear another person say the Knicks made a statement in their win against the Hawks. Oh, really? They made a statement. They were like minus 300 to win the series. It's like a 75% implied odds. That's not a statement. It's not a statement in a series. And this is this is good. I despise. I can't stand the Knicks. The arena is great.
Yeah, I love their home games.
The atmosphere is fantastic. But let's stop treating them like they're some scrappy underdog.
Can I, in regards to the Timberwolves and the Nuggets, I don't know. There's probably not a reasonable explanation for feeling this way. But when I watch the Nuggets, I find myself consistently, for some reason, rooting against them as if they've won 4 titles. And I don't know. It's just
really?
one. I don't know if it's just because Jokic has won MVP so many times, and I like him. I don't dislike him. But for some reason, there's a little bit of a I'm tired of you factor with the Nuggets, and they've only won 1. But it's still, they wear me out. I want them to lose every time I watch them.
So that's last night in the sports world. Rangers were off, back in action on this station this evening against the Pittsburgh Pirates in Arlington. Brandon Aubrey's contract saga is over, and you already know someone in the room is not very happy about the outcome. Inside the Star during draft week, next on Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan. Have you lost your energy? You just dragging this morning?
daily drop-off packages to Amazon customers in your neighborhood. Get started at Amazon.com/hub delivery.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
You ready for a show today? We got PP in the morning at 6:40. Our buddy Ross Tucker, who will tell us nonstop that he discovered Micah Parsons, NFL insider and play-by-play. He'll join us at 7. Jake Riepma all over the Stars, and he was at the AAC for Game 2 at 7:20, 7:40 Ask Reddit, and the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, at 8 o'clock. Let's go, and let's start Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ with Brandon Aubrey getting his deal done. Aubrey will be the highest paid kicker in NFL history. It's a 4-year extension. First kicker to earn $7 million per season and receive $20 guaranteed. And he had a little message to Cowboy fans.
What's up, Cowboys Nation? It's Brandon Aubrey, your kicker, and I'm excited to announce I'll be back for another 5 years with you guys. Hopefully we win a lot of games, and even that Super Bowl we've been chasing. Y'all are the best fans, and you deserve it. So I'll do my part and put them through the uprights. Let's go, Cowboys.
Todd Archer has the numbers. 5 years, $33.7 million. The bonus is $8.25 million. Then blah, 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 blah. Basically, first 2 years fully guaranteed. $5 million of the 28 base becomes guaranteed. Fifth day of the 2027 league year. The cap number is $3.4 million. And RJ, I think you and I feel the exact same way.
Man, do I love paying a kicker $7 million? No, I don't love it. But I love it more than the alternative, which potentially could be a kicker who can't kick. I would rather have a overpaid kicker or a highly paid kicker than a bad one. Now, ideally is I have a lowly paid above average kicker that makes no money. That's the ideal, right? Doesn't have to be some super freak. But,
Super freak.
You know, like this is, if you're going to tell me that Brandon Aubrey is going to be 98% of what Brandon Aubrey has been, and I'm paying a high cost, I'd rather that than pay nothing and have the worst kicker in the league.
He jumps the market, Bob, by $500,000 over Fairbairn in Houston in terms of highest paid.
And it's interesting that when they talked about the deal that got done, they didn't just rip up the restricted free agent tender. Like this is 4 years tacked on to that. So he's playing on the $5.8 million tender. It's a 5-year deal, essentially. They give him a 4-year extension on top of this year that he's going to have to play on that. So a lot of times whenever you get that done, like, for instance, you don't typically have the franchise tag and then go, well, you're going to play on the franchise tag, and then we're also going to put an extension on it.
Is that just to keep a lower number and pay him less for this first season?
It shouldn't be. Like, I mean, they should be able to finagle it to where that shouldn't, like, be a requirement. But, I mean, it may just be part of – it's good for Dallas. It's better for Dallas than it is for Aubrey to have that set up. So,
yeah.
The fact that they were tacking on to that year and not just ripping it up, I thought was interesting. But, yeah, I think it's inefficient. I don't think it's a good way to build your team to pay a kicker the most in the NFL. And I think consistently when you look at the best kickers in the NFL – those are offenses that are pretty consistently also, and I know this is the fault of coaches who are the ones that use that or lull themselves into a confidence with that ability, but you consistently see teams that don't perform as well in the red zone when they've got one of the better kickers in the NFL because they feel like they've got security, and they feel like we're going to come away from this with points. I don't like the idea of when I'm like paying a guy who, if he's the best at his position, and anytime he does his job, I'm falling short on a possession. Like, that's him doing his job is me falling short on a possession. And that's what you get with Brandon Aubrey, which is he's great, and it's most beneficial in the last 2 minutes of a fourth quarter or second quarter or overtime. But for most of the game, I think that there's an argument to be made that it actually hamstrings them a little bit.
Look, I get it all. I do, because I look, if I had my druthers, I would just end all kicking. All punting, all kicking. I am Mr. Go for it from your own 9-yard line on 4th and 1. But look, I mean, it's again, and I agree with you. Like, it is every time you kick a field goal, for the most part, outside of certain spots, you're lowering your win probability. You're doing that a lot. You're lowering your chance. Even if you make it, you're lowering your win probability.
Okay, but not all of that.
Not all of them.
I'm not attacking both of you, but not all of that is just, all right, we're going to mail it in here. Sometimes you don't convert on your 3rd and goal.
Sure.
Sometimes you don't convert on the drive. Sometimes you have a busted play and a missed assignment. That's not just, all right, we're going to go ahead and just take the 3 every time.
Sure, but it does, I think, lull you into more of a confidence, and it does have you take out 4th down risks more frequently. So, if you look at the top kickers over the last 5 years, I went and looked it up yesterday, each individual season. Last year, the top kicker was Fairbairn. Houston was 30th in the NFL in red zone touchdown percentage. The year before that,
CJ sucks.
Chris Boswell in Pittsburgh, they were 29th in red zone touchdown percentage.
No quarterback.
Year before that, Brandon Aubrey, they were 14th in red zone touchdown percentage. Year before that, Ravens, Justin Tucker, they were 30th in red zone touchdown percentage. And before that, Raiders, Daniel Carlson was tops. They were 26th in red zone touchdown percentage. And that's
but you're attributing all that to different play calling. That's a lot to
No. I'm saying that in general, though, what you're seeing is that, for instance, Dallas, even as strong as their offense was in 2023, where Dak was an MVP candidate, they still were not as good as that. Because what you've got is Maher and Zerline, 22 and 21, the years that there was a little bit more shakiness considered with those guys, those kickers. Dallas was 6th, and they were 1st in red zone touchdown percentage. No.
And I'm attributing that to a better offense and better coordinating. I blame
28. They were a better offense, or 23. They were a better offense for the most part.
I blame the offense and Brian Schottenheimer for red zone struggles. I'm not blaming Brandon Aubrey for that.
But no, I know I'm not
not blaming or attributing.
Yeah, it's not even about Aubrey him doing what he does. It is in large part, like I said, about the coaches. It's that Matt Rule quote where he said my kicker quit and we were one of the best red zone touchdown teams in the league because we were forced to be more creative and do things more aggressively and change the way we thought about things, because they've said it before. They say, boy, when we cross the 50, we're in scoring range, and I think they do tend to throttle back a little bit, and so he's fine. I don't think he's anymore at this point the obvious, no doubt about it, rare special, you've got to pay him kicker.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's I don't know that if you've got a tender where you could hold keep him at a certain level, I don't know why you would just say, all right, we're going to make you the highest paid in the league.
Can we agree that this seems to be, I would give the Cowboys a point for a negotiating win here when Todd France said 10.
Thanks, guys.
And they're probably trying to get to 8, and they beat the highest paid kicker deal by $500,000. I take that as a win.
Yes, but I also would say that
it's not a big win, but they didn't get worked.
They
didn't severely overpay.
They didn't get worked, but there is an argument to be said that you had him as the 4th highest paid kicker locked into play at that this year, and then you ended up willingly giving him $500,000 over the top of the market.
Yeah,
and you didn't need to do that this year. You could have let it sit.
You could have let it sit,
like you're going to do with Pickens. It looks like.
Yeah, it doesn't take into account feelings. Now I'm much less worried about feelings from Brandon Aubrey compared to George Pickens and Micah Parsons going through that year. But the deal is done. How do you feel about it on the Franklin Franco text line? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I really am curious from the Tolos.
For the 972, makes sense to me. For the 972, Bobby is just spitting facts. This team's been heavily penalized in past years, so if it's 4th to 15, you're going to need a new kicker, a good kicker. Yes, it does. They become conservative. They don't have the cutthroat mentality. Having Aubrey is a curse.
Yeah. Well, Brian Schottenheimer, that onus has to be on him.
It does.
He has to fix it.
And I think, but I also think that's something that you're asking a lot of coaches in general to break a habit that's innate in them as coaches, which is don't turn the ball over, don't leave points, always take a profit. I think that is such a thing built into their DNA that they just it's almost impossible for them to break.
There's also there's this rule in the league where you don't have to actually get to 4th down to score. So maybe they just try to score on 2nd down. You're all right.
Yeah, but it does change your risk assessment on 2nd and 1st and different things.
I agree.
That.
Yeah. Oh, we're not going to turn the ball over here. We're in the range of 3.
All right, yesterday, Adam Schefter, in his NFL draft column that he drops once a year, talked about the Cowboys waiting around for one of the big dog defenders up top. Here's Schefter with his very latest on his pod.
Everybody keeps talking about the Dallas Cowboys moving up. Now, my understanding is that they don't want to give away their second first-round pick, number 20, to do it. And I don't think they pick in the second round either. So they've got some unresolved issues. Now, I know that the defensive needs are immense. And in a perfect world, somehow in this draft, they find a way to get to Sonny Styles. But the other player that I think would appeal to them, if he managed to slide a little bit, would be Arvell Reese. So let's keep our eyes on Dallas figuring out a way to get up the board for Styles or Reese. And let's see which defensive hole they decide to fill. And they've done a good job drafting, probably do it again. But I do think there's some Jordan Tyson love there again as well. So we'll see where Dallas goes. The defensive needs are screaming out. Those are first and foremost. And I think in a dream scenario, somehow, some way, they find a way to get Styles or Reese.
Todd McShay yesterday telling Rich Eisen, I thought it was Sonny Styles at 5 for the Giants. Apparently, it may not be. Rich Eisen said, that's all I'm hearing is that the Giants don't want Sonny Styles. The word is on the street. So all of a sudden, Styles was at 5 for all the months leading up to this, and now people are moving away from that. Go ahead.
My Raider guy has been telling me the Giants always have preferred Downs over Styles this whole time.
When's the last time you talked to him?
A couple days ago.
And
no, just nothing about this.
Nothing about the draft?
Nothing about the draft.
Well, that's productive.
No, it's
how they're liking Clint Kubiak and some of the other guys at the Raiders.
This is how you gotta massage relationships. If you just talk to them about that, then they know that's all you're interested in.
Right.
So it's about family.
Bob, you were burning up the phones last night. Kind of give us a scene of what you're feeling right now with all the different chess pieces.
I think that if you were to look at it, you got 11 picks ahead of Dallas.
Heck of a disparity, by the way, from Schefter to go. Dream scenario, Reese or Styles. One is you got to move way up, and the other is maybe you could sit and pick with Sonny.
Well, he was talking about it there almost like he thought they still could move up for Styles. I don't think they're moving up for Styles. I don't think they're moving up for Styles. I don't think they're moving up for Downs. I don't think they do that. I think 9 of the 11 picks ahead of Dallas. No clue exactly how it gets ordered. But I think 9 of the 11 picks ahead of Dallas are Mendoza, Reese, Bailey, Tate, Tyson, Fano, Maui Noah, Love, and then the 9th is just from talking to people yesterday, I think is Caleb Downs. I do think it's felt like Downs had the best chance to push down the board. There's just an increasing amount of chatter among people who just seem to think that Styles has a better chance to push down the board than Downs does at this point.
Styles after Downs.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's because of the Giants picking up the second pick now, and if that changes some of the equation as to how guys get picked and where they get pushed down the board. But I think that if you're looking at it right now, we've talked a ton about Mansour Delane, the cornerback from LSU, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, mentioned a little Reuben Bain. There's a little bit of Jordan Tyson mentioned, which I'm sure we'll get into as the show goes along, because that's going to be something that just should have a recognition on. But out of all those, I think the likeliest scenario right now is the guys you might get to fall to you would be Delane and Styles.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. That's also the phone number to call in the 720 Expressway for the Big X The Plug ticket giveaway sandwich in between Ross Tucker, Jake Riepma, Brad Sham at 8 o'clock on what he wants the Cowboys to end up taking. Can you handle 14 tequila shots? If so, you could make 6 figures and a brand new ice cream that only Brian Broaddus would try. It's PP in the morning. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's talk about DFW security.
5:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
in the morning. In the morning.
That is right. It is time for a little PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time, 6:40 on a Tuesday every single week. And guys, who knew getting drunk on a cruise could lead to a six-figure payout? 45-year-old Diana Sanders, who is a nurse in California, for what it's worth, was enjoying life on a cruise back in 2024, where she was at a bar and had taken 14 shots of tequila in less than a 9-hour period. I mean, this sounds like just a normal Saturday night for Bobby.
It's made Super Bowl.
14 shots. I mean, I took 3. Remember when we went out to dinner with the Pates that one time? I took 3 shots of tequila back to back to back. We have it on record. She took 14 in 9 hours. I think I could have outdone her there.
What's the lawsuit exactly?
Well, that the bar overserved her. So sounds like this.
I support this.
Yeah. So
I support. Do you do wrong? Or you go nuts like that, and then you blame somebody else. This is right out of the R.J. Choppy school of life.
Yeah, and Diana, she was so drunk, she had a pretty brutal fall, of course, down a staircase. This fall caused a concussion, back injuries, tailbone injuries, bruising, and possible brain injuries. And all this led to her suing Carnival Cruise Line for $300,000, which she ended up winning in court. The judge said that the bartender was at fault for over-serving her alcohol and that the bartender should have known she was messed up and cut her off. Where do we stand? I don't like this one.
In reality,
I blame her. I don't blame the cruise line. Over a 9-hour span, number one, you got to tell me that she's going to the same exact bartender. That's a hell of a shift, a 9-hour shift. How am I supposed to? There's a lot of different bars on a cruise. Yep. How am I supposed to monitor? She's going to have to be, and then over 9 hours, is she falling on her face drunk to where she's at the bar saying,
is this the only drink she's having?
Did the friends get the rounds? Did the friends pass her the shots? Did someone else order differently at the bar? I need to see the video camera of how she looked at the bar. I need to see how many different bars she hit, because how am I supposed to monitor if you got, your 8th shot at the other bar down the hallway?
Well, you're just supposed to read it. You're supposed to read the demeanor.
True, but we do know that bars do get sued when there's a drunk driving accident for this very thing.
Do they? I don't hear about that often.
I mean, they have.
Frankel.
They have. And that's the thing. If that's the ruling,
that's easier than on a cruise ship paying attention to one of 10,000 people.
All right, listen, I get it. I understand. I totally get it. But the law, like the way the law works.
You're going to recite the law to me now?
I'm not reciting.
After last week, you're like, I don't care what the law is. What was that case?
I don't know. I feel like he says that a lot. I don't care what the law says.
No, this isn't the law. This is the way the courts would rule. This is precedent, which I don't believe in precedent. Okay, you guys know that. But
yeah, I know what the ruling's going to be. I'm just telling you real life.
My thing is like the precedent. This is where I'm okay with the ruling. Is precedent been set that if the bar is going to be liable for a drunk driving accident, then it's the same situation. If they overserved.
But that exact bar could never be responsible for a drunk driving accident because they're on a boat.
But they could be responsible for a fall, I suppose.
Right. So that's
my thing. Does she only have 14 drinks in 9 hours? Like that's a little bit more. It's a drink and a half an hour.
I've had 14 and 2 before.
Yeah, that
was Super Bowl. But I will say, this
sounds like a dumb nurse to me.
So I have had. I went to, I won't say the name of it. I went to a restaurant.
Slander.
Yeah, that's what I found out. So I went to a restaurant, and I ordered a shot and a beer, and they gave it to me. About 45 minutes later, I'd ordered another. It was the first one of the night, and the server was like, it's waiter's discretion. I was like, screw you.
Yeah.
Give me the bill. I'm leaving.
Told you that
was the very first time. No. So they would say no to me. Then you've got somebody on the other end of the spectrum like Keith Whitley, the old country singer, who literally died of alcohol poisoning and was seen 2 hours before by a friend who said he did not seem like he had a drink that day.
Right.
Much less been like just plastered. So who knows what her tolerance is like and how she would be behaving. I don't think you can just hold them responsible for it.
And by the way, everyone knows all these. They cut the alcohol.
Yeah. You ain't getting that pure stuff.
You're not getting that. They can open up. I don't know how they do it, but when they open up a brand new bottle at these resorts, when they take the peel, I don't know how they cut it, but that thing's been cut.
It's been cut,
and they've repackaged it.
Yep, no doubt.
Criminals. Well, here is Diana with her lawyer talking about the incident and sharing her side of the story.
Waking up after blacking out and going to the crew and asking them for help and asking them to tell me what happened was extremely frustrating. They gave me conflicting information. They treated me like a criminal. I was very concerned that they wouldn't tell me exactly what happened to me. And so I went to get a lawyer so I could get those tapes and find out what happened, and come to find out they have all the tapes right before, but nothing afterwards, and they will not show us what happened that day.
You know what happened.
I changed my mind. Now that I've heard her voice, I changed my mind. There's no justification. She should be in jail.
I'm showing this to my child and for a lesson in accountability. You're going to go and chug the bottle, and then you're going to blame everyone else for you getting sick. What happened? They don't know what happened. They don't care. You ever been on a cruise? You ever been in an all-inclusive? They're sitting there, and they're trying to have fun and blow the foam gun, and then go out for the rest of the night and get off of work. Screw you, lady.
They look at the bill. They look at the tip money that you're giving them.
Yeah.
$5, $10, whatever it is.
I went crazy and decided to chug it and get sick, and they wouldn't, and they were irresponsible with it.
Do they not say drink responsibly? Like, I mean, I know it's commercials and stuff like that, but I mean,
they allow you 15 a day. People are saying on a cruise if you buy the package.
15 drinks?
15 drinks a day if you buy the package.
Look, there are some instances where you're at a bar and you're like, that person should be cut off. That person should not drive home. Maybe this was the case in the instance. I don't know. I don't care either.
If I knew I could sue for falling downstairs, I mean, I would have been a rich man coming back from Nashville. I mean, every place there is 3 stories, 4 stories high. I mean, I would have immediately took a couple drinks, fallen down the stairs. Even if it hurt myself, $300K, I would have been a happy man.
So she got $300,000. $300,000. PP in the morning.
Guys, we had breast milk ice cream last year, and now we have crawfish ice cream this year. This ice cream shop in Houston is serving up a Cajun sweet treat. And tell me if you would try this on the fan text 877-881-1053. This ice cream doesn't just have crawfish on top, and that's it. It has Cajun seasoning, butter, garlic, and then topped off.
It has what seasoning?
Mud bug. Cajun seasoning.
Is there Z in that?
Cajun seasoning?
Love how you guys want to...
He's saying Asian with a C in front of it.
Cajun seasoning. I don't know.
I love how you guys think you're the grammar police.
Right, I'll be back.
I have an English minor.
But butter, garlic, and then topped off.
You're the last one that should be correcting grammar English.
And then a mud bug, of course, on top. That's it. Mud bug. Can I say mud bug?
Right,
Crawfish,
that's right.
crawdaddy. Okay, fantastic.
This is gross. This is disgusting.
You wouldn't try it.
Maybe I'll have half a spoon.
Which one would you have first, the breast milk one or this?
Breast milk.
I think I would too.
Breast milk.
Because it's not the other one. You got to remember, it wasn't real breast milk. It was like meant to taste like what they thought it tasted.
At least that's like a cream.
Yeah. Give me the cream.
No, I would do this first. This is if I had when I write my book.
What's the title?
In Choppy's terms. And one of the chapters is going to be on how bad Cajun food is.
Oh!
Exhibit A is going to be crawfish. It is the dumbest food in the world.
So you don't like jambalaya? I
love jambalaya. Okay. And I do like it etouffee.
Okay.
I do like it etouffee.
I think qualifies Cajun.
They do. It's all the other stuff. Do
you like the shell shack crab legs? Like getting into that?
I love crab, but I don't like Cajun crab. Okay. Sounds
about white.
I don't like. Look, as Grandma said, if you have to over-season food, you don't know how to cook.
Did she say that?
That's what my grandmother said. Really? I don't like warm water seafood. I just don't like it. I do like shrimp, but I don't like it's for some reason I look at shrimp differently. But it's terrible. And crawfish is the number one. It gets you. It's too much work for nothing.
Well, I think you're talking about the work versus the flavor.
I don't care about the flavor. I care about the sustenance. I'm a food as fuel guy.
There's a part of me that really wants to like crawfish and like go to a crawfish boil. I'm like, that looks like it'd be so much fun. And then I'll randomly get like a TikTok that shows up of somebody like, here's how I eat it. And then they pop and I look and I'm just like, that looks disgusting. Yeah. It's a gross process.
He permanently scarred my trash cans when he cooked for a crawfish party. He offered to put them in his truck and I was like, no. I think he's watched me fall on my face on my own curb, by the way, that night.
You get sued for $300,000.
That's right. Oh. And he put the crawfish in my trash cans. For life, I was done. There was a little leak in there. The smell, flies, never could get it out. Terrible, awful. And this is an awful idea, too.
It may be a surprise to some, but a lot of people have loved this ice cream so far. They've tried down there in Houston. They say the mix of the sweet and spicy flavoring has been quite delicious. So maybe I'd try buy it, but I'm not gonna pay for it at all. All right, it's PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. Last story here, guys. I guess if you beat the Dodgers in the year 2026, you must be cheating. On Sunday, the Rockies had a good day of hitting, and I guess because the Dodgers weren't beating them by 30, that means the Rockies were obviously cheating. This is Dodgers catcher Dalton Rushing, who just couldn't figure out why the Rockies were connecting on so many first pitch swings.
I think it could have been a little bit of both sides. I think they had a good game plan as an opposing team. And maybe I pitched into their game plan as far as calling pitches. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's odd. Some of those hitters that do what they do, they go up there and they were only the first pitch that was thrown. So it's fishy.
Fishy.
Okay, so I'm gonna actually give a little bit of covering fire here. Oh. The baseball players above anybody else do seem to have some sort of like sense of when guys are getting an unfair advantage on top of something. Even if they can't pinpoint what it is, they usually do seem to know like what are you doing? You're doing something to steal signs. It's remarkable to me how they get that like sixth sense about when somebody's getting an unfair edge.
And they pick up on it so much faster like anybody else. You go to like just a youth baseball game and the guys who are like even college players, they will look at the runner on second base, and they'll tell you within one pitch if they're picking up signs. It's wild.
There's the A-Rod video of him talking about ways that guys commonly tip pitches, and he's like going through it. I'm like, how the hell? Yeah. He's talking about like when you see their forearm flexing, they're typically throwing a fastball when they're hands the glove because they're getting that fastball grip. It's crazy the stuff they notice.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. The Payload Thursdays at 6:40. He's one of our very favorites. He scouted Micah Parsons before anyone else. Let's see who Ross Tucker has the Cowboys taking with round 1 Thursday night on your home of the Cowboys. Ross Tucker joins us live next.
After we get you over to Base Power, basepowercompany.com.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Show of Wales today. Brad Sham, voice of America's team. 1 hour from now, Jake Riepma, who was at the AAC for the Stars, evening up the series against Minnesota, will join us 7:20 in the Expressway. We will also ask Reddit, but joining us right now live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube is our boy, the great Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Ross Tucker NFL on social media, and of course, he is a former Dallas Cowboy. Good morning, brother. How are you? Ready for Thursday?
I am. I love the draft. It's like the NFL and college football having a baby. It's amazing. and I got to tell you guys, more so than when we were younger, I feel like more weird stuff happens. There's more trades. There's more surprises. Do you remember when we were growing up and like we already knew who the first 7 picks would be,
Yeah.
in order? Like they already signed the first guy and then we knew who the second guy was and the third.
Yes.
It just seems like there's a lot more intrigue now. I mean, we know who the number 1 guy is going to be, but there's a couple choices for the Jets at 2, Cardinals at 3. And was there 9 trades last year? It's gotten cooler, Now, I really liked when the first, whatever it was, 2 or 3 rounds was all day on Saturday, back when I was part of it. We would get a 30-pack with my college buddies and just sit there all day on Saturday. It was amazing.
Yeah.
But in terms of the intrigue, I do think it's better than it's ever been.
Give us your perspective and outlook right now for the Cowboys at 12-20.
Weird position to be in. Really weird position to be in. I'm sure I'm not the first person to tell you this. The reason, look, you don't even need to hear it from me. The reason why the Bengals just traded the 10th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence is that they didn't really feel that great about anybody that was still on the board at 10. I mean, look, they think that they're good players, but they didn't really believe that any of them were necessarily difference-making players, and certainly not for 2026. So to be able to get Dexter Lawrence, they felt like that was a move they had to make. Now, I do think they're trying to send a message to Joe Burrow and the entire organization about that. And we could have a whole other conversation. Like, they could have just signed Trey Hendrickson last year and then kept the 10th pick. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But where the Cowboys are at, sort of a strange position because they're not high enough that they're going to get one of the guys that people really feel good about. And then I think people really feel like the value starts coming later in the first round into the second and the third. So I think a lot of other teams are going to feel this way as well. It would be great if the Cowboys could trade down and pick up a couple of second-round picks. I don't know that that's going to happen. And I will say this, the track record for Dallas drafting in this range seems pretty good. Now, I know the way, you guys are on local sports talk radio, so I'm sure you'll tell me the guys that were total busts. But just off the top of my head, Micah, Zach Martin, CeeDee Lamb, Dez, I think, was somewhere around here, maybe a little bit lower. It just feels to me like the Cowboys have had a really good run of getting Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber players outside of the top 10.
You cemented yourself on this show because you were ahead of Micah with the Pennsylvania ties, but for anyone else preaching, you still let RJ hear about it to this day. Give us the guys that you love that have been connected to Dallas, whether it's Downs, Styles, Delane. Talk about who you absolutely love, and in a dream scenario, you think the Cowboys should be thrilled if they get at 12 or move up 4.
Well, I think if they could get Delane or Downs at 12, that would be amazing. You're either getting the number 1 safety or the number 1 corner. I just had Greg Cosell on my Ross Tucker Football Podcast this morning, and I think that what he said about Caleb Downs is he does not have a weakness. And I think that position has increased in importance with every passing year. And even going back to his true freshman year at Alabama, He was so good. You know, the reason why nobody wants to take guys like that in the top 5 or maybe even top 10 at running back or safety, and to a lesser extent tight end, it's all financial, you know, because guys like Will Anderson are getting $50 million a year, or Micah getting whatever it is, $42 million a year. If you can get an elite edge rusher like David Bailey or Arvell Reese on a rookie contract, you're paying them what, $10 million a year? So you're getting whatever that is, $30 to $40 million per year of value. Whereas, you know, the top of the safety market's like 20 million and change. The top of the running back market's not even 20 million. So the thought is, if you take one of those guys, you're not really getting as much value out of the pick, because you could more or less just go to free agency and pay top of the market for a running back or a safety. I understand that, but what are we trying to do here? I mean, the financial part of it's one thing, but we got to get good players. You got to get really good players, and I think getting a kid like Downs would be amazing. Delaney, Greg Cosell said he's his number 1 corner, silky smooth, effortless, and I still think that's a position, even though it feels like the Cowboys are throwing a bunch of darts at it, both safety and corner, to be honest with you. I think they could stand to upgrade either one of those spots. I think Sonny Styles will be a little bit too rich. I think there's a better chance that either Downs or Delaney fall to them, or that they could move up a spot or 2 and get them. Styles, I think, is going 4th or 5th. So I don't think that's realistic for the Cowboys, nor do I think it should be.
Ross Tucker joining us here at 105 through the Fan. We had this discussion last segment, you know, Delane or Styles, if they were both available. So do you shy off players based off position at all? Like, or not shy off them completely, but choose the position like corner over, you know, safety or linebacker if you had them all 3 available?
I think it's primarily a tiebreaker, RJ. You know, most importantly is getting the best player, and getting the player, I think, on some level that you need, that fits your defense, etc. But if you're really torn between a corner and a safety, and you really have them with the same grade on your board, then you have to take the corner just because of the salary cap and cash savings. Just like if you're torn between, let's say, Sonny Styles as an off-the-ball backer, or Arvell Reese, the edge rusher, or David Bailey for that matter, the edge rusher from Ohio State or Texas Tech. If it's close, I think you got to go with the guy at the position that makes so much more money. You know, the top of the linebacker off the ball market, Fred Warner, is like 23, 24 million. We talked about what the edge rusher is. So I think it's more of a tiebreaker than like, I'm going to take a guy with a lower grade who's lower on my board just because he plays a certain position. That is when I think you really get into trouble.
All right, Ross, so specifically then on the idea of picking the best player available, but obviously you want to try and blend it with needs that you have and that fit your team. What if these defenders start getting wiped out and they're standing there at 12 and they're looking at the best player on their board is a wide receiver? Is that something where you go, that's just not a good use of resources, it doesn't matter if that's the best player? Or do you say, no, it's got to stretch this far? You take Jordan Tyson, let's say, if he's sitting there and that's your top player.
Well, I think that's highly unlikely. I think he's going in the top 10. I don't know if you guys have watched his highlights. That kid is electric. And I think someone in the top 10 is going to take him, which, by the way, is good for the Cowboys because that has somebody else drop down to you guys. But I would not shy away from taking a receiver if I'm the Cowboys. Number one, you know, there's nothing wrong with making a strength, keeping a strength or making it stronger. You know, we know they've got 2 really good receivers. If you added a third, plus it gives you some leverage in the Pickens negotiations, you know, because you don't feel like you have to get him signed to a long-term deal. We've talked about it before. There's a reason why the Steelers traded him. We've even seen sort of the up and down nature of Pickens with the Cowboys last year. I called that Lions game where he kind of looked disinterested at times. I have a huge, huge concern with guys that are that, whatever fancy word RJ or Sean want to use, right? Enigmatic, erratic, mercurial.
No,
I mean, I can throw them all out there.
We'd never
look,
use
I'm wearing the orange. I went to Princeton. Okay, we all know I'm a genius.
Yep.
Okay, I can just keep throwing them out there if you want me to.
Jason Garrett went to Princeton too.
But here's the thing. If he acts like that when he was a second-round pick and he's not making that much money and he's trying to get life-altering money, how do you think he's going to act when you give him $40 million a year? So I'm not saying that they shouldn't sign Pickens, but I'd be very careful about the guaranteed number and how long the guarantees go out. And I don't think it's a bad outcome at all for the Cowboys if one of these receivers falls to them, they take them, they have the best trio in the NFL for a year, and then maybe they trade Pickens or whatever. Maybe they trade Pickens before this year. I don't know.
Ross Tucker with us here on the Fan. Ross, you were obviously an offensive lineman, so you dealt with different, defensive lineman length and the way that they play and what kind of advantages are there. There's a ton of discussion about Reuben Bain and the fact that he's got these under 31-inch arms, and we've never seen anybody like this. How do you view that as a real advantage or disadvantage versus just trusting what's on his tape, which looks like a complete game wrecker off the edge?
So, by the way, I don't think we've ever talked about this, and I didn't even know this. I knew I had short arms, okay? But when I was coming out in 2001, it wasn't as big a deal as it is now. It wasn't talked about as much. Plus, I wasn't invited to the combine. I was at Penn State last year for a concert. It's a long story. And I went to the football office because I know those guys.
Well,
do you realize I am 30.75?
Whoa.
My arm length is 30.75, and I'm 6'4.5".
Reuben Tucker.
So dude, I'm like a T-Rex. Chris Samuels used to call me a T-Rex. I went and looked at the combine the last 5 years. The only guy with sub 32-inch arms was 6'1" Tyler Linderbaum, the center that just signed with the Raiders. So I don't want you guys to introduce me as former journeyman offensive lineman anymore. I'm one of the 10 best offensive linemen in NFL history.
It's accurate.
With under 31
Wow.
arms, okay? And I'll say this. I can't speak to it as much as a D lineman. But when I was playing offensive line against some of those guys, like I remember going against Richard Seymour, I would set and he would do like a one-arm stab. It was his arms were twice as long as mine. Like, he would lean and just stab with one arm, and I was like a fish out of water. I really do wonder what my career would have been like if I was just average. 32 and a half would have been amazing. That probably would have been the difference between me being able to dunk in high school or not. Think about how many more girls I could have gotten. I could have just dunked in high school.
Hope your wife's not in the next room.
You're 6'4", you can't dunk?
So it's so annoying that I didn't have just average arms. So for a D lineman, I am not as concerned about it because what's wild? You know who had crazy long arms and was so hard to play against? Jason Taylor from the Dolphins. He was Reuben Bain's D-line coach last year. So kudos to Jason, by the way, for telling Reuben Bain how to play without, having those long arms. He knows how to play with that. I love the way he plays. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Brandon Graham, who's the longest tenured Eagle ever, longest career in Eagles history. He wins with power, ferocity. And I'll tell you another thing. Guys that play with Bain's power and effort, there is a high floor for them. So is there a chance he doesn't become a 20-sack guy because the tackles can get on him a little bit more? Yeah, maybe. But when you play with power and violence and effort, I feel like the floor is he's a 5 to 7.5 sack guy on an annual basis just because of those traits.
Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Ross Tucker NFL, Westwood One, the play-by-play, the analysts here on Sean and RJ. And my mom is used to this message every year. I'm 2 weeks away from the back-to-back with her birthday and Mother's Day. What should I get her, Ross?
Have I ever shown it to you guys? I know. What are we on, Twitch, YouTube?
All of it.
Look at this.
Nice.
You can get it for your wife, your mom, your grandma. I guarantee it'll be the best Mother's Day gift they've ever gotten. A writer writes a story about how amazing your mom is and always has been, or how amazing your wife is. Imagine them opening it up and saying, I want to do something special for you. So I had a story written about you. That sounds like the coolest gift anyone's ever gotten their mom or their wife. If it's not, Sean will give you a money-back guarantee. I was talking with him before the show. Sean Sheriff, find him on social media. It's like 1053SS, something weird. But myfrontpagestory.com, myfrontpagestory.com. He's good for it, and RJ is personally backing him with his home loan. Myfrontpagestory.com.
Thank you so much, brother. We always appreciate your time. Love you. Enjoy the draft.
See you, dudes.
The great Ross Tucker here on DFW Sports Station. If you haven't had your coffee, don't worry. Jake Rietma back from the AAC to talk about Stars Game 2 next in the Expressway, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
Fan. It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Guides to Johnston, fires off the inboards. Star on the carom. Blackwell was net side, but Johnston gets the goal. The early lead to Dallas.
ESPN with the call late last night at the AAC. This man was there. The Jake Riepma fan club is fired up. We're commercial free in the Expressway. Big Extra Plug ticket giveaway coming up. Ask Reddit, followed by Brad Sham on who he wants the Cowboys to take at 8 o'clock. Jake Riepma in studio here on Sean and RJ.
Get in there with the kids.
After the call on ESPN.
And they had the hockey games going out front, by the way.
And the 4-2 win to split with Minnesota at the AAC. I was worried after the first period. I thought it should be 3-0. 3-1, if not for Jake Ottinger, and then things turned around. Take us inside the building for game 2.
Well, you're exactly right, Sean Sharif, because you know why the Dallas Stars were in that first period? Because Otter's better. No, I do think that there was almost you could feel and see Otter gaining confidence with every high danger chance that Minnesota had in the first period. So depending on however your mindset is, optimistic that, hey, all of a sudden Otter settled in, and that's so important, obviously, in the playoffs, combined with the direction that the game took as far as physicality. And 30 total penalty minutes, pretty insane. Some of them, I thought the officiating overall was relatively poor. Poor on both sides, really, but the Stars certainly took more advantage of the opportunities on special teams. Penalty kill was great. They had a crucial one down the stretch, and then obviously the 2 power play goals as well.
Did you have a carryover worry and feeling after game 1, or just the nature of hockey, the nature of the Stars starting off a series, you flushed it?
I felt pretty confident that the Stars were going to put forth their best effort. I think there was a lot of, you could feel kind of the anxiety in that first period, especially with how poorly Dallas played in the middle of the ice. A lot of those chances were generated from Minnesota for their ability to create in the neutral zone. And I was a little bit surprised because you talk about just the worst recipe for a goalie that might have struggled a little bit to just allow the opposition to have all those high danger chances early. That's when I was feeling very anxious, but to Otter's credit, he absolutely stood on his head. And I think, again, you saw Otter gain confidence from that, and I think you saw the Stars kind of wake up with the way they played in the second period in particular.
And then why shouldn't there be, I guess, more, not panic, but more just general unease when you see they obviously work him over in game 1, and then in game 2, it felt like it took Otter playing at his very best to just not get out of that period trailing 4-0.
Well, I think Gully said it best in the postgame that game 2, I think, is just indicative of what this series is going to be. And I know we've made a lot of the NHL postseason format, but you just have to get in the mindset that this is like a conference final. And it's not indicative with a trip to the cup on the line, but the quality of play from both of these teams, night in and night out, you're going to get games like we had in game 2. And I think game 1 is much more of an outlier. And to your point, why should Stars fans feel confident? Because you have the big guns, you have the players, the skill to go toe to toe with a really good team like the Minnesota Wild. And there's going to be nights like last night where offensively they generate chances. It's like a boxing match, heavyweights exchanging big time blows, and ultimately the Stars were the team standing last. But in a series, I said Stars in 7 from the beginning, and I think last night was indicative again of a 7-game series. And again, 2 quality teams that are 2 of the best 3 teams in the entire NHL. And it's, depending on how you look at it, I think it's a shame they're playing the first round.
Are you worried off last night that this thing gets kind of dirty?
Yes. I mean, we saw
I'm happy about it because I love that.
You love that.
I love that.
It felt like it had an old school feel, and that hit from Colin Blackwell in the middle of the ice, that ignited this Stars team. And you look at points of how they turned it around, I think you have to put a lot of stock into that particular play as the series goes on. That woke this Dallas Stars team up, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that. But to your point, we're going to see some of the BS too. I mean, you got Mikko Rantanen dishing to Matt Duchene on one of the prettier goals you will see. And was there a little shove after the play? Sure. But Joel Eriksson going into the Stars celebration after a goal, like that was kind of Bush League to me. And the fact that the Wild ended up on the power play was ridiculous. You know, I'm up there, you know, you gotta behave, and because there's very important people up there in the press box, but I'm coming unglued a little bit because I just could not fathom that.
You're foaming. I
am. And then
Foligno tried to kill Harley.
Foligno. Both of those guys, man. I'm just getting fired up thinking. But the way he put Harley in a headlock is a dangerous play in and of itself. But combined with where it happened on the ice, where you've got the short boards coming together with the Wild bench, he used that as like as a way to pile drive him into the boards. Very dirty play, as Razor said on the Victory Plus telecast. Dirtier than a urinal cake.
It's a good one.
A what?
A urinal cake.
What's a urinal?
Those little things.
The little things in the urinal
the play
cage.
was dirtier than a urinal cake.
I didn't know what a urinal cake was, Jake Rietma, Stars Insider in studio after the 4-2 win last night. In terms of Gulletson, are you getting a feel for him coaching in the postseason? I know, we always want to take it back to DeBoer. We saw the way you were there at the presser for the way that he didn't throw Ottinger under the bus after game one. Your impressions of him so far after covering year one?
It's just so steady, and it's focused to a point of the bottom line is I was brought here to get this team to the Stanley Cup. And I think when you have a coaching change, maybe the NHL a little bit outstanding from that because they change coaches all the time. But for a coach to take over a team with such sustained success, and his only mission being get over the hump, like that's some serious expectations, but I think he's taken them in stride, and that perpetuates amongst the rest of the team with the veteran leadership, and then you combine it with some of the young guys that can be your energy plugs, like Justin Ritzkovian that's ready to fight anybody out there, that brings that extra edge. It really feels like they check a lot of boxes, and it starts at the top with Gulletson, although I am just waiting for like a Gulletson freak out, because he's had some of those when he was the head coach with the Calgary Flames. He had just an all-timer, not meltdown, but just a get into him, but he hasn't had that yet. He's steady, cool, calm, and collective, focused, and he's going to get the most out of the Dallas Stars.
Who'd you catch up afterwards with in the locker room?
Well, Colin Blackwell talked about the hit, and everybody wanted to know about that because it really did change
the whole thing.
Entire game. And, we talk about football guys, but he's just a hockey guy. He said, the opportunity presented itself, and it was just, we talk about hospital balls, like if you're a quarterback throwing it over the middle, that kind of pass, a long stretch pass into the neutral ice like that. And who was it? It was Jakub Trenin, who is a kind of, not a goon, but he led the NHL in hits himself. He was put in a tough situation there, and to receive the pass, Blackwell's right there, runs through him, and then I always love hearing from Robo, because Robo's just he's a goofball, and I don't think enough people know the personality with him. And shout out to our guy Mac England.
England, yeah.
He asked Robo if it meant a little bit more scoring that goal, considering who you're playing, the Minnesota Wild, and then the obvious general manager Bill Guerin, who left Robo off the Olympic roster. He didn't take the bait. He just said, no, yeah. But it was good. I like the question. I was here for it.
How many Minnesota fans invaded?
Not as many as I thought. I'm glad you brought that up.
They're all here. They already moved here. They became Stars fans when they moved.
Good point. Yeah. But I was a little bit nervous. I mean, obviously, I'm going to do my usual complaint, because that's all you ever do, Rietma. You're so negative. You just complain. But the 8:50 start time, I was worried. It did nothing to deter the energy. I think the Cowboy Margarita glasses pregame, I heard from a good source, they sold out in 10 minutes. The crowd was hyped. They were ready.
And the YouTube got reinstated today.
Yeah, how did I get dragged for that? That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you got us in trouble. You exposed us to NHL regulations. It was rather reckless, and the Tolos were not happy about it.
Well, there's no such thing as bad publicity. So if you guys are talking about
literally lost publicity.
Yeah. Well, the station did.
Oh,
but
for you.
Yeah. Big me guy.
Look, this is a big day. That was a big day for you.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't know if you actually had it on the TV. That's just what Fred said, and so I was taken based off of what Fred had said.
What would he nickname you?
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
Stars hat, Jake.
Yeah.
You guys want to manufacture things that's just not the way it is. You know, me and Fred stick together, man.
What's your key for Game 3?
Oh man, I think the Stars, there's something to not getting caught up in the chippiness, because Minnesota fell victim to it. And I guess you could say the Stars did too. They had 14 penalty minutes, so it's not like they were blameless in that. But I wanted, and the question was asked, not directly how I would have asked it, but essentially how do you walk that fine line and balance between being chippy, being edgy, being physical without costing your team. And I think guys like Mikko's taken some dumb penalties, and he's got to get back to just being what makes him an elite level scorer. You saw it with the assist to Duchesne. When the puck is on Mikko's stick in the offensive attack, good things are going to happen. So focus on that component of the game, and I think Otter is going to always be an X factor. It's playoff hockey. Goaltending is going to be an X factor. If you get the type of performance that you got from him last night, and not saying they're going to get that every time, but it's like a pitcher. Go out there, put forth a quality start, give your chance the team to win. That's what I hope to see from Ottinger. And the Stars defense has to be better. Again, a lot of neutral zone mishaps that allowed for some high dangers for the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah, and some dumb penalties. I mean, you can't take a penalty with 3 to go.
Oh, the
too many men on the ice.
Too many men, yeah. But which, oddly enough, it wasn't the most egregious too many men in the final 5 minutes, because then Minnesota
did the same thing.
Yeah. Thank you, brother. Fantastic. We'll talk to you after Game 3. Jake_Riepma on X for all your Dallas Stars info. Commercial free in the expressway, where we hook you up with this all week long.
Hey. See, I really been popping my thumb.
All right, Cholos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see a hometown show from Big X The Plug at Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, May 8th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We will ask Reddit coming up here momentarily. Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, on the draft at 8. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Brandon Aubrey gets record-setting money, 7 a year, 20 guaranteed to remain the Cowboys kicker. I want to go through all the latest notes from different insiders. We'll start with Albert Breer because now that I've had, about 2 days to marinate on it, I'm going to choose to decide that the Bengals did us a favor by moving out of 10. I'm gonna choose to believe that they were definitely going to pick a defensive player. Now the Giants go and get Downs and Styles. I'll take all that back and be pissed off like I was on Saturday night. Here's Albert Breer with a little bit more insight on the deal. The Bengals looked at what they would get with the 10th pick, likely someone such as Downs or Delane, if they were fortunate enough to have one of those two fall to them. And they determined what the likelihood was that they'd be picking someone they had with a mid to late first round grade on at 10. That jumped out to me. That to me is saying that they could have had a mid to late round grade on Downs or Delane when we're talking about getting them at 12, which I guess you could qualify as mid-round. It's a sentiment Albert Breer has heard from other teams as well in the aftermath of the deal. There's nobody of Lawrence's talent in this year's draft, said a rival GM. I would take him over every defensive player there is. So that just kind of jumped out to me. 2 things. Number 1, defensive player, and number 2, mid to late round grades, possibly, and who they would have taken at 10.
Okay, so when they say mid to late round grade, do they mean
mid to late first round? Not like they would put them in the 7th round or anything.
No. But if we say there's only 15 first round grades here, is mid to late first round then 12 because that's late in the grading process.
So a lot of teams,
or they talk of the actual round.
So a lot of teams will grade it like. Just to use an example, let's say you've got a team that evaluates a player as a first-round pick. If your grade could be like 102, and then somebody else could have a grade that's like 108, 102 would be a higher-graded player. That'd be somebody top end of the first. So what that means is that they probably had, if that was their grading scale, that kind of numbering, then their grading scale probably was those players are like 105, 107, like in that range.
The run on tackles, the alley of picks where it could happen. As Albert Breer sees it. Remember, Cowboys 12-20. Baltimore at 14. Detroit at 17. Carolina at 19. So that would be good. If you sat there and you had three teams between you at 12 and 20 going O-line, Pittsburgh at 21, Philly at 23, Cleveland at 24, Chicago at 25. If, say, after 13 picks, Maui Noah and Fano are gone, and the 5 others are left, and you have these 7 teams looming, it's possible we'll see a little game of leapfrog taking place, and teams like the Buccaneers at 15 and the Jets at 16 could be beneficiaries of that. Jamal McCoy. Bobby, it sounds like your early intel on McCoy is what many teams are believing. Albert Breer had him going with a chance at top 10 last week. Since then, every team he's talked to, every last one, has said the knee he tore up in January 2025 remains a major concern. Now, we were asking whether it is the now concern or the Crosby concern. It sounds like it's the Crosby concern, that he'll be ready to go when he joins his new team. This is more centered on longevity. Will Johnson is a comparison. Last year he went 47 to Arizona. Now he
initially supposed to be like a top 5 player and fell all the way to 47.
Yeah. Quickly became a starter, but he also did miss 5 games due to injury. So, a lot of Jermod McCoy medical stuff coming out this week and yesterday.
Yeah, Pelissero reported yesterday that he likely, or there are teams out there that feel that he needs another procedure done. And if that's the case, then
on the same injury,
it's not to the ligament; it's a bone plug, which is like I read that they described it as a pothole.
Oh.
They described it like you're literally filling a hole. Now it's not the ligament, it's not the initial surgery, it's something else that was either within the new tendon or within the bone on the kneecap or on the knee that needs a plug. I've never heard of it. It's called an oats. It's called an oats.
I don't know what Dallas thinks. I don't know if Dallas is one of those teams that thinks he needs another procedure or not. I don't know. I know that they're one of the teams that doesn't like his medical, though, and that's an issue.
Albert Breer finishes up. This obviously helps Delane, who I bet will go in the top 10 now. Remember, Cowboys at 12. But after Delane and absent McCoy, there's a pretty big drop-off to the next guy, which I would say is Colton Hood, the Tennessee Volunteer teammate. After that, you're looking at Clemson's Terrell, who may just be a nickel. San Diego State's Chris Johnson. We're starting to see that connected to the Cowboys a little bit yesterday. He's checking a lot of boxes, but faces a big jump in competition going to the NFL from San Diego State. You have Cisse from South Carolina, who soon is a good, maybe not great prospect. I don't think many teams see those 3 as first-round corners.
I think that the first one he mentioned there was Hood in that collection of corners right there.
After the drop-off. The first one after the drop-off.
I think Albert has good intel from Dallas. I think that those are all 3 names to watch for Dallas. All 3 of those corners could be in play for them.
So is the Maui Noah herniated disc thing something that could drop him below?
Not supposed to.
No. He went back for combine medical recheck. Teams were not worried about it.
There it is. 877-881-1053. One final thing from Breer. Wide receivers. How the half dozen are stacked is an open question. I talked to one exec who said Concepcion may be the most exciting guy in the group with an explosiveness after the catch that has some calling him a bigger version of Zay Flowers. I know that Cooper is the second guy at the position for some teams.
Cooper.
Cowboys met with him from Indiana. Some even prefer Tyson's upside to Tate's, though I do think most teams have Tate as the best one. There's also a depth at the position. Zachariah Branch, Georgia, who Adam Schefter said the Cowboys have been keeping an eye on. Chris Brazzell, Tennessee, uber raw talented prospect facing off the field questions. These guys are likely to be taken on Friday, and that could, because of the depth, cause teams to wait on the position and address other needs round 1 Thursday.
Yeah, the Cooper fixation from a lot of teams is really fast. Cooper could end up being, like the second receiver, third receiver taken kind of thing. And he had really kind of that's a push that's starting to really grow recently. But Dallas, again, another one Dallas I think really likes is Cooper.
Brad Sham at 8 o'clock, the voice of America's team, after we ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is time for Ask Reddit here on 105.3. We do it every Tuesday right here around 7:40. We take the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum, and we kick them around with you guys on the Twitch, the YouTube, and the fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. And we're going to lead off today with RJ Choppy. Because I know you, this was one that I think will get a lot of response, and it was tough for me. But Chop, I'll lead off with you. What is the catchiest song you've ever heard?
Oh, man, there's a lot of them. Hey Ya's very catchy.
Yes.
Sweet Caroline is catchy. Get Down On It is catchy. Brick House. Let's see. September is very catchy. But I'm going to channel my inner Al Chervik here with a banger from Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Dance.
I think this song comes on, nobody doesn't dance.
It's a great song. I think I might have some other Earth, Wind, and Fire songs like in their own catalog that I think are catchier.
Really?
Yeah. Like, and this is absolutely catchy. And that's the thing about this, like trying to figure out. All right, are you saying? Is it just a hook that's catchy? Is it the general music? Like it's so broad. So. But anyway, go ahead on this one specifically.
Well, it's just like it gets me happy. It gets me up, right? Yeah. It's like I could do that opening drum cymbal, little horn all day, like just right there. That song will be in my head for the rest of time.
This almost broke me last night because it really made me start getting super, like I got my really spectrum brain on it of like, well, what does this mean? And so I started like scrolling through songs and going like, it's this, no, it's this. I think I settled on this one because I don't know that there's a catchier melody or production that I've ever heard than this one.
Oh, it's good.
And no, this is not for some of you who may think so. It's not Men in Black by Will Smith.
It's not?
No. This is the original. It's Forget Me Nots by Patrice Rushen. This whole little it's such a just awesome. This one you can't listen to it without bobbing your head. I absolutely love this one. Peyton, what song did you pick from 3 years ago?
This one, it was like, what's the catchiest? It's all about the music. It's got to be something where like you don't know the words. You're just mumbling the words, the lyrics, and everything. But this is what I wanted, and I think you guys all know this song.
Man,
sing it.
This is a pretty catchy song.
It is a great one.
I'm shocked you know it. I'm very impressed and surprised. Just like my normal Spotify, you guys are going back to the oldies.
Have you seen the movie, Peyton?
There's a movie?
You've never seen La Bamba with Lou Diamond Phillips?
Holy cow.
Oh.
Dude, watch it.
I guess I'll go with the newest song, which I can't believe
Upset of the day.
It is the upset of the day. And I don't know, I just try to think of a song when it comes on randomly, and I'm like, I love that song. This is an older song, and I'll go with this one.
Oh, yeah.
I love the song.
No, it's very catchy.
It's very catchy.
It's very like...
Just his voice.
See if he got the right one.
Yeah.
Good job, Peyton.
I texted him edited version. But I love the song.
I went somewhat newer. I almost did. The initial pick I had.
And then when it kicks in with
sorry, I don't have a Ferrari. Yeah. It's a good song. I was very close to picking Sean Paul, Get Busy. You remember that one? Get busy, just shake that, put it out. That one was so. But nobody knows the words. Also, it goes too fast. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 Fan Shop. Do you have any of the answers on the fan text?
Yeah,
the fan text
absolutely. Billie Jean, a lot of Michael Jackson coming in. Shake It Off.
Thanks, Zach.
Baby Shark, it is catchy. Despacito's catchy. Uptown Funk, very catchy. The Hook is catchy. Yep. And then let's see, what was it? It was the Cupid Shuffle.
Yeah, a lot of those. I view those dance songs as maybe being in a little bit of a different category, like the Cotton Eye Joe or Cupid Shuffle or whatever else is out there. I view those a little differently, but I mean, yeah, it's It's up there.
in the morning theme.
That's a good one. Forget Me Nots fantasy on the fan text. So there's some of the answers for that one. Next question up here in Ask Reddit. Sean, what's something your parents or grandparents did that you now realize was low-key genius parenting?
Something the parents or grandparents did realize was low-key genius parenting. Yeah, these are things you probably, you hate to admit, and then you're going to kind of copy them yourself. Yep. But I guess, and I don't do it as much as I should, I got one TV show a week in prime time. That was the rule. I usually saved it for Monday Night Football because now I'm getting into some issues with Ollie on the iPad. He's starting to act out a little bit, and he's starting to get a little bit aggressive, and we're like, what are you watching? The other day we went to a birthday party, and they had one of those portable slides. He's laying down face down crying because he has busted his head on the ground. And the company that set it up did not have padding underneath, and they set it up in the driveway. So he slid down. I thought he just hit his head back and busted his head on the concrete. So I'm sitting here, and I'm all mad. I'm ticked off. We're getting ready to sue the company for tequila shots. And my wife is not buying it. She's like, you're babying him too much. I said, he might have a concussion. And she said, no, something else is up. We get in the car, and she's like, what really happened? And he's like, well, I wanted to show my friend, because she said, I'm watching these 1-year-olds go down this damn slide, and no one's busting their head. Well, because of this new trampoline show he's watching on YouTube, he thought he was freaking Tony Hawk up there and wanted to go ahead and try something. So the limitation of the YouTube is becoming a problem, but I'll go ahead and give my dad a little bit of credit. It was one TV show a week, one hour a week, basically.
They would buy us anything
weeknight
for the outdoors and nothing for the indoors.
That's a good one.
They
no video game systems.
We finally got a Nintendo. We got a Nintendo I was probably 8, but it had to be. It was only on the one TV. We didn't have any TVs in our bedrooms. It was just in the kitchen and the only reason why Dad had a TV in there is because he wanted to watch the Yankee game during dinner. But you were never able to use this TV, right? So there's no place to sit. It was very uncomfortable. But they didn't want you in the house. They didn't want you in your room. So it was just.
And your kids don't have TVs in their room.
No, they do. They do. Well, they have. They don't come out of their rooms. They have TVs. They have computer video game things. It's annoying.
214. My mom saved McDonald's bags and made homemade burgers and put it in the McDonald's bag for me after school and go, look what I got. 817. Whooping my ass. 201. Under promise, over deliver. 817. My dad told me that if every girl I date is crazy, maybe I'm the crazy one. Peyton, your answer for this low key genius parenting move?
Yeah, so this was in grade school for me and my brothers. Whenever we would go on have those big testing days, the STAR test, the tax test, if you remember way back then. So my mom would wake up super early and get me and my brothers donuts on big testing days and say, she would tell us, the sugar, helps you stay awake and you can focus more like that. So only on big testing days, it was something I actually look forward to because we got a big breakfast to begin the day.
My dad would, if he suspected there was something going on and he didn't know, he would walk up to me and he'd go, super serious face, he'd go, is there anything you want to tell me? And I'd go, no. And he'd go, you sure? I want you to think about this.
Step into the trap.
And it was a total trap of if I say no and he's got something, I'm in more trouble now.
Cooked.
If I'm pretty sure I've confessed to a couple things that he did not know, because if I did hold strong occasionally, he would go, nah, I'm just kidding. I was just messing with you. But it was just a random, it's like it's like the random DUI checkpoint. Pull over real quick. We're going to check on you. But it worked because I think he definitely found out some stuff that he wouldn't have known otherwise. All right. We are doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what's the weirdest way someone has died in your known circle?
See, fortunately, I haven't had many people die in my circle. I mean, family-wise, I had
or just someone you know, yeah.
Yeah, I had a family member die in a car accident, but I was so young, though, I barely knew them. It was my first funeral I had to go to. I remember that. But, yeah, dying in a car accident, awful, but I had barely known them, but that's probably the only thing I can think of.
I had a friend about, this would have been 15 years ago, maybe a little longer, probably longer. He was on 6th Street in Austin, and his friend started getting into an argument leaving a bar, and he tried to step in between them, hey guys, break it up. He got sucker punched, and he fell back and he hit his head on the curb.
Wow.
And he was alert too, and the ambulance going to the hospital. It was I'm fine, but he ended up having a brain bleed that killed him. And so that was the wildest thing I've ever had happen.
I'm like Peyton. I don't really have a crazy wild story. I mean, and I know it wasn't the way he died wasn't a weird way, but what was weird about it is I saw that there was my buddy. I saw him 2 weeks prior, and he was totally fine. He was the happiest I'd ever seen him. And then he took his own life 2 weeks later, and it was just
wow.
It was okay, that was that. Again, the way he died wasn't necessarily a weird way. It was very weird that he seemed so happy, and this is how sometimes you could just never tell.
469, uncle died from killer bees.
What?
That's got to be an awful way to go. Sean,
God.
You know anybody like this?
Nah, nothing too crazy. I'll probably just, say my guy Rick, who recently went, did the service because he was healthy and fit and fine, loving life, and then just stage 4 quick, just like that, couple years.
The fan text is sending in some wild stuff right now. 336, I had a friend die from drinking too much Gatorade. 817,
what?
You can get an electrolyte imbalance. It can harm you. 817, my college roommate passed out doing a power clean and he never woke up.
Wow.
Let's hear. One of the food runners at the bar I'm a regular at was gunned down in a revenge plot. So some wild stuff on the fan text there. Last one here.
Somebody
now.
said Richie Valens died in a coin flip. That's for Peyton.
He did. Yeah, that's true. Coin flip. It was a coin flip to get the seat on the plane, and he won. And he ended up on the plane and it crashed.
Oh, Ask Reddit. We'll finish it up at 9:40 with the KNC masterpiece. Let's make way for the voice of the Dallas Cowboys. What does Brad Sham want to see on Thursday and the rest of this Cowboy draft? The voice of the boys, Brad Sham, joins us next.
But you ever take that sip of coffee and it's right after? It's a good cup of coffee.
1051 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on a Tolo Tuesday. Pat to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers with our coverage from the Ford Center inside the Star in Frisco Thursday. The rest of us at your local Pluckers locations. Let's get a little draft preview from the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, joining us here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Good morning, Bradley. How's the offseason been?
Not too bad. How about you boys?
Doing well, and excited for this on Thursday with 12 and 20. Give us your initial feel. Give us your initial Brad Sham thumbs up list on the prospects that we've been talking so much about.
Yeah, it seems like there's 5 that we know of, 5 or 6, and I'm looking at the defensive side that everybody gets excited about. In my perfect world, I think they'd find out a way to get Caleb Downs because, I've watched him a little, but from everything that you read and people you talk to, it kind of makes me think of a little smaller Darren Woodson. Smaller, but smart, intense leader, and will do everything. Remember how Woody started? I mean, he came in he was a linebacker, and he played in the slot. Nobody like him had ever played in the slot. Well, this is what this guy does, everything, and it's what's between his ears, and it's the leadership. So this guy can run your defense for a long time, and then in my perfect world, having gotten him, they would get Jacob Rodriguez, who I absolutely love, and I wouldn't be afraid to take him at 20, even though most of the draft, the mocks and everything, Sean, say that's too high. I don't believe in too high. Now you can reach. There's an extreme.
Well, he can't.
But especially, no, perhaps not. But just listen to the people who are respectable opinions, who really know what they're talking about, and then you watch him. And I have watched him a little more. And I just think that he is. Well, the first time I saw him, I thought, well, this guy is like a little bit bigger than Nat Wynn, who was an outstanding player. And if you say I'll be happy with Rodriguez at somewhere in the second round, but I wouldn't take him at 20, and he goes in the second round and becomes a really outstanding player, then you could have taken him at 20. It's fine. So that's my perfect world. Now, it feels to me like they better get to 6 if they want to get one of these premier players. I saw, I don't know if it was ESPN or whoever it was, had another new mock this morning, and there was no trade, and they came away with Hood and Falk, and those are good players. My sense when I hear that is I'm a little underwhelmed, but I do have to say, the last time I remember saying to you guys, if this happens, they would be settling, it was Tyler Smith. And so that turned out okay. Here's the other thing, and nobody wants to hear this, and I don't even want to hear it very much. You can't rule out an offensive player depending on how the board goes. If C.D. Lamb falls in your lap and everybody else is gone, then take him. If there's an offensive tackle who is going to erase the questions and everybody on the defensive side that you really want is gone, don't hesitate. Take him. So, but, I would love to see him go up. I think if you go to 6, there's a lot of volatility between 3 and that 5 or 6. Well, the Giants are going to clean up whatever they do. But it just feels like at 6 you'll get one of the top guys. I really would not want to give up 20 if I could avoid it, but I wouldn't mind it if I'm getting 39. That's a very popular mock trade. I think I could talk myself into it if I get the right guy at 6, and then I can project somebody that I really can use at 39. I could talk myself into that.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, previewing the draft here on The Fan. Brad, at 12, who else do you really like or are hearing great things about that you trust when it comes down to Delane, Styles, and any other possibility there after Downs?
I just think that Styles, Delane, maybe Bain. I understand the history. I think those Styles, Delane, Bain, Downs, and Reese. I don't think I'm forgetting any of the top defensive players. I mean, I just don't think any of them will make it to 12. One might, but you have to. That's obviously the risk you run. You have to know that when you're sitting there on the board, and if that's why I say you have to just calculate the cost. If you see one of those guys, they've talked. They've Kevin Costnered all their people with phone calls, and they kind of know. They kind of have a pretty good feeling about who's going to take whom before 6, and then they've got a sense of after 6. So I don't know, Sean, that any of those guys gets to 12, and that's why I think you have to look at are we talking about the thing I like about Styles and Downs is they're not just physical specimens. These guys are both by reputation super smart and leaders. And I had I don't want to name the guy because it would embarrass him, but I had a very critical player on their team late in the year, and I took him aside and said, "What do you need?" And he said, "We need some more grown-ups." And he was talking about, and he said, Quinnen Williams is a grown-up. Kenny Clark is a grown-up. Even Ezaraku, as young as he is a grown-up. We need more grown-ups. And that sounds to me like what you're getting in Downs and Styles. The thing about Styles, if you just close your eyes and think about dominating linebackers that they've even just had here, I mean, we saw what Sean Lee did when he was healthy. We see what Overshown means when he is healthy. And if you close your eyes, you can't predict health, but if you close your eyes and look at what Styles has been, you can see that. You can see a guy that just kind of takes over the defense and puts fear in the other side. So those 5 guys, I think, separate themselves. And after that, there will be good players, but they're going to be second-round players because there just aren't that many top first-round players. And if you've got the capital to go get one without it costing too much, I'm too conservative sometimes, I admit it, on some of these things, but without it costing too much, I'd go ahead and do it.
Brad, how much of an impact or an influence, I guess, over their decision-making do you think Christian Parker's going to have? Not just his scheme and them trying to fit to it, but specifically his voice saying, hey, I want this guy, and making himself an authority in that draft room.
Yeah, Bobby, it feels like a lot, and I hope that's the case because look, I love Rod Marinelli. He's a great human being. He doesn't apologize to anybody for his career, and he's why T.J. Watt's not here. And so they have a history of giving coaches on one side of the ball or the other a lot of authority. And what they have invested kind of emotionally, not just financially, but emotionally in Parker and the way that they've let him put the staff together, I think they looked at and you've said this, you've written it. They've looked at the offensive staff. They looked what Clayton Adams did with a lot of guys who people had never heard of. Some had never coached in the NFL. Look at the staff they put together and what it produced. I think they see that in Parker and the people that he's hired. And so I think the answer to your question is a lot. I think that he could be a tiebreaker. If someone says this guy or this guy, and Parker's on the table saying this guy, I think it'll be him.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. How have you felt about the rest of the offseason, starting with Aubrey's extension yesterday? You go and you get Jalen Thompson. You go and you get Durant at corner, the Rashawn Gary move. Your assessment of the busty budget offseason along with Aubrey yesterday.
Yeah, well, let me start with Aubrey because I thought they did that really well. Sean, I'd have given him $10 million, right? Here. Again, not my money, but they do have to kind of calculate a little bit forward. But they very wisely said, if anyone thinks they want to pay more than this, we can still match it.
Yeah.
And if not, but you're not going to get draft choices that will compensate you for that guy. He's different. I think they knew they weren't going to get anybody to pay him more than that. So they sat back, 2 other kickers signed, I think it's 2, and reset the top of the market at a price they were still willing to pay. So he wanted to be the top paid kicker. When I say he, it's a lot his agent also. I mean, we all, anybody who knows Aubrey knows he's not sitting over there pounding the table for more money. I want to be the highest paid kicker. Okay, let's just sit back and see what that is. Well, it became what it became, and now, okay, we'll move up a little bit from that and lock you up, and we love you, and here's how much we love you. And he's clearly very happy with it. I thought they did that really well. I can't say I know or trust even, but I hope that when we're done with the Pickens saga, it will be much the same thing. I thought it was really smart to put the non-exclusive tag on him because it gave his guys an opportunity to go shop him around. No one's going to pay that price, but if someone does, okay. So what I really, part of the, and I weave this into your question about the whole bust the budget off season. One of the things I was hoping, and I'm still hoping it because we haven't crossed the Rubicon yet, is that we would get through an off season without contract drama. Because we're all sick of it.
Yeah.
And some of that depends on the player. So if Pickens does it differently than Parsons did it, for instance, if he comes and participates and if he wants to sit out a couple OTAs, I don't care. But if he's in minicamp and he is participating and he's on the field in training camp, then I will say that they handled it well. I think there's a lot of look. The thing about Pickens, and again, Sean, I would give him the money here. Now this was before Smith and Jigba signed his deal.
Yeah.
But I would have said, well, here, I'll give you 30. What are you going to get? 28? We'll give you 34. But keep this in mind. He is one of the guys who decided in the first game after Marshawn Nealon died that he had to stay out and break curfew in Las Vegas. Now, that's a red flag. And you live with red flags, but when you're starting to throw huge money, like a 10% of your payroll kind of money at a guy, then you have to examine that behavior. That, to me, is a legitimate reason to take a deep breath and say, hold on, show me another season of good behavior. And look, he's going to miss meetings. He's going to sleep late. That's who he is. A lot of guys are like that, and they're great players, and he's a great player. I want another off season without that kind of thing. I want a good behavior. I want a full season showing me who you are before I give you that kind of money. Might it cost them more? Yeah, it might cost them more, but it's a little bit risky. But that's what I'm hoping for Pickens. The rest of it, I give them high marks, for really trying with Crosby and with the linebackers who wound up going to
Raiders,
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And it turned out that we got 2 or 3 guys who have played together in college, and they wanted to go play together. And okay, that's fine. That's a hard one to beat, and it's a fair thing to say. Try isn't good. Do is good. And so you tried to get them, and you didn't get them, then you failed. That's a fair thing to say. On the other hand, you still have to be smart about it. I think what they did in the secondary, all those guys they signed in the secondary, I don't know how good they'll be, but I don't think any of us would dispute that they are light years ahead of where they were last year. They went to Oxnard with 4 of their identifiable top 5 corners physically unavailable until I don't know when. and that was a disaster. And we knew that was going to be a disaster. And so they have addressed that part of it. And would you like 2 more pass rushers? Absolutely. And that's why I wouldn't be afraid to take a chance on Bain, despite his short arms and the accident and all of that. I think he's a difference maker from what I've seen, what my eyes have seen. Now, there can be some other guys who will pop up. And by the way, parenthetically, I really dislike the term edge rusher because what you want is a defensive end. You got to stop the run. You got to hold the edge on the run also. So if all a guy can do is pass rush, there can be a spot for him, and he's James Houston. And then he can play on special teams, but he's not going to play 35 snaps a game and be a guy who week in and week out is going to make a difference at the end of the game. So would you like some more of that? Yep, sure would. And there might be some guys on Friday and Saturday who jump up. Don't forget, Prescott's a 4th-round pick. Witten's a 3rd-round pick. That, there's guys who are undrafted free agents. We because it's the nature of the beast, we focus on the first round. But clearly they need more at linebacker and probably at least one more, maybe two, defensive ends for them to get to be where they'd really like to be. Are they better than they were a year ago? Yeah, I think they're better. I think they're better. Are they better enough? The only thing that gives me a little pause is we presume that the offense will be what it was. And a lot can happen. Give me tackles. Give me Pickens in the right frame of mind. Everything's got to go right for the offense to be as good as it was last year. If it is, the defensive improvement, I would say, might, let's see what happens this weekend, might be enough to boost them up a little bit more to where they would say, yeah, they could make the playoffs, might win a game. To win 2 or 3 games, I still think there's some work to do.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for the preview. Enjoy the show.
Thanks, boys.
Voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham. Can R.J. Choppy return the favor and get Jared Sandler fired? On the home of the Rangers, next.
truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Knicks have the ball. They drive left side. Bridges. No good. And that's the game. And the Atlanta Hawks have won the game. The Atlanta Hawks have evened this series at 1 game apiece. An improbable victory. The Hawks were down all night. They couldn't rebound. They couldn't shoot. And all of a sudden they came in here and they quieted the loudmouth fans in New York. They shut them up.
Whoa! Hey!
The loudmouth fans in New York. Hawks radio.
Holy cow.
Throwing a little vinegar into the rivalry without Trae Young. Hawks win on the road. T-Wolves win on the road to even up those NBA playoff series. Cavs are up 2-0 on Toronto. Just go ahead and end that thing right now. I also love what Jaden McDaniels said with the Minnesota-Denver series. This is McDaniels afterwards asking what worked offensively for the Wolves.
Go out for Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Like, just go at them.
They're all bad defenders.
Yeah, they're all bad defenders.
I thought it was AI. It may be. I hope it's not.
Maybe.
But Jamie Daniels like, just go at 7 dudes. They're all bad? Yeah, they're all bad. So I love the spice. Hawks announcer, Timberwolves, Nuggets, Ants and Jokic wrestling over possession of a basketball. Let's get it going. The big NBA clip that has made some national headlines, Charles Barkley on with Russo said after 10 years of not speaking, it looks like there could be an opening for he and Michael Jordan's friendship.
Does Jordan talk to you, or is he still mad at you? What's going on? We always start there. What's up with Michael here? Any conversations with him at all, or no?
We had a conversation. We're going to get together and play golf as soon as basketball is over.
Wow! Charles, that's a big story. Because he was mad at you. And now, so you got back together with him, and it's who you're going to go hang out. Happy to hear that.
We're not like Prince William and Prince Harry. We always had a lot of love for each other. But we talked, actually, in the last probably 72 hours. We decided to get together and play golf as soon as basketball is over.
So there it is. The bromance could be back on. Maybe Michael, who I blame for this over the decade, maybe he's in just such a great mood because he's winning every NASCAR race, which is incredible.
Better NASCAR owner than he is a basketball player.
Not even close.
Yeah, basketball
it's
owner.
not even close.
Not even close.
Not enough people call him out for failed basketball ownership in terms of winning success.
Man, there are two kinds of people. There are people who cut friends off and people who don't cut friends off. I have a buddy I went to high school with. He will cut you off. I've somehow still stayed. Probably because we don't talk very often because it's the kind of friend I am. But he cut his brother off. He's done his brother in years. The third member of our triad cut him off. All right, and it doesn't matter. He will cut you off. And Michael Jordan is that friend. Yep. He will cut you off. And I'm glad because these two are meant to be bros. They need to be together.
Well, Michael needs Charles because if you ever watch that Oprah sit-down interview, Charles says the thing. That's why I know that Michael's been saying this his whole career, but the clip that recently came out where he's like, I never want to get into a GOAT argument. You know, we played in different generations.
Yeah.
And I was like, Michael's so full of crap. And people are like, yeah, he's always said that. I know he's always said it. And he's always been full of crap. You're telling me the most vindictive, vengeful, petty individual that has arguably played any sport ever who challenges someone on a random basketball court without a net in Cabo while on vacation, or will lay down thousands of dollars to play you in pool. You're telling me he really, really believes that everyone is equal and that he's not the best? He's full of crap. He just knows he can't say it. Charles Barkley would say the things that Michael wanted to say. And Mike said that years ago. He's like, I got to be Mr. Gatorade. I got to be Mr. McDonald's. I got to be Mr. Corporate. Well, Charles can sit there and spit on people and throw fans through glass pane windows. And Mike's like, a lot of times I want to say, I want to do those things. Mm-hmm. Charles says it.
Charles says it.
But what is it? Is this Michael growth, or is this, did Charles somehow seed privately, you were right, Mike, I shouldn't have done, what would have, Michael's ego is such that I feel like there had to be some sort of olive branch from Charles for it to happen.
I mean, look, man.
Probably.
It could be very simple as Charles just wants to play the Grove golf course. And Michael owns it.
That may be it.
You know, that may be it. He wants to know how the hell, because they don't have, from what I've been told, they don't have beverage cart girls. They have drones that fly the food out to you. Yeah. That's next level. Because there's nothing more frustrating.
But you want cart girls.
You do, but there's nothing more frustrating than you not seeing one till the 11th hole. Right? Or you see them on 2 and then not again until 16. Well, it's like, well, shoot, man, day's over.
All right. Choppy's revenge. Can it take place against Jared Sandler for the Texas Legends?
All right. So I did the Tarleton State versus TCU game last week. I did it, I guess it was on Tuesday. And, you know, it's...
First baseball
game I'd ever done.
Peyton's got the highlights.
Let's go, Peyton. Roll right through them.
This was Choppy, who used to do Texas Legends basketball with Fish, and Jared somehow ended up with that job. So we're going to see if Choppy can replace Jared on the home of the Rangers.
Now RJ's on the call with Byron Anderson, the great Byron Anderson. We all know and love him. He's the play-by-play guy, and RJ's the color commentator. So RJ's spitting the facts. He's got the stats, everything. He's done the work, all the studying, and so he's letting everyone know that TCU is a come-from-behind team, and he definitely lets you know that they're a come-from-behind team.
TCU trailed 1-0 going into that bottom of the second, but, you know, they love to come from behind. They've got 12 come-from-behind victories this year. Now a line drive out in the left field into the corner, and Heinrich will score easily, and digging for second and making it is McLeod. Back-to-back doubles, trade places with him, young man.
That's right. Great call. Great transition.
Thank you.
By far your best play-by-play.
Easily.
Wow.
I loved the analysis, personally. The play-by-play was good, too, but I loved the analysis.
The game notes. I read that in the game. I actually read the game notes. I read the game notes more than I read Sean's emails. It's amazing. I had to get ready for this.
So now, a lot of people know that in baseball, you have every half inning you take a break. 3 outs, you take a break, commercial break. And so RJ's the last man to talk, so he has to throw it to commercial break. And A for effort, RJ. A for effort here.
The 2-2 is grounded to the left side, fielded by Smink, and he will throw to first, and that'll end the inning. We got 1 run. And I'm sure we had a couple of hits thrown in there. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but they did get 1 run. And it's now 4-3. TCU as we head to the top of the 5th. Tarleton Sports Network, presented by your North Texas Ford dealers.
Hey! This is good.
You got the read in there.
I didn't have the stats.
This is clearly more comfortable for you than basketball.
Oh, it's slow pace.
Even when you don't say anything wrong about basketball, like there's just clearly a comfort in your voice of calling baseball as opposed to basketball.
My brain doesn't work fast enough for basketball. I don't know how they do hockey. I don't know how those guys do hockey.
I think the problem with baseball is it can be so boring and so dead that your regular talking in the innings has to also have natural entertainment, and your inflection, your just natural delivery. I try too hard when it comes to baseball to like sound radio-y or like broadcasty, but Choppy's just doing it very natural.
Thank you.
Now, RJ, whenever you have a base runner on first, second, third, doesn't matter, and your team's in the dugout, what do you tell them to yell when there's a pickoff move?
Yeah, yell back.
You gotta yell back, even though I disagree with it. When I'm on base, I never listen to the dugout. It's always like, okay, I see the guy, I see the pickoff move, I know to get back, or I'm not paying attention. And so RJ had his inner coach in the broadcast booth because he decided to yell something when there's a pickoff move.
2-1, 2 outs, runner at first, 1 across for the Texans here in the top of the first. A run on 2 hits as Kendall Johnson led off with a single, stole second, advanced to third on a fielder's choice, and then came home on the infield bunt. Did you just yell back?
I did.
You are a dad. You've been talking to your son too much.
And the runner paid attention, RJ. He got back. He didn't get picked off.
Are you allowed to do that?
Well, we were on the Tarleton Sports Network, so I think we were.
Yeah, it's not slander.
If it's the TCU one, then yeah.
You kidding me with these homers?
Oh, yeah.
You heard that Hawks call?
I mean, with the umpire allowed. Would the umpire be like, I don't need the booth yelling instruction.
All right, one more short one here. There are a few more highlights. We'll get to one short one here. But, RJ, there's not a broadcast with RJ Choppy unless he talks about a male's body part.
That's right.
And this is what he does, what he talks about with the TCU mascot's rear end.
2-2 as that pitch misses. Check swing, and they go down to first base. He did not go as the Super Frog comes out here and sits with a fan in full
baseball garb matching what they have on the field. That's pretty cool.
I didn't expect Super Frog to have such great glutes.
You would notice that.
He did. He really did. I don't know
Really
if they were
nice.
fake. I know it was padding, but it was a bubble butt, man.
I would imagine that's partly got to do with just the spring ability of a frog.
I think it's time for you to move up. I think you need to call a Rough Riders game.
Ooh.
We can set that up. This could be the calling. This could be the career change.
Oh, I would
that
love to
we've been
do a
waiting
Rough Riders
for.
game.
That's not cool, guys.
Yeah. There it is. I actually think there's a legitimate threat. RJ Choppy.
Who's doing him now? Yeomans? Get him out of there.
With the Tarleton play-by-play. This is your home of Rangers baseball tonight. Back in action at the Globe against the Pirates. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. How have the Cowboys historically approached first-round trades? Bobby has it next. And Below,
the belt
on Sean and RJ.
I love heading you over to Ownwell. That's what I do. I really love. That doesn't make sense. Yeah.
fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. To trade down or not trade at all. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. A lot of talk about going up and the Cowboys potentially trying to go to 6. In fact, I think that's the most commonly mocked trade I have ever seen in the history of NFL mock drafts, is everybody trying to put Dallas up to 6 with Cleveland, which is, there's a lot of chatter about it. It makes sense in terms of, I think if you just look at the numbers and trying to couple it up and do those different things, that all makes sense. But it's such a consistent projection from a lot of people that it does make you wonder, all right, how legitimate is that versus how much is there smoke out there? So we're going to talk about it. Before we do, one of the ways that the Cowboys may go up, one of the ways that the Cowboys may look to trade up, or one of the things that's been discussed, is the idea of if David Bailey or Arvell Reese were to start falling down the board. Now, I don't think there's any chance Arvell Reese falls. I think if he doesn't get picked at 2, he would get picked at 3, regardless of what it is. If Arvell Reese got picked at 2...
I think Arizona, by the way, is bluffing. I think this whole thing's a bluff.
You think they're going to stay at 3?
No, the whole thing of drafting Jeremiah Love there at 3, I don't believe it.
I can see that. It all started, like, whenever something like that pops up...
No way.
Yeah, whenever something like that pops up right there, especially from a team that's been so desperate to get out, that just seems like, well, we'll be happy to sit in here and take the guy that everyone loves. Like, everyone thinks is so great. We'll just take him.
But for me, I'd use the bait as Bailey or Reese. I guess they don't know which one to do, though. Because I'm not jumping up for Love. I'm jumping up for Reese.
And that's exactly why I think...
So Arizona can't even pick the right bait.
That's one of the reasons why I think it's going to be Reese that gets picked at 2. Because I think Reese is easier to get people to come up for. Bailey, I think there's just some off-the-field questions with him, some maturity stuff that people are going to be like, all right, is that the guy I want, or do I want to stay back here, and do I want to take somebody else? Is this really worth it? Is this worth the gamble? I think Bailey, if he doesn't go 3, you could see him maybe get to like 5 or 6. And if that happened, then maybe Dallas does call. Maybe Dallas does go up. So that's why it was significant the other day when the report came out that the Jets had canceled their 30 visit with David Bailey, because everybody had assumed, all right, that means you're taking Arvell Reese.
Yeah.
Why else would you just end this? I think that happened... last year, 2 years ago, when whoever was at the top of the draft figured out which quarterback they were taking, so they canceled the visits with the others. They're just like, all right, we know who we got now. So the Jets were having their pre-draft press conference today. The Jets general manager, whose name is Doug Moogie, I think is his name.
Yeah. Tannenbaum.
Yeah. So he was doing the pre-draft press conference, and he got asked about this. Hey, what's the deal with canceling the Bailey visit? Are y'all not going to take him?
I'll say this, with top 30s, every team uses them differently and has different ways of using that mechanism. Some don't even use the top 30s at all, right? I would say for us, when we do top 30s, every single player and case is different. Sometimes I want this player to meet with our player engagement department. Sometimes I want this player to meet with our sports performance. Sometimes it's purely medical. Sometimes it's a recruiting process. Sometimes it's a smoke screen. And in regards to David, we had good touch points with him at the Combine. We went to his pro day, had a good dinner with him, and we were just kind of juggling our 30 and how to use them, and I wouldn't look too much into a cancellation because there was other ones that we may have changed as well.
So use your BS detector. Is that a legitimate excuse, or do you think it's like, yeah, okay, you're just still trying to create illusion around what you're going to do?
Under no circumstance can you convince me that this is the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I have lobbied for teams to try to spend... I don't think you can spend enough time with a draft pick or the coach that you want to hire. I would interview a coach for 5 different sessions at 2 or 3 hours apiece, at least. You're going to marry this person with millions of dollars on the line for at least 5 years. And you're telling me that the dinner at the pro day, like there's nothing else that you can dissect or get out of visiting with that individual? Maybe they were just blown away by the 2 meetings. Maybe they were blown away and they're like, okay, I can leave a 5% opening, I guess, to we want to talk to someone else. We want to talk to someone else and use that visit on them if you feel that great about the couple of visits in Indy and at the Pro Day. So I'll leave open a 5% allowance for the Jets.
I think even if you know you're taking him, there are questions about off-the-field stuff with him. I think if you know you're taking him. The only one
is I haven't read, and I trust you, but I haven't seen anyone else kind of reporting on this.
It's maturity stuff. It's maturity. It's not anything like the
Legal.
Bain thing where he's got a legal case out there. It's more just stuff of like, all right, is he a little bit of a hothead? Is he like always like the most mature individual? And so some people they don't want to mess with that at that level of the draft. So I would think that even if you were comfortable with everything you'd said, if you were about to pick him and make him the number 2 overall pick, you'd still want just like, all right, let me get one last conversation in.
I would meet with him again.
Which says to me that is definitely more likely that they would just say, we're not going to take him, so we're not using that on that. And so I think that's a little bit of BS. I still think they're going to take Arvell Reese, but there's a ton of disagreement from really respected individuals about who the Jets are going to take. So everybody's clearly hearing some different things. And now we got Peter Schrager up here saying that he thinks Caleb Downs gets taken by Kansas City at 9 overall on ESPN. Chop, you think this is
He
smoke?
also said Bain and Delane around for the Cowboys at 12.
Look, I think that, if you were going to take, if you knew that's who you're going to take and you were dead set on it, you don't need to do any other, the whole thing, there's paralysis by analysis. I do think you can, maybe overcomplicate things. That doesn't mean that you don't want the information, but if you're comfortable and you're dead set on him and you're comfortable with the information that you have and you want to basically steal an extra visit, I don't think that's a crazy thing to do.
Chop doesn't believe in interviews anyway.
That's true.
I think that they are they skew too much towards charisma.
So would you, if you were working in an NFL front office, would you not even want to participate in the 30 visits before you drafted somebody?
No, I think you still do them. I'm just saying, like, I think you do, like, you're inherent. I think it's human nature. We can't really control it. It just, if you're charismatic, I'm going to like you in the interview more. If you're not charismatic, I'm going to people thought Amari Cooper, I believe, didn't love football because he was,
chess.
Right, yeah. He was, he wasn't outwardly emotional. Yeah. I think outwardly emotional people look like they care more when I don't think that you can prove that.
Yeah, I still think it's good to use them for the stuff where you have questions about people. Yeah, if you don't want to, like, just, we don't want to swoon over interviewing this player. Like, we're going to interview 30 players that we have no questions about, and we're just going to let ourselves be influenced by personality type. Yeah, that's probably not going to be the most helpful way to do it, but I would guess that I would want to talk to Bailey, or I'd want to talk to Bain about stuff with his, issues, or, I
want to try to get Bailey to slip up again with like a temper or a character question of what would you do here? Did they do all those scenarios with him when they ate dinner? They trying to tick him off and get under his skin and see how he would react in Indy? Maybe they did. I would make sure I checked that box before I took him at 2.
Well, either way, I don't think that David Bailey's going to fall far enough that the Cowboys are going to be able to go trade up and get him. So if David Bailey doesn't fall, I don't think the Cowboys are going to trade up. And WFAA had kind of collected Dallas's history in the Jerry Jones era of making trades and how they generally attack things. And I think it's more important to look at it less so through the lens of the Jerry era and more through the lens of, if you were to look over the last 25, 30 years, who was running the draft? Like, was it Tom Siskowski? Was it Will McClay? That's where you start seeing some different patterns in terms of how they do things. So, for instance, before Will McClay ran the draft in 2008, 2010, and 2012, so every other year for 6 years, the Cowboys traded up. Either they went up with their pick or they traded to pick up an additional pick in the first round. So their 3 consecutive trades were aggressive, moving really aggressive, trying to get after it. Then in 2013, the last draft that was run without Will McClay in charge, they traded back and they dropped way far. They dropped like 15 picks to San Francisco, and all they picked up was a 3rd rounder in exchange for it. And it was like a back end of the 3rd rounder, and then they picked Travis Frederick. So it was killed at the time. It obviously worked out for him. Since Will McClay took over, they've only moved their 1st round pick in any direction twice.
Yeah.
And both times, it was when they looked at it and they said, we're going to get the guy we want. We're just going to create some extra value here. So I think that's clearly how Will McClay looks at it.
Let me factor in something else here that worries me about them. The clock is changing this year, and it's getting shorter. All these possibilities about moving and mocking and going up and value. I just don't give the Cowboys front office. I'm sorry to those of you over there. I know you're going to be mad.
That's fine.
Right now, I don't get, and I hope Will is quick with it in the moment. But I don't get, it doesn't make me feel better and that it's an advantage for them to have less time on the clock in this year's draft with scenarios of all this trade talk. Of having to compute all the information, absorb it, communicate it. Now we go to Jerry, and we got to do the math. I just want to point that out before
Too many
this.
cooks?
I don't know whether too many cooks, too many confusion, processing it. 8 minutes. We're going down to 8 minutes for a draft in which you have 2 picks, and people are talking about you moving. That doesn't sound like an advantage to me to have 2 picks for that.
I think if Bailey were to go at 3, or Bailey goes in the top,
get on that war
4.
room cam this year for the draft coverage with our guys Thursday. You think there's been some scrambling before. Pay attention to who's in that room, the position coach is in there, and how they scurry them in and out quickly for this clock adjustment.
I think if Bailey and Reese are gone in the top 5, which they should be, but if Bailey and Reese are gone in the top 5, they're not moving that 12th pick. They won't go back. They won't go up. I think they're just staying. So I think that'll give them just sort of a spot to just, all right, we're settled in, we're picking here, and we know that. And so then they'll just be able to look at the board when they get there. 20 is the one where I think they'd like to move back if they could.
Yeah.
Because they look at it as all very similar players behind them. I think they'd want to stay within the first. I don't know that they want to drop out of the first to make that deal.
But I thought you said you thought that a deal with Kansas City would be most likely. So why are you not ruling out, but you're saying they're staying if Bailey and Reese are going top 5. What about Kansas City at 9, Downs, maybe Cleveland 6?
Kansas City at 9 would make the most sense because if they could just swap first rounders, they then get to drop back, they keep their capital, they still pick twice in the first round, and they just shift where they're going. I don't think Kansas City wants to move. I think that's the thing. I think Kansas City
They're
wants
in a good spot.
Kansas City wants to pick at 9. Now, Kansas City may want to come up from 29, but I don't think they want to do it at the expense of. We talk about how thin these margins are. I don't think they want to drop down from Tyson or Fano or whoever would be there for him at 9.
So the history shows
that in the Will McClay era, they don't move other than strategically move back.
All right, Red Zone, more of it, 9:20. After having Ross Tucker and Brad Sham today, we also had Jake Riepma to talk about Stars Game 2. We are even in the Western Conference Series. Let's talk about it after this.
105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Johnston tries to dig it free. Boldy has the puck. Centering pass. Loose. The net empty at the other end. A rolling puck towards it. And it's in! It curled in! For the insurance goal for Dallas.
Final hour, truly a fist pump time here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on and leave it on. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. I see Aiden getting it in the hallway. Yeah. We got Alec Medford as well. Pepe running the Odyssey app, Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube, which is back in action after being broken yesterday. The Dallas Stars at the AAC get the 4-2 win. The speed in the first period was incredible. The pace of the game, the physicality, you see it with the penalty minutes, and the Stars used some good fortune to not be down 3-0 or 3-1 after one. Jake Ottinger, the man.
He was awesome. He was awesome with this one, and he deserves all the credit for that because there were times where Minnesota looked like they were getting really, really clean looks at things, and they were.
He had at least 3 highlight reel saves.
Yeah, he did.
He had an insane glove save. Then there was another one on the breakaway that could have made it 3-1. He had the big save where the AAC erupted, and right after that, Wyatt scored off the carom. So the crowd got up on their feet, and some good luck off the back of their goaltender.
Those are huge momentum swings, and then shortly after that, Minnesota scores, but then shortly after that, Blackwell knocks out Trennan, and that was just a series. If they go on to win this, that's going to be the point. There'll be 2 points. You look at the Otter save, and then you look at that hit as a series-changing type hit. And this thing got chippy, and I expect the rest of the series to be very chippy because now you're still going to start to get into there's injuries on both teams, but every game this thing goes, maybe Rope comes a little bit closer to getting back to full strength, ready to go.
I've been going down a rabbit hole of chimpanzee documentaries.
Oh,
Chimp Empire on Netflix.
They'll eat your face.
I mean, every moment I can, they go and eat monkeys. They go up top, get monkeys, and split them open and just eat them raw.
Yeah, and they will do it as they'll sometimes. Those chimps are they'll do stuff to send messages and crap like that.
And that's where I was going.
It's insane.
So they're talking about the gangs in the jungle and the messages that are sent and how everyone is watching the alpha. The alpha can never show weakness, and the alpha's got to randomly just get up from the middle of his nap and break branches and run through crap just to be like, I'm still the crazy one up in here. I'm still the man.
Yeah.
And when he's limping or weakened, some of the other males in the group, they're like, this is my opportunity. Yeah. I'm going to become the alpha. So they can't show any weakness. And that's what I was thinking of when Trennan was hit and bloodied down on the ice. They go to a zoom in of the Wild coach, and I just think it sends a message to everyone okay, the number one hitter in the league, the guy who had 13 hits in game 1, Blackwell knocked his ass out, and he's bloodied, and he's got to be helped off the ice. And that's got to be. That's a chimp-type impact.
Yeah,
for the Dallas.
Air was touched there.
Yeah,
it's
it's punching the biggest badass right in the face.
It really is.
The Debo review video that the Rams did.
It's it was. We've seen hits. There's hits in hockey lore that go on forever.
I don't know if this goes in hockey.
No, it won't. It won't. But in this era. Today's NHL, where they don't hit on open ice the way they used to. That was a vicious hit.
And Bob, I should have taken your Raider type guarantee. I did bet it.
Okay, good.
I bet about $65.
Well,
and I won on underdog, so I feel good about that. But Bobby said he's got a Raider type feeling, and I'm trying to catch naps in between the intermissions, and I'm sitting there falling asleep, and boom, Robo with the insurance cashed in on Stars Game 2.
Don't ever doubt the hockey hamster. I read a lot of Money Puck, and I got a handle on it. I will say this was such a badass performance from Otter. especially in that first period, keeping them alive. And
to do that after game one,
yeah,
when you know there's the whispers, and not even the whispers, the tweets, the yells, the screams in the crowd.
Which maybe that's the exact difference between what we've talked about before, of like the DeBoer way of handling it in that final game. Now, obviously, that was the final game, so I mean they were kind of in a hole and screwed there at that point. But Gulletson coming out after game one, and when he gets asked about it, he goes like unequivocally like 0% on the goaltender today. 0%. This is 5-on-5 bad hockey that we played, and like that's our biggest problem right now. And there were still some of those issues. It felt like not as I don't want to say it was like totally egregious, but in that first period, like the Wild were outplaying you, and Otter just bailed your ass out with some ridiculous saves.
I mean, and that's what a goalie's got to do. You know, there's going to be games where the goalie is completely off, or the defense is completely off, and they got to save each other. You know, there's going to be games like this, and this was one of those games where, you know, the defense wasn't spectacular. You know, Minnesota got some shots, and Otter really kept them in this game and gave them a chance to win.
I think of the conversation we had with Dalton Schultz at Super Bowl.
Oh, I was there.
Where when he was talking about Dak and like the leadership stuff or whatever, and he said, you know, he's like, you have no idea until you're in that position what it means to somebody when they tell you when you're going through self-doubt or whatever else, where they'll tell you like, I believe in you, ball's coming, we're leaning on you, we're doing this. That's got to have a similar impact. Even if you're somebody like Otter, like at the top of the league in terms of like highest paid goalies and being one of the better goalies in the NHL, it probably means something in that instance to get the vote of confidence of like, look, not on you, we're going to trust you all the same.
Game 3 tomorrow night in Minnesota. NFL Draft Thursday.
Real quick, one more thing on this. Minnesota had 3 guys. 2 of them had time on ice of over 24 minutes, which is Boldy and Kaprizov. Nobody on the Stars had more than 19. And as this thing goes further and further, you know, if Kaprizov, and he was gassed on the ice a couple of times, if it goes that far and the Stars are just fresher, I mean, that might play a role as we get into games, 5, 6, and 7.
We go football the rest of the way on your official home of the Cowboys here on Sean and RJ, along with insider Bobby Bell. I think G-Bag said that Mansour Delane was the favorite in Vegas to get picked by the boys, or the betting favorite. Bet Online sent me the position favorite. First drafted position will be what?
Defense.
It is defense. What position?
I read your email.
Okay.
He should guess.
He said corner.
I'll say corner.
No.
Wrong.
Defensive line / edge is plus 175. Linebackers plus 225. That's a lot to put on one guy. Corner 4-1.
The edge thing is, I know you guys have said before, Vegas is not great about projecting certain things. Maybe this is one of them.
Yeah.
Going edge as their first pick, there's not like an obvious blinking light that's going to be there for them at 12. So I think that's interesting that would be the heavy favorite for them.
So, God, I have so much draft stuff. I don't know which way to go. It's like paralysis by analysis. Bobby, I want you to give us the truth about someone named Daniel Kelly.
Oh, God.
First round mock.
Who is he?
Who is he, or who does he say he is?
Yeah, nobody knows who he is. We think we know who he is, but he claims to be like a former Jets scout and was in the NFL for forever. I'll tell you this. He looks unlike anyone you've ever seen who works in the NFL. Just like in terms of he's got like these like gauges in his ears or whatever. He's like done gauges. He's got like full body tattoos. He's a wild looking dude, and he has had some historically just insane takes. I can't remember but I mean over the past years, like for instance, this wasn't one, but he has said stuff like, I've got Trevor Lawrence in the 7th round. And and he just makes these real clickbait videos. And no one, I don't think, has ever been able to verify that he actually worked for an NFL team.
No, they haven't been able to, as far as I know. The one I remember the most is that he did say he had May over Jaden and Caleb.
Okay.
All right. That's the only one. I only remember that because we were like,
I think he trashed Shador.
Yes, he did. But, yeah, I don't remember many of them because some of them, it's like, you don't really pay attention all that much.
Okay, so Adam Schefter mentioning Sonny Styles yesterday. Todd McShay and Rich Eisen saying, we thought it was Styles to the Giants. Now we're thinking more Downs to the Giants, like Choppy's Portland guy said.
Right, yeah, Manchester United. He's a Manchester United guy.
So coming off the Brian Broaddus, Sonny Styles replay from G-Bag, I grabbed Daniel Kelly, who says he's a former Jet scout. They put him on our sister station in D.C. They put him on the Fan with the Sports Junkies, and this is what Daniel Kelly said about Sonny Styles, possible Cowboy.
Give us your read on Styles, because I hear you're not as high on him as others.
I'm not. I couldn't get into Sonny Styles' film. I evaluate every game he's played in the last 2 seasons, 30 games. I mean, hopefully if anyone's listening at the Commander's headquarters, please stay away from selecting this guy because I feel that he's going to be a bust in the 2026 NFL draft. He's one of these guys that has, the raw athletic traits, the combine traits, but on film he looks like an athlete who's trying to learn to play linebacker. That's not a good look. I mean, he's awful versus the run. He looks awful blitzing. He tends to be an after-the-fact damage control pass defender, meaning he makes the tackle after the catch, doesn't use his hands well, zero pass rush move shown. And really from the neck up, that's the saying of scouting. The game is won or lost from the neck up. I feel he was an underachiever who lacks fight, has questionable instincts, lacks motivation. Sure, can he run around and make plays if he's left unblocked? Yes, he can, but who can't? He just was not a difference maker on his game film, and that's what he put on his film. I just wrote it down.
So, boy, bust. He said that so aggressively. Like that seems like a really provocative word for him. I just went and looked at his YouTube account.
He did put his business card on his website.
And some of these are correct. That's not the point.
Oh, his Jets business card?
His Jets business card and his phone number and everything put on his website.
The point is not that some of these are right. The point is this is what he says. Trevor, these are the titles of his videos on YouTube over the years. Trevor Lawrence is a bust, all caps. Jordan Davis is a bust waiting to happen in the NFL. Ex-Jet scout says Zach Wilson will be a bust. Chris Olave will be a bust, should not be a first-round pick. Kyle Hamilton will be a bust, should not be picked in the first 2 rounds. Tyler Smith will be a bust. This is what he does. And I have no idea why it takes the most, basic level of research.
Above the junkies.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know who's not Googling. I don't know who doesn't have Google in DC, but somebody apparently over there.
It looked like he was a regular on that show. That they bring him on more. This is not a one and done.
Oh no, not everything's negative. One of his highest rated videos, N'Kobe Dean is the next Ray Lewis, was the title of one of his videos. So there you go.
All right, there it is. So that is your latest look at the NFL draft. The possibility. So Broaddus would agree though with him on Styles.
I mean, I think Broaddus would have him even further down. I don't think that Broaddus thinks that he should play football. He wasn't qualified for Ohio State.
He's not a bust. He's not even a player.
Caleb Downs has been my number one scenario to lead and quarterback and organize this Cowboys defense. The latest on what's being said, that's making me feel okay if they don't get Caleb. The very latest Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys, next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Oh, man. Before yesterday, this news would have probably absolutely devastated me. But I think I can come to some grips with it because of the very latest that's happening around the NFL draft. Of course, Patch of the Draft brought to you by Pluckers. Best draft coverage in town, period, on Thursday with Bobby Broadus, Wolchuk, and others inside the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco. Tomorrow, Cowboys pre-draft presser. Wolchuk in studio for a couple of hours. Mike Mayock at 8 o'clock. We're also going to have Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on Thursday. David Pollack, formerly of ESPN as well. The Red Zone is brought to you by Just Love Coffee. The great Alec Medford sending me the news that Mike Tomlin is headed to Football Night in America, NBC, to go work with JGZ and Florio. So Mike Tomlin, TV job, NBC, to replace Dungy.
All right. Replacing the Steeler with the Steeler.
What kind of energy do we think he's bringing? Like, is he going to be kind of the jackass he was as a coach, or do you think he's going to like do the Belichick where all of a sudden he got on TV and he's like, yeah, guys, let me do some film cut-ups for you?
I think he'll be good. He's very blunt.
Yeah.
I think he'll get right to the point. I think he'll have perfect television time delivery.
Absolutely more energy than Dungy.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. Now, Tony was good in his own right. You know, he was the statesman, the elder statesman. He was they had a lot of adults in that room, though. I mean, Jason's an adult too. But this would be interesting now because now you have two coaches again on there.
And I think he'll cut loose more because, according to Glazer and others, he's done. So if you're done, you can cut loose versus trying to kiss everyone's ass like Sean Payton would do.
Will that be your tell if he's really done? Like, does he come in there and cut loose?
Yeah.
I wonder. That may be a decent gauge because you're right. Peyton did soften it a little bit. Belichick was a little like, "Hey, everybody, how you doing?"
Yeah, fake.
Yeah,
fraud that he is. All right, Bobby. Caleb Downs of the Giants is picking up steam.
It is. It's starting. You're starting to hear more and more that Downs will be one of the Giants' picks. Now, if they were to wait until 10, Peter Schrager
Your Michigan guy was dead on saying they like Downs. This was at the Combine. They like Downs over Styles.
Yep, absolutely.
Peter Schrager was on ESPN earlier and said, 9, Kansas City, Caleb Downs, watch it. Which they did lose a ton of guys in the secondary, including they lost their entire starting secondary. So that would seem to make some sense. But if that's the case, then you would think the Giants would then want to take Downs. If they were really set on him, you would take him at 5, which is some of the chatter that's out there. Connor Hughes has said that from SNY, said that he was told by somebody, a coach in the top 5, said they're going Downs.
Cut him off.
Okay, yeah, cut him off, which... A coach in the top 5, that's narrowing it down very, very... I would try to say a coach in the top 10 or something.
You said a head coach.
Yeah, because that tattles a little bit, it sounds. I would guess that means Aaron Glenn, since it's New York.
The caveat, Jeremiah Love is believed to still be the player the Giants want the most. He's likely the pick if he finds his way to 5. That just seems unlikely. Dang, come on, let's get Love to 5.
It's
Arizona's bluffing at 3. I'll eliminate that. Tennessee, come on, Robert. You really, Mr. Defensive Guy, going to go get a running back? Get yourself some Sonny Styles or a defensive player.
It's funny because 2 weeks ago it felt like the guy out of these 3 we've talked about, Mansour Delane, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs. It felt like the guy who definitely was not getting to you would be Styles. Like, you would have to go get him.
Yeah.
And it felt like the guy who maybe had the best chance to get you was Downs. And now we're getting here week of, and you got to wonder what's smoke, because now it feels like the guy who's definitely not getting to you is Downs, and maybe Styles could. Because that's...
Yep.
I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they're saying, I'm just having a hard time finding where he goes before Dallas if the Giants don't take him.
Styles?
Talking about Styles.
Washington and Tennessee.
So Washington, apparently Tennessee is really high on Jeremiah Love, and then Washington's big focus apparently has been Carnell Tate. And so, assuming both those guys will be there for him, that would be the priority.
So then at 10, you think Giants either Jordan Tyson or lineman?
Yeah, I would guess they go some sort of offensive player there. So Fano, Maui Noa, depending on if he slides or not. There's been some buzz about Caden Proctor going in the top 10. The Harbaugh teams generally were really big offensive lines. Proctor's a big guy. So that could be part of it. Or, yeah, they go Tyson, maybe they go Lemon, maybe they go Omar Cooper.
This is Peter Schrager this morning, NFL Insider on ESPN.
2 for 1, centered around teams that have 2 picks in the first round. Let's start with Dallas. The Cowboys are at 12-20. What should we be expecting from Jerry Jones's team?
Greeny, it's a numbers game. They need a defensive player. You're looking at Mansour Delane right here. This is the top corner in the draft and potentially the only corner that will go in the first round on Thursday. Ruben Bain is another player. There's only a few pass rushers with a first-round grade. And you could also talk about Caleb Downs. These are 3 guys the Cowboys might have to trade up from 12 into the top 10 to ensure that they get at least one of these blue-chip players in a draft that is very strange but not loaded with defensive talent.
You know, I'm feeling comfortable that Bain, Styles, or Delane will be there. And if you told me 3 months ago you can leave 12 with one of them, I'd be feeling good about it.
Yeah,
I don't love Sonny Styles like others. I'm more in the Broadus camp, but
not the Daniel Kelly camp.
Not the Daniel Kelly camp. But if you're telling me, that Louis Riddick clip got me hype, man, about the imposing figure, the leadership, running a business, a guy that's the computer out there to organize everything. That's what I was most excited about with Downs. It was his intelligence on the back end. You get the same thing with Styles in the middle, and the screaming need you have at the position. I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling positive.
I still don't know if they, though. One of the things I just don't feel great about and don't have a great answer is I don't know if they would take Bain. I just don't know. I think that I think he would definitely, if they would take him, I think he'd definitely be below Delane. He'd definitely be below Styles. He'd be below Caleb Downs. So I think that they would get to a point, because I think the arm length is a concern for them, but I don't know if they got on the clock and they were wiped if some people just started going like, hey, let's revisit this because this is a unique circumstance now. Let's talk about this, and that may be compelling. So I don't know. I get the sense that there's a shot they might. I think if they had other players on the board, they would take somebody other than Bain.
If you told me that they could get Bain at 12 and not move,
yeah,
or they can spend money to go up, or spend assets to go up and to get Styles or Downs, I'd probably just rather stay at 12 and take Bain.
Yeah, well, how far up are we going?
I mean, you might have to go to 6.
Yeah.
You might have to go to 9. What are you going to give up? Like, I want to walk away with this with 2 first-round picks, and if I could stay at 12 and take Bain, and then take some combination of Thieneman or Hood. Or is whoever Cease, whatever his name is, then fine.
Let me make you feel better about losing Caleb Downs to the Giants at 5 or Kansas City above you. There's a lot of people now hyping up other safeties to get them even or even past Caleb Downs as a prospect. Here's Schefter. Arizona corner Traden Stukes. Dane Brugler is the first one to really put his name in the Cowboys spotlight in a second-round mock. Stukes seems to be climbing on some draft boards. I think Corey Major said, here you go with your usage of Darren Woodson if you get him. He's been busy traveling in recent weeks with 11 top 30 visits, including the Pittsburgh on Wednesday, Kansas City, and Seattle. Stukes had 4 interceptions last year, ran a 4.3 40 at the Combine. Teams say they think he can play both safety positions, nickel corner, and outside corner. CP versatility. One GM called Stukes, quote, one of the best safeties I've seen in my time as a GM, and added he would draft him ahead of Downs. Quote, this guy makes freaky plays that I have not seen other safeties make. It would not be a shock to see Stukes sneak into round 1. Bruce Feldman on the safeties, who talks to a lot of people. It's a really good class, said DB Coach 1. I liked the class last year, was not a fan of the year before. This is a unique class. I think there are 3 or 4 day one starters. I know everyone's talking about Downs, and I think he's in that, but the kid from Toledo, that is McNeil Warren, who I believe Chiafalo loves, is a freak with some serious upside. He's raw. I love Thieneman. He's unreal. I think Stooks is highly underrated. He can play man. He can hold a point. He's big and long. Super smart. I think they're all day one starters. I think those 4 are going to be game changers. Then there's Bud Clark and Halsey, who are really good players. So there's a lot of other people, Bobby, trying to say, hey, I have Thieneman higher. Stooks is going to be the absolute star from this, so it's making me feel a little bit better. I'm trying to, what's one of the stages of grief where you have to...
bargaining?
I'm bargaining.
Yeah.
I'm bargaining with myself over Downs to the G-men.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is a good safety class, and there's some good hybrid nickel safeties. We read that Ted Wynn article last week, and yeah, dude, a bunch of them just got named there. There's a ton of guys who can fill that role for you. I think the difference is that you can talk about all those different traits and things like that. The thing that makes Caleb Downs rare is that stuff we've talked about, which is it's his brain. It's what's between the ears. Like, he's so unique the way he sees the game and the way he processes. And yeah, like, Stooks is a really impressive defensive back, and he's like the most versatile out of all defensive backs probably, because yeah, he can play both safety positions. He can play some nickel. He can play some outside. He's 25. And he's had knee injuries. And so there's already questions that exist there. I think that McNeil Warren's a good player from Toledo. I wonder about him in coverage. I think Dallas, like, for instance, if they ended up with McNeil Warren, I think they would feel comfortable with him doing some coverage stuff and playing some nickel stuff. I hadn't seen him that way, but I think Dallas would. And Thieneman, another guy. I think Thieneman's going to go before Dallas picks at 20, though.
Before 20?
Yeah.
DB Coach 2 said it's the best safety class since he's been in the NFL. Both DB coaches, from Bruce Feldman, see Thieneman, 4.35 40, 41.5 vertical, as a prospect on the level of Downs. I would take Thieneman over Downs, said DB Coach 2. Thieneman is one of the more versatile safeties I've seen come out in the last few years. I feel good about him in the deep part of the field, about him and around the box, about him in coverage, especially from a safety standpoint. I love the movement skills from him at the combine. He looked really fluid and loose. There's a lot to like with him. DB Coach 1 said it wouldn't surprise him if some team took Thieneman ahead of Downs because he thinks he's that good. Quote, I think Dylan Thieneman is pretty special. He's ready right now. I think he's the best tackler I've seen in years. But he's also got the speed and flexibility to turn and run. I think he has first and second level instincts and can fit runs like a linebacker. He can run like the wind on the back end as well. And then a personnel director said, nah, Downs is the best of this group. He's a 3-level player. He's just not that long. Speed is good but not elite. He's a mix between Buddha and Minka. I think he's worthy of being a top 10 pick. He can play nickel, play strong, and blitz. So a lot of hype on this safety class, which should be good for us.
Obviously, it's projection, and it's similar to a lot of the questions teams have. But Thieneman, I think for some people, the question about him is just his build. Like, if he's going to be too thin to consistently stand up against some of the, like, physicality. Like, Downs is shorter, but Downs is kind of stocky. Like, he looks like a thick player. Thieneman's a little thinner, and so if he's going to be playing safety a lot and just coming in there like bat out of hell, like running into blockers and stuff like that, there's some question about him holding up, I think.
All right, all the very latest, along with Brandon Aubrey. Calls him Bobby to pop the champagne yesterday, getting $7 million a season to stay for, what, 5 more years? 5 more years as your Dallas Cowboys kicker.
It's going to be awesome.
$7 million a year and 20 guaranteed. Brandon Butter sticking around. DFW. All right, what are we getting from Medford?
Billy Donovan out. Well, he resigned as Bulls coach. Carolina couldn't wait 2 weeks.
Ooh.
Could wait 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And they're kicking players off the team because they're bow-legged.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC masterpiece next.
After we get you over to Trust and...
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Guides to Johnston, fires off the inboards. Score! On the tear him! Blackwell was net side, but Johnston gets the goal. The early lead to Dallas.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece after that. Great feeling late last night on ESPN. The Stars evening up the series with the Wild with a 4-2 victory. Good morning, fellas. Corey, what is coming up?
Puck around and find out right out of the gate, gentlemen. We discuss everything from last night's game at 10. Mickey Spagnola joins us at 10:20. Looks like John Machota with us at 1:20 today. And guys, from the new American Gladiator series, sportscaster Chris Rose and American Gladiator Steel join us at 12:40.
Wow.
Otherwise known as Mr. Pectacular.
That's what he's known as, Mr. Pectacular?
Yeah, that's his wrestling name.
But in American Gladiator,
I want to see this new Gladiator. I mean, the old show is amazing.
Are they 6th right now on Amazon?
Oh, I didn't check this morning.
Okay.
I want to call a little audible and ask Reddit and get to a Tolo text message that Bobby saw that I think fits this crosstalk.
Yeah, so we had a text from the 850 earlier, and they said, funny question, is there a masculine or unmasculine way of getting in and out of your car? Just want to hear your guys' thoughts.
Oh, I think putting both feet on the ground, turning your legs.
Knees together.
English style riding, right? Putting both feet on the ground and then standing up. It's a 1 foot out. Go.
Yeah,
which is not good for like balance, like
You're right.
true balance in life.
But if you do it aggressively too, and you kind of man spread when you do it, I feel like that's a masculine way to do it.
I don't know. I don't know that there's a lot of like varied options. Like I feel like when you're getting in and out of a car, usually whatever's related to, like, for instance, I got like the sciatic thing with my leg. So like there's a specific way that like when I'm putting my leg in the car, like it's got to go in a certain way and then kind of like lean into it. Maybe the way you're taking the legs out as you get up. Yeah, that might be a factor where you could have some of that. But otherwise, you're just trying to literally pull yourself up or
you climbed out of the window.
Drop in.
Yeah, back injury definitely changes everything because whenever you're dealing with that, especially if you're like in a Toyota Scion, you got to sit down in that little thing. But now that I got the truck, guys, I just basically just lodge myself in.
The unmasculine way to get out of the car is to get out of the passenger seat.
That's right.
That's the unmasculine way.
Do you feel
like such cavemen? I love when someone drive me around.
When the step. Do you use
Miss Daisy over here?
I installed the step for the kids.
Yeah,
I put that on the truck for the kids and Adrian because she's short. I'm a tall man, so I just get right into the truck. But I never, because whenever I use it, then I'm taller than the truck.
You're super high.
Yeah, and I don't need that.
Do any of you sit in a regular chair sofa with your legs crossed over each other?
Sometimes to stretch my back out, like the lower back area. Cross that over and you get a nice glute stretch right there.
If I have the recliner like laid back, I will sometimes cross ankles, but not like the full leg.
Why are you shaking your head so strongly?
I mean,
it's not alpha behavior, right?
No, I feel like that
smashing
is.
your boys together.
I don't. It's. I can't. It's the MAGA hat of the left. Okay, that's what it is.
What? I've never heard that.
Wrong.
I expand on it.
Yeah,
no, I think that's what I said. That's why
I've never thought about this. Yeah, I probably.
Chiafalo does it. I got a big problem with that.
You?
I probably crossed the ankle.
Chiafalo will sit legs like this.
Oh yeah. That's a big flaw at his part. Big flaw. Big flaw at his part.
I do it. I'll do it sometimes.
Yeah, it's not typically. I mean,
if you sit just like this all the time, this can get really uncomfortable.
Oh, so for me, it's actually
rips your knee.
The right hip, the ankle.
Again,
you sit back like this. I think it shows some security.
It's definitely a more sophisticated, educated look. It definitely is a more educated look. 1,000%. You've never seen somebody cross their legs who's uneducated. It just doesn't happen. They're a massive. They are very.
I would
educated.
really like to see a study on that.
It's a sciatic thing again for me. Yeah. If I do the foot up on what's that stretch called, Chop, where you put the ankle up on the knee and then they stretch you back to get the sciatic thing. It's called like a pleoformis stretch or something.
Sure.
Whatever that is. Sure. That it naturally will do that. So my leg will like kill me if I don't sit like that.
All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, first one here for Corey Majors. Corey, what's a negative experience you had that you're still grateful for?
It was Barry Horn wrote a story.
What? Barry Horn.
And
I could have guessed a million things. I would not have guessed that was going to be the first words out of your mouth.
And he's
better than Gil Lebreton.
And he said he was kind of noting the new lineup, and it was when we got moved to nights, and he said Gavin Spittle probably could have hired some heavier hitters for this.
No,
but we'll see. And
I bet Corey didn't sit on that forever.
We highlighted that, highlighted the newspaper, cut it out, pinned it on the wall. Somebody took it off the wall, pinned it on the wall, and every time we left the studio, I would read through that just to be like, all right, we'll show you. And we have. Here we are.
Hagee?
Finding out that my fiance was sleeping with somebody else 3 months before our wedding.
Whoa!
Yeah.
How did you find out?
So,
At the time, I didn't love that.
And you made fun of me for getting left at the altar.
Were you suspicious before finding out?
No, and I think that changed like my trust level.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I started to investigate after we got late charged from our daycare for Brandon being picked up 3 days late, and I was like, hold on.
What?
I'm never late. I need to investigate this. And then I asked the daycare.
You're not telling me this man picked up your son.
No.
Oh.
She did from like whatever.
But she was busy,
yeah,
so she wasn't there on time.
Busy, so she wasn't there on time. And so, yeah, I asked the daycare what the dates were, and I backtracked and figured out what dates those were. And I was like, well, that's when she would have picked him up. That's really odd. What's the story?
Yeah.
And then I investigated and found out.
Oh, man.
That kind of sucked. But in the long run, it was a good thing because
you met me.
Kind of Bravo Liberty.
Right. Yeah.
And I helped you trust again.
Much better, smarter, more attractive person.
Sean Chop.
Go ahead. DUI for me. I always
what
say
year
that.
was that?
I was still in Maryland.
It was ladies' night at that bar.
Yeah, that
you were
bar.
hosted. What was it called again?
No, otherwise, man, because you feel invincible. Everyone thinks they're the best drunk driver. Everyone.
Yeah.
Especially stupid, ignorant men. And no. And I also, there wasn't any ride shares back then or really taxis. Kind of an excuse. But otherwise, I would have just kept going along until something worse happened. I still think I should not have gotten pulled over, though, because it was one of the
Really felt like a moment that we were all having together.
No, you know those side streets where all the cars are parked and you have to venture into the middle a little bit?
For sure.
You can't stay regular.
No, absolutely
So I had to go a little bit towards the middle, and they pulled me over for crossing. I was on the yellow line.
Yeah.
And I was like, what do you want me to do? Well, I was sucking the pennies.
Did you really say that? Were you like, what did you do?
Pennies.
This is America. This is America. But it ended up being the best thing because y'all know I have Uber and Lyft charges through the roof for a reason.
Yeah. The end of game night with Choppy and Grego. The end of that. If that show never ended, I wouldn't have.
It was called Game Night?
Yeah. I wouldn't have taken
tweaked
this.
it a little bit.
I wouldn't have taken this.
Tweaked.
Oh, it would have been Matt Berry in here.
So, yeah, and that worked out well. So I would not have been here with you. Because the fan was thought of as, it was never going to last. It was very unstable.
Used to be called 105.3 The Fail.
Yeah, everybody
They hired the night show.
Yeah. Everybody feels like you're
they're
crazy for
done.
going over there. You're going to be crawling back here in about 6 months. That place goes out of business.
What do they think
And I
now,
was like,
ESPN?
now they're all gone.
Why did the game night end?
Well, a lot of
I
reasons.
gotta guess.
Grego had he had a moment on the air with us, and then it was me and Wally Lynn for a while. And then at the same time, I think they were trying to find an excuse to move on from Michael Irvin and Kevin Kiley. So they brought Ben and Skin in, and then they did the nights for a while. And then after they took over for Irvin, I went back to the nights. I was doing that with Joe Trahan.
Oh,
yes.
White or black?
Oh my
Black
God.
Joe Trahan.
Black Joe Trahan.
I had no idea you hosted with him at any point.
It was it was.
I love Joe.
ESPN. It was the longest
voice.
show name ever. ESPNDallas.com tonight with Joe Trahan. That was the name of it.
Oh, you think they were trying to push the website?
I think they were trying to push
Was
the
that back
website.
when Mosley?
Mosley had moved on to Galloway. He'd stabbed Fitzsimmons in the back and took his job. And Ashridge was right around the corner.
That was right around the time I came to intern there.
Yeah.
And I remember being there that night, and they were like, "What do you want to do, Chop?" And Chop was just like, "I just want my own show. I just want a show that I can go do every day." And here you are.
Can you tell us anything about what the moment was with Grego, or is that not?
Oh God, it was. I'll tell you right now, it was. We were watching Atlanta, and let's see, it was Atlanta and I want to say Orlando in a playoff game, and Grego had mixed up his medicine that day.
Okay,
and he couldn't speak. And he used to bring the show in, and he'd be like, he says Atlantic leads. He was getting the time wrong, and
I think there was audio of this.
There was. Well, I can't find it. It's in an email account. He said some words that made no sense.
Oh,
he was like,
no.
He said capital I pinch 1. I think he was trying to give the phone number out.
Sweet.
And it was just all over the map.
Oh,
and
my
then
goodness.
we couldn't find out that he just had a bad, like he had mixed up. He took the night medicine in the morning, or something like that, right? And that was the end of it.
Holy
15 minutes in,
And then we thought it'd be good to hire him here.
First show I ever did with him, he goes, "I got this," and he said the wrong station name, and he looked at Armin and goes, "Dump that, Corey, you lead." And I was like,
All right. All right. As a wedding guest, what moment made you think this probably won't last? I'll tell you mine. It was when the bride had a black eye and everyone was really weird about it when you would ask. And I didn't know them that well, but I was invited. I was like, there should be, and I would ask people, and they'd be like, yeah. I was like, everyone's acting really weird. This is not going to work out. I think they are still married, though. So I was like,
Did you ever find
8 years
out
ago.
if, like...
No. Like I said, everyone's acting very weird about it. Similar to like the way Choppy's acting about mixing medications.
So you were wrong.
Not buying that story.
It lasted.
No, I'm not. I've learned from others not to buy the story. So.
They were 17 and they had a child on the way. Both of the instances that I remember that I was at those weddings where they were 17 and had a child
Fast
on the
car.
way, ended up
Tracy Chapman
going separate ways.
Can't have children under 20, according to Corey.
Well,
doomed.
They were just
Taking out the whole.
they were given into their sexual
whole half side of my
desires.
family taken out.
Unwedded.
Oh my goodness.
And they're now not together. Well, actually, one of them got back together. It's a weird situation, dude. I
Did
can't
they get
tell it.
married again? Oh, is that a complex story?
Well, yeah. Yeah, they kind of did. They lived together for years afterwards.
Oh.
With the kids.
Kevin, you have one?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Oh, I thought you would. I thought you had all these stories where you're like, that's not going to last.
No, I mean, I do have a win-loss record that I watch at the wedding, and I'm like, that's not going to make it. But I don't always know if there's a specific story behind it, just a gut feeling.
Just wait till June. We'll see one. We'll see.
Oh, damn.
He's not listening.
He's not paying attention.
And you invited him?
Come on. We're back. We're back tomorrow with Zach Wilczuk in studio for hours to preview the draft. Mike Mayock at 8 o'clock, and we'll chop it up for the Hump Day edition. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Up to date on sport? Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line. If you want to get involved in the conversation or the Twitch or the app, let us know.
You know, Kevin, a lot of times people talk about quicksand being something they were afraid of all back in the day. For me, it's amnesia. Because every cartoon I ever watched or every show I ever watched, one season had somebody that got a case of amnesia.
Right.
And they forgot all their friends and they had to go. By the end of the episode, they got their memory back most of the time.
Because they always went through like something that was like what they experienced before, and they're like, wait.
That's right. Yeah. And so I always figured that at some point I would have a case of amnesia. That being said, how would I know?
Oh, yeah. So, Corey, we got to tell you something.
Don't do that.
There was a time.
This is how you really can, like...
You were off the show for a couple months because you did
memento somebody. And
amnesia.
No, that's not true.
I'm sorry that you don't remember that,
it.
much like at the time. You didn't remember.
But yeah, I've always felt like amnesia would
Alec,
be a bigger
you
deal.
That though, right?
I do remember because I did not have amnesia.
Yeah. That's what I would always tell people when I was sober for things, and they'd be like, and then this guy did this, and I was like, no.
That's not how that went.
That's not what happened. I was sober. You were drinking. Even if it wasn't true, I would definitely drop that on them just to mess with people.
Have you ever known anybody that had amnesia? Have you ever?
I don't think so. Just like I don't remember anybody ever being in quicksand. But you're right. That was the thing. You just walked in regular sand, and all of a sudden you were sinking. And if you panicked, you sunk quicker.
Mm-hmm. But I learned from Bear Grylls, if you can find a stick near you, and then you can place it in front of you, then you can kind of pull yourself out because you're trying to create surface area at the hip.
See, I always thought the rate of the quicksand was inconsistent from show to show. There would be some where you'd be like... just sucked right down. And there's other ones where you could have a conversation with somebody, maybe negotiate about how they're going to get you out and what you're going to do for them.
Yeah.
So,
and then there's the ones that you're like, that's clearly water with a little sand on top. How did they fall into this pit? This doesn't make any sense.
And every once in a while, you would fall through the quicksand into another area and be just fine.
Kind of like in Stranger Things.
Oh.
Another world altogether. So,
all right.
amnesia.
Okay, there you go.
Kind of like the Stars had after Game 1.
Oh, at times, because it didn't feel like they had amnesia in the first period. And thank God for Jake Ottinger. Go ahead and give me cut number 1. And let's puck around and find out.
Guides to Johnston. Fires off the inboards. Star on the carom. Blackwell was net side. But Johnston gets the goal. The early lead to Dallas.
From the 682, by the way, thank you. I appreciate this, and I really do want to know. Kevin, I'm doing great out here in Radio Land. Thank you for asking. It's not just a fun way to start the show. I really want to know, like, if you're doing great, if you're struggling, if you're just having a normal day and you don't really have anything to expand on that. All things are totally acceptable, and we want to hear from you. Now, the Stars win last night 4-2. Were you worried at the first intermission? Because I realized it was tied, but man, oh man, did it feel like you were getting worked up and down the ice.
I was a little concerned about the physicality of it and the like matching and meeting that. I can't say I was concerned because I felt or worried at all, though, because I felt like the Stars were doing what they said they wanted to do after the game at Game 1. They kind of said they wanted to play their game still, and they wanted to be involved in that. And it was just an avalanche, if you will.
They play tonight
in the second period on Saturday. It just didn't look right. This one, and somebody said it's time to call Joey Erickson. It's not a bad idea.
Oh yeah,
but
even though he scored all those power play goals.
Okay, different guy, Kevin.
Oh.
But I wasn't worried, because I did feel like the Stars were were prepared for later in the game. So, I wasn't worried early in the game, Kevin.
I will admit I was worried with the exception of those glorious 2.5, 3 minutes when the Stars had the lead, because I still thought they were getting outplayed, but I was like, you know what, but we have the lead, and then it got tied up really quickly. So when we went to intermission, I was worried because I was like, I feel like we've seen 4 periods of hockey where we were not the better team.
I also felt like I was capturing moments that were telling me that our netminder was going to put his cape on. And I felt like for the most part, he did. For the most part in that game.
Especially early.
He looked like, if I have to, I will, guys. Don't worry about it. And that was that later in the game, completely different story. He had 2 moments. The goal was on the whole team. That second goal that they scored, where you were just like, why did the puck sit there for an hour before
after
anybody
he had made an incredible the sprawl save?
And so that goal right there, and then right before that, I believe, was the one where he went to go move the puck, and the net was wide open, and Minnesota just attacked, and I was like, oh no! But that little, other than that, man, I felt like you saw a sharp, quick Otter last night, and so that gave me the confidence that they were going to be in that thing all night long.
I think Alec, and correct me if I'm wrong, I felt like, I guess my biggest concern, though those concerns dissipated as the game went along, I thought the Stars kept playing better and better. I thought it easily could have been 3-1, if not 4-1 Minnesota at the end of the first period, if not for the exploits of Otter.
No, I think you're totally right, and something to be said about a response, man. I think it was Zach Wolchuk who said yesterday, you're going to get an inspired team that they're not accustomed to that. They are. They're accustomed to losing game ones in these playoff series, but they're not accustomed to such an abysmal and slow start. And we were talking about some of the things defensively that we just didn't like, but Otter standing on his head, he seemed like he understood the assignment early on, and it just carried through, allowed the offense to develop in front of him, because if your offense is going to start off slow like it is going to in these first periods here lately, you kind of ask your goaltender to be elite in those moments just to give them time to find their rhythm and find their footing.
Two things. One, the special teams looked like they did a good job matching entry points for the Wild.
I thought the penalty kill looked night and day better.
Completely different, because they said, instead of letting y'all just get into our zone, we're going to stop you earlier on in that. And that was a better point of it. But, Kevin, the other thing that really stood out was the moment from the 9-4-5. The game changed when Blackwell had that hit.
Let's talk about that, but also I think I've solved this problem. I might have amnesia because I don't remember y'all talking about the Angel Reese trade. You do. If you don't remember us talking about the Angel Reese trade, it's because you have amnesia.
That's the only.
It definitely happened. That's
the only way.
That's the best way that I can think of solving that. Now, to the Blackwell hit, and never forget that dude is 5'8".
5'8", bro.
So pretty much. Let's make his day. Pretty much Alec Medford dropping hits on people out there.
Yeah,
and it was at that moment.
Do you have any doubt, Alec, that you could lay a hit like he did on somebody?
Ooh, yeah. Give me a running start, a nice speed skate, if you will.
Yeah.
I absolutely could.
There we go.
I have no doubt
faith too. Yeah.
It was at that moment that it became a playoff series. Because I thought game one was far more pedestrian physicality-wise than I expected. Like, we talked about it. I thought it was
going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, I really thought they might just drop the gloves and beat the crap out of each other to start game one. But it wasn't as physical as I thought. But then you saw that, obviously, later in the game, the smash up against the partition leading to the headlock takeover and double penalties right there. That was freaking incredible from a physicality standpoint. But this is an amazing quote. This is Glenn Gulletson talking about Colin Blackwell. I think he's getting adjusted about 5 times tonight after the game by the chiropractor, but he's made of rock, that guy. That's an awesome quote.
Yeah, that is.
Unless you're watching The Boys and you think about that rock monster, then it might mess you up.
Yeah, also The Pit, where the dude has to save a guy's life by readjusting his spine. But it's different. That hit was, and he even said after the game, he was like, look, man, whenever you get an opportunity for one of those, you take advantage of it. They obviously have some bigger dudes on their side that we got to, we're going up against. I always hate not playing against their best, and I know you don't. You're
That's
like, no,
true.
let's get the easier road.
Yes.
But this is one of those, this is true hatred series. Like, this is a true hatred series. These two teams hate each other. They go back and you're like, hey, game 79, you hurt one of our guys. And just you did this to Zuccarello. It's fine. This is going to be back and forth the entire time. Did it seem like they were taking it easy on Miro last night, or did it seem like they marked him up and said, "Go punish that guy"?
Yes.
And so Miro all night being a little, probably not 100% still. He's out there doing his thing, and Minnesota's out there like, "Hey, we're going to hit you every chance we can." And they were finishing both of them were finishing their checks on either side. So it was the more physical game. But Kevin, I think that's kind of part of it too, and you want to turn it up, the physicality as this thing goes on, more and more and more, and then by game 7, come out there, play one of those fast ones, and run away with it. But last night was as physical as I've seen this series so far. It's 2 games in, and I prepare for even more of that, and it's awesome.
From the 903, played hockey for 14 years, and when that happens in a game, it ignites the team. On the other hand, it ignited the Wild to being dirty for sure. There were some penalties that I thought were pretty legit, and there were other penalties that I was like, it's legit, but seriously, Mikko, you can't be doing that.
Yeah.
Or Miro, honestly.
And Jamie Benn's penalty was unnecessary, but I understand he was trying to establish some physical presence in this too. So
sometimes that might be worth the 2 minutes.
So I got to set the tone, Kevin. You got to set the tone. And so, but you don't want a goal to be the problem that comes from trying to set the tone. And so you're like, okay, was it necessary to be there? But we got to finish hits. We got to be strong in this thing. But the crowd last night, Kevin, give it up for the Stars crowd last night. That was a real home ice advantage with the noise, the sound you were getting every time the Stars hit. Kevin, you just imagine this. You go pummel somebody like that, or put somebody into the boards, and you hear that reaction from that crowd, and then they're crushing during breaks, and it's just like, yes, this is our group right now. So last night, good job, guys.
Yeah.
Good job, Stars fans, last night.
I mean, and you gave them some semblance of something to cheer about. Like, obviously, it was easier to take them out of game 1. You already mentioned it, but I think my number one takeaway, well, probably top 2, is Jake Ottinger looking significantly better. We talked about how much better he is, or how good he is in the playoffs following a loss. His game 1 record is astonishingly bad. 2-8 with a 2.94 goals against average and an .896 save percentage, which is never going to cut it.
I think he gets better, Kevin, as you said regarding Gretzky's quote, when he starts realizing where they want to be.
Yes.
And then he also works with their crew on, all right, here's how we're going to push them away from those places and get them into other places that he can see better.
And there's definitely history over the last several years. I know people get frustrated with him, of Ottinger getting better as the series goes along. And in game 2s, he goes from 2-8 to 6-4, drops that goals against average from 2.94 to 2.18, and that save percentage goes up from 896 to 918, and you will definitely take that. I thought that was a huge thing. And then after, in your last 2 games, that first playoff game and the last regular season game, I believe you'd given up 5 power play goals. So to be able to hold them to 0 for 4, and I know they had some high danger chances early, but I thought the Stars did a much better job handling their spacing, gave Minnesota fewer open spots, which of course leads to more difficult shots, lower possibility of danger chances. I thought the penalty kill, again, night and day. That and Ottinger felt like maybe the 2 biggest things out of this game for me.
Last 2 things, Kevin, real quick here. I did think that everything was going to go south whenever Mitchell lost his stick and had to fight Jason Robertson for Jason Robertson's stick, but then Jason Robertson was like, you're bigger, you can have that.
Sure.
Then he realized that stick is shorter and he can't get quite the reach. Anyway, I thought that moment was going to change it all, but the puck that was steered in by the Lord was pretty special last night.
It wasn't the puck sliding down the ice, because we've seen that. It's that he rolled the entire time
and then curved in.
Yeah, and then the dude from Minnesota's like, that's not going in. But you can see right when he crosses center ice, he's like, oh crap, I think that might go in, and I like that because
and he smashed himself into the board on the other end and made it hurt himself.
Well, and I'm glad it went in, because I can't tell you how much I hate the last 40 seconds of a game when you're winning by 1 and they pull the goalie, and it's almost like a perpetual power play, and you're like, this is the worst! Just hit the puck to the other side!
Can't wait for Wednesday night's game.
Indeed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
Sean and I.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's been a few months, but right now we bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider and probably Dallas Stars insider as well, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. That's why I thought you wanted me on. We were going to talk Stars.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not lying about this. When I said, hey, should we get Mickey on? Kevin goes, oh, he can talk Stars too. Let's get him on at 10:20.
Yeah. And so.
And good timing because I was at the game last night.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I know it didn't end up in a goal, but how much of an all-timer would it have been if Miko would have scored after just bouncing the puck up and around off of his stick?
Yeah. There was a lot of things that happened last night that were like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So my seats are up high, but I'm behind the goal, right? And when Wyatt Johnson went to throw the puck the length of the ice, I'm watching it and I'm going, oh no, it's curving to the right. And then all of a sudden it takes a left turn and goes in. It was amazing.
And did you enjoy seeing the Minnesota, I guess, de facto defender not seeming to think it was going to go in until he was like, oh crap, that is going to go in. I better hustle up.
Chasing it, right?
Yeah.
Well, and when have we started doing this? Now, this has happened twice. The last, or actually, in the last three times they played Minnesota, so the last regular season meeting. You score a goal, and then they try to beat you up.
Yes.
How does that happen?
All
and
night
then
long.
you go into the penalty box.
I'm with you, man. There was a couple of calls yesterday I did not care for, but I think we should probably get used to it because it seems like these two teams really hate each other, and there's going to be a lot more pseudo fights.
I was afraid that last night when I was going home, I go, oh, I don't know if I'm going to have a voice to talk radio tomorrow.
Hey, Mickey, I gave a lot of credit because last night when watching on TV, it just sounded like that room was loud and they were into that game. Was that one of those that you're like, yeah, this is one of those you can mark down as an all-timer crowd helped out?
Yeah, absolutely. The crowd showed up and realized it was a playoff game. I sort of thought, just watching on TV the first game, I don't know if it was the fans or the Stars, but they acted like they were playing game 60.
Mm-hmm,
well, last night they played game 84, and things got ramped up pretty good right from the start before the puck was even dropped.
No, I'm with you, man. And I know we can bounce back and forth here. In about 30 minutes or so, Brandon Aubrey is going to have his conference call. How important was it to get this deal done, and do you like the numbers that they came up with?
Yeah, actually, they pushed it back to 3:30 now.
Oh!
But anyway, it was going to get done. I don't think there was any chance in the world. Look, here's what happens, and everybody forgets this. It takes two to tango, right?
Sure.
The other side's got to want to sign. So it's there was no like, whoa, it happened 3 days after the tender expired, meaning teams could offer him an offer sheet. They were just fishing. They were hoping, they knew that they were going to get $7 million, and they were hoping that somebody might give them an offer sheet that the Cowboys wouldn't match. And then 3 days later, it's over with. We're signing for $7 million, which they could have signed for $7 million back in January if they wanted to, but they were fishing. And when it came to an end, it's like, okay, let's sign and get this done. And get me $8 million signing bonus in the bank today, right?
Yeah, and $20 million guaranteed, which I know that's the way the market's progressed, but just 5 years ago, felt like that would have been pretty jaw-dropping.
Well, and here's the other benefit of getting a long-term deal done, not only does he get what was it, $8.25 million signing bonus in his pocket today, the Cowboys reduced his salary cap charge from the tender, which was what, $5.7 million.
Right.
So this year he's going to charge against the cap $3.4 million. So they saved a couple $1 million on the cap by signing him to a long-term deal, at least for this first year.
And so next up now is the Pickens deal. We're going to get that thing squared away before this draft.
Oh, please.
That's probably up to Pickens.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, hopefully we can get something working here.
He realizes he's got guaranteed $27.3 million, right?
Pocket change.
So the Cowboys certainly would like to reduce that, but they're probably saying, well, if you want to do that, you're going to have to pay me more. And we'll see what happens, but there's no way in the world he's going to pass up $27 million. That's like 4-5 times more than he's made in his first 4 years in the league.
Do you ever think, because I've been curious about this, because I totally understand what you're saying. I've always wondered, especially in more recent years, do you ever think that the players are like, yeah, that's true, but that money will be there for me, and so I can keep negotiating, like hardline negotiating, you know?
Well, I guess you could, but in the end, what's your recourse? You're going to sit out and not play?
Yeah.
And then if you have to play on a 1-year deal, go ask CeeDee Lamb. He wasn't ready to start the season, right?
Yeah.
What if they never got that done, and then you're 5 games into the season and you're going, I'm going to be a free agent possibly next year, and I'm not helping my market value by not playing at the level I'm used to playing at because I didn't do anything in the offseason.
Right. Yeah, no,
There's kind of two sides to that, as Bill Parcells would say, the pancake.
I think that still remains my biggest concern. I have no doubt that something will get worked out, but the sooner the better, because as you just said, we would all love to avoid a slow start to the season for Pickens, much like CeeDee Lamb had.
Well, I think on that one you have to answer the question, was last season's output the outlier,
right,
or is that what you can expect going forward?
Right.
And, part of me's thinking, and I don't know this, that the Cowboys are saying, all right, let me see that again before I invest 5 years in you.
Makes sense.
Because to me, I would love to put Jerry on a lie detector and ask him, did you really want to sign Micah Parsons long term? Did you trust him?
And do you think the answer on your Mickey?
I think maybe there was part of him that said, let's play this through one more year and see how invested he is into this team.
Yeah. Being a part of that leadership group. Yeah. Mickey,
exactly.
Do you have, for let's say it is 12, do you have a top 3 guys that you prefer if you were able to? I know obviously having David Bailey or Arvell Reese is a lot of fun, but in that 12 range, do you have 3 dudes that you're like, those are the 3 that I'd love to be able to choose from?
Well, if I can do what other people do with mock drafts and kind of manipulate it to end up the way I want to end up.
What?
What are you talking about?
I would have Reuben Bain sitting there for me. I would have Sonny Styles sitting there for me. And maybe the corner, Delane, or even Mesidor. I think that guy gets overlooked. I know he's a little bit older than everybody else, but he plays like he's older than everybody else. And I think he gets overlooked at that spot at 12.
Do you think that age is pretty much the only reason that so many people slide him down the board?
Maybe. Because you're thinking, well, if I get a first-round pick that high, I want a second contract. and his second contract will arrive at, what, 29, 30? And then how much are you going to invest in that? But for right now, I'd rather do that than take somebody that I maybe don't have, and I don't know how their board is ranked out, but I would rather do that for now than take somebody lesser and hope they're good in the future.
Now, I know this is a broad question and there's a lot of different ways to answer it, but going into this draft, do you have confidence in the Cowboys' ability to draft well?
Well, if I go on history,
right,
and I did do this, looked it up, when they were drafting between 1 and number 17, they hit on 102 Pro Bowl performances.
Interesting.
So when I looked up every draft pick, I think I saw maybe 6 guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 guys that didn't make Pro Bowlers out of 25 guys. I'm not counting Tyler Booker, right?
Yeah.
Because just 1 year.
Sure.
So of the other 25 guys, only 6 guys did not get into a Pro Bowl, but they ended up being starters. So they ended up with 25 guys, right? And 7 of them in the Hall of Fame, 8 are in the Ring of Honor, and 17 ended up being multiple Pro Bowl players. Okay. So they've done a pretty good job when it's between 1 and 17. And I included 17 because I wanted to get Emmitt Smith and CeeDee Lamb in
Makes
there,
sense.
right?
Oh,
Yeah,
manipulation of the numbers, Mickey. Now, and I think that's all fair, and I think a lot of people are with you. But in this draft, a whole lot of teams have talked about, hey, maybe we'll trade down. And Steven told us last week that brings its own complications to the table. If the Cowboys were to trade down, whether it's at 12 or 20, to pick up some more picks for all the holes in the draft, how do you feel about their ability to draft in the second round? Because I know as of late that has led to some big misses.
Yeah, and some big hits.
Sure.
So
I count
don't know
Diggs
what
as a hit.
Everybody else's percentages are. Look, if I'm trading down, and I could see you trading down at 20, okay? Because a lot of these so-called mock drafts, after 20, the next, 4 picks, 5 picks were positions the Cowboys wouldn't be interested in.
Right.
So if you get to 20 and there's 2 or 3 defensive guys, you're sitting there going, all right, I'm good with any one of those. So if I can go down to 25 and get one of them, especially if I can get a day 2 pick from somebody that wants to move up. Now, I'm not big on using draft capital this year to move up with the 12th pick, because I think it's going to cost you this year and next year, right?
Yeah, and next year looks like a big draft.
I would think at 12 you should be able to pick a very good player. And then when I get to 20, if I can drop down 5 places, and depending what that team wants to move up and get, maybe I can get a second-round pick and get back into the second round. But I'm not big on trading way, way down unless you think you got Travis Frederick at 31.
Now, I know that it probably will just depend on what the board gives you, but could you picture a world, and would you support a world in which the Cowboys were just like, hey, every single player we drafted was a defender?
I would have no argument about that, although I think by time you get to the 4th round or 5th round, I think you've got to take an offensive lineman. You've got to start building for the future. The guy you draft him there, and you got an opportunity to develop somebody. You can't keep using first-round picks for all 5 starting offensive linemen. At some point, you got to develop guys, right? Think about when they were really good in the 90s. The highest pick wasn't until Larry Allen got there. in 94, and he was a second-round pick. The rest of those guys were undrafted free agents and late-round picks that were or third-round pick for Stepnoski. So at some point, you can't keep spending your draft capital on all first 5 offensive linemen, right?
Yeah.
At some point, you got to develop guys. And so I could see them doing that when you get later in the draft. I could see them looking at a tight end at some point. That Schoonmaker's in the last year of his deal, and he would have need to step up to get another one. So yeah, I could see not every pick being defense. And plus, think about what they've done in free agency too. Some of these guys you signed, you probably thought they were going to step in and play play right away. So I think you could be pretty flexible after that third-round pick.
Man, love the Stars knowledge and all the Cowboys and draft insight. Thank you very much for jumping on with us.
Anytime, guys. Just let me know.
Absolutely. Boom. There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Are these managers already on the hot seat? Next on The Fan.
to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
And Horner lifts one out to right center field. Should be deep enough. Taylor is there. Crow Armstrong tags. Here comes the throw. Here comes Crow Armstrong, and the Cubs win the ball game on a sacrifice fly in the bottom of the 10th for Nico Horner, handing the Mets their 11th consecutive loss.
That sadness brought to you, of course, by the Mets, and right now brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for some baseball nuggets. Let's start with the aforementioned Mets. They are terrible. They have lost 11 straight games, and they have the second worst record in all of baseball, ahead of only the Kansas City Royals, who I believe left a franchise high or almost franchise high number of base runners on yesterday, and they continue to struggle despite the fact that they have Bobby Witt Jr., because Bobby Witt Jr. has scored 4 runs this year. So there's that.
Is that his fault?
He is hitting .287 with an on-base percentage of .370. So I would say no.
The Mets' problem is what?
Well, one of their problems is Bo Bichette. So here are Bo Bichette's ranks among qualified hitters early in the season. Batting average, 133rd. On-base percentage, 170th. Slugging percentage, 159th. And OPS, 165th. What is he, the DH for last year's Rangers? Also, he's making $42 million.
Yeah, 3 years, 126. It's a short contract.
Whoops.
You know, like at least it's a short contract.
I mean, that's true.
But they were hoping that in that 3-year window they would be able to build something with him included.
And they still could. It's
with a pretty talented. They have a lot of talent on that roster.
For sure.
Do you think that it's just the what Mike always said? It's the media that just causes the problem?
Not this time. I'm not going to blame the media for this, because this is actually part of a problem across the league. So who do you think are the top 5 spending teams in Major League Baseball?
Well, I mean, the Mets.
The Mets are second.
Dodgers.
Dodgers are first.
They're good, huh?
The Dodgers are very good.
Yankees?
The Yankees are third.
I always feel like they're going to be in that kind of, obviously, Tampa.
There's no way in hell.
Padres?
The Padres are not. It's the Phillies and the Blue Jays.
Makes sense.
So the Dodgers are outstanding so far this season. Yeah, I hope I get to break that news to you. The Yankees have been on a roll as of late, and they have the best record in the American League. Those other 3 teams are awful. The best record among them is 9-13.
Dang.
So, like, 2 of the top 3, or 2 of the top 5, I guess, are really, really good. The other 3 are horrific. They are way below 500. So it is a bizarre combination of spending lots of money makes you really, really good or totally suck. So let's talk about those Dodgers.
They're hitting 226 as a team.
Yeah.
Not the Dodgers.
No,
the Mets.
No, yeah. 226 is like
Marcus
how many?
Simeon's hitting 234.
Hey!
He's got a home run this year.
Hey, good job. So for the Dodgers, they switched something up in their lineup, and guess what? They flipped Max Muncy, and it worked out. They hit 3 home runs last night. For the season, they have 42 home runs in 22 games. That is the most home runs through 22 games in the history of Dodgers baseball.
If you are complaining about the Dodgers,
because I'm jealous.
You're jealous.
I agree.
That's the simple
100%.
fact. Yeah, they lose 2 in a row, and they go, you know what? Let's move some things around and score 12 runs.
No, I don't dispute that whatsoever, but
they've only been shut out once this year. That's good.
That actually is kind of surprising to me. I would have thought it would be 0 times, maybe -1 time.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. That was a spring training game.
Oh, well, there you go. Now that makes more sense. So if we loop back around to the Mets, I wanted to give you something positive before we get back to the suctitude. The Mets with Carlos Mendoza, the Phillies with Rob Thompson, and the Astros, are their managers on the hot seat already? I know it's early, but The Athletic was asking about this because with the Mets, look, we just went over it. They're 7-15. They have the second worst record in baseball. The Phillies, they're 8-14. The Astros are 9-15, and they are in last place of the AL West. It's way early, but do you think we're progressing for those three managers right there to be on the hot seat if they're not already on the hot seat now?
Yeah, I wouldn't particularly say it's like going to happen before the All-Star break.
That would be surprising.
But, I think the Astros are in a season where they're like, look, we're probably, going to need one of these, a different run, a different approach. And so they're probably going to play that one out. The Mets, I have no clue, dude. They go like the wind.
Yeah.
It seems with Cohen, he's just like, I'm spending money. What's not happening?
Right.
So I feel like, yes, all three of them are, and I don't think they'll be able to have a run that'll save it either.
Now, one more quick note about the Dodgers. They did put closer Edwin Diaz on the injured list. He is slated to have elbow surgery for I believe it's some loose chips in his elbow. He's expected to be out until the second half of the season.
Said loose bodies, I believe, is what I saw, Kevin.
I think that means chips.
Yeah, well, probably not like baked Lays or anything.
Yeah, correct.
Probably not little humans either.
If anybody was listening thinking that, I appreciate that clarification.
It's leftover stuff from yesterday, probably.
Now, we'll save Mason Miller for last. Let's go to the NL Central.
Did he get hit off of?
Not even close.
For anybody that didn't see,
that was
Kevin made the. Why would you even ask that ridiculous question?
That was a dismissive no, and when I tell you these numbers, you'll know why.
Yeah, okay. All right.
The NL Central has been incredible this year. Do you know the NL Central has as many teams with a winning record right now as all of the American League?
I did not know that.
The last place team in the NL Central, the Milwaukee Brewers, would have the second best record in all of the AL.
Dang.
That division has been
they're on fire.
Crazy. And normally I would say it's the
Rangers
best.
only played one of them, right?
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
And normally that would be the best story in baseball. However, Mason Miller exists. Consider this. Mason Miller's run continues to be one of the most amazing things, I'm going to say it, in the history of baseball. And if you don't believe me, check this out. He has a 0 ERA now over his last 32 2/3.
Why is it not negative?
I mean, if it could be, it would be. You know how many he struck out in that run? 69. So,
nice.
First of all, very sensual. Also, that means he is striking out more than 2 batters per inning. Also, there's this. In those 32 2/3 innings, he has given up 0 extra base hits. 0.
I think what's interesting, too, Kevin, is Bradley Rodriguez pitched very similar innings to him, has a .73 ERA.
Which is incredible.
But has also given up 9 hits. 10 hits overall this year.
Wow.
But like .73...
That's
as a relief
amazing.
pitcher, he's doing phenomenal stuff. He has 12 strikeouts and 10 appearances. But what Mason, that's the setup, dude. Be ready. Was it the Padres where we got Mike Adams from?
Yes.
In that year, it was Mike Adams and Bell, and it was just kind of this. Okay, which one? This is the setup they have again. How do the Padres keep doing this? Where they have a great closer and some other dude that's amazing as well, and then you're just like, can they be good enough? Nah, not really. But man, that's impressive by Mason Miller. Great setup from him, from Bradley Rodriguez too.
By the way, Mason Miller this year in 11 appearances has 8 saves and has given up 2 walks and 2 hits. That means if Mason Miller appears in the game, he's twice as likely to get a save that somebody is to get on base. He has 69 strikeouts and 29 other outs in this run.
Other out
of any kind. It is mind-boggling. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, important questions with the NFL Draft now just 2 days away. Next on The Fan.
Tolo. by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where it feels like one Corey Majors is always in damage control. Right
he just left like I was still talking and he just left.
Yeah, because the show started again. All right, we have more important questions with the NFL draft just 2 days away. I will start with this. This is a player that we have talked about ad nauseum leading into the draft. Will
you do me a favor, Kevin?
Sure.
In these conversations, go ahead and continue on what you're preparing here, but do me a favor. When you set things up, make sure if it's a hypothetical scenario that you just say, this is a hypothetical situation. We're having some fun here so that the people on the internet know.
Yeah, I just had to run through in my head, don't say dip S, because I was already, like, in my thought process, I was going to say that. Hey,
you're doing great, buddy.
People, if you see a video clip, actually watch the clip. All right? Don't just look at the headline and be like, I am angry.
Do we have the YouTube back, by the way? Is that what's... we are rocking the YouTube, baby. We got it back. That's how good Aiden is.
In your face, copyright God.
Carter could never get it done that quickly.
Oh, man. So, yeah, when we brought up the thing yesterday about trading 12 and 20 to the Giants for 5 and 10, plus your 2027 first-round pick and probably this year's third... It was prefaced with, all right, let's have some fun with it. Here's a hypothetical that I don't think would happen. But, man, some people in the comments, although I think we kind of nailed it because plenty of people are like, why would the Giants do that? And then a bunch of Cowboys fans are like, no, it's too rich for me. And I was like, oh, great, we're pissing people off on both sides.
I would say, Kevin, that is why you need to Tolo.
Yes.
Rather than just watch the clips. But I did have somebody recently tell me, hey, the clips are like one of my favorite things about y'all's station and show is because I can catch up on a lot of things by watching those, and it does drive a lot more people to come check us out.
You know, a few months ago, I talked to my buddy Adam. I guess he goes by A Silver, and he said this really is a highlight show league that we're in, so, you know. But, so, it was one person in particular that I was like, I just have to mute you. You're too stupid to interact with. And then they were like, oh, see, it's that time of year where the football commentators are struggling. Hey, you Nimrod, wouldn't that have been a month ago? How are you struggling for content 2 days before the draft? It took 2 freaking minutes, and our show is 4 hours long. Anyways. Will Caleb Downs be the first top 10 safety drafted since Jamal Adams 9 years ago?
I think so.
I do too.
He's
unfortunate.
Just because he's too talented to pass up on. And I think somebody in one of these war rooms is going to throw that one out there. And that team's going to go, yeah, we'll find a way to make sure the best player's on the field. And if you watch the player, you see it. If you just watch the film of the player and don't look at anything else, like don't go look at measurables and be like, let me talk myself out of this. Just watch the dude. Trust the tape is what I've always been told. Yeah, do that.
Listen to that podcast, too.
Love of the Star.
That's right.
Definitely the one.
So, Alec... Will Caleb Downs be the first safety to go in the top 10 since Jamal Adams?
No, he will not. I still think teams are going to overthink this because you can see the anonymous executives telling these reporters, throw away positional value in this draft. They don't actually believe that.
Right.
They don't. They're just trying to drum up interest. Like we're talking about with the Cardinals. Hey, we could take Jeremiah Love at number 3. No, you don't want to make that pick. And you know it. Yeah. You are lying through your teeth to try to get somebody to move up and give you some extra assets. That's what everybody is doing right now because this draft is so unbelievably odd. It doesn't make sense. It feels like the most unpredictable first round we've had in years because nobody wants to make their picks.
Yeah.
So I think at least 5 teams are going to overthink it whenever it makes sense for him to be drafted by that team. They're going to have the conversation, and they're still going to say, But a guard could help us out. A tackle could help us out a lot. I'm talking about New York here, too. They could be looking, down the barrel of pick number 5, and they could say, well, Maui Noah, he makes a ton of sense here.
Now, Mickey brought this person up earlier. Will Akeem Mesidor slide down the board because of his age?
Yes. And good if he's there for the Cowboys. If Mesidor is there, I have zero problems taking him. You can talk to me about his age and everything. This is one of those where discussing with Stephen Jones, too, about taking older players. And he was like, I'm glad you brought that up. Wow, interesting. Why are you glad? And so then, you think about, we get him for the best 5 years of his career, and then maybe we don't even have to sign him to that next contract. A lot of people think if you get a first-round pick, he needs to be a 10-year player. And I wonder if that's still the thing, or if you're just good at drafting, you can just keep drafting good players and use your draft. But add a player like that to my defense, and I did hear Brad Shams say it this morning, when you're talking about edge rushers, I need a left defensive end.
Yeah.
I need a guy that can stop the run and get to the quarterback also. That's a dude that can do it. Add that to my defense, and then let's figure out some linebackers.
Alec, does Akeem Mesidor slide? And if so, do you have a general idea of range?
I think he does, and I could see... I think in my mock, I had him going in the mid-20s, which I think is not deserved. I think he's a better player than that, and I won't show my hand too much because I think we'll be talking about him a little bit here in the next segment. But... yeah, I do think that 25 years old is going to, it's almost like sticker shock, but with age. People are going to see that and be like, oh, the second contract conversation is going to come up. And by the time he's due, he's going to be in his 30s. And I don't care. I'm not worried about that far down the line. With certain players, I am. Like with Caleb Downs, I'm thinking about, 2 contracts from now. For sure, I'm thinking about that because that's a franchise cornerstone. For a guy like Mesidor, especially in that range that I think he's going to fall from anywhere from like 18 to 25, I could see. I think people are going to be like, well, we're a better team. It might be a playoff team that ends up selecting them. So they're like, we're good now. We care about the next 4 to 5 years, not 10 years from now. So I think it's undeserved.
Who is your number 1 player in this draft? Who do you think is the best player in this draft? Forget the team, forget the need, any of that.
Caleb Downs. I want Sonny Styles a little more for my team.
I got you.
But it's Caleb Downs for me.
Now, Alec, I have a feeling that your answer might be in my face, but let's see. Who is your number 1 player in this draft?
Francis Maui. No, I'm kidding. It's Caleb Downs.
Okay, I thought you might say Arvell Reese, but...
no, it's close. It's really close.
Good, dude.
Honestly... I don't know if it's Kevin's hatred for Arvell Reese, Corey.
That is an overstatement.
And the smear campaign that he has started against his name, or true. I don't know what it is, or maybe just the conversation 2 versus 3. I've watched him a little bit more, and I keep falling in love more and more with his skill set and his wide range of abilities. Yeah.
Okay, and here's something, Kevin, that I did, and I'm not trying to argue with you about this because you watch plenty of college football. You said he just didn't seem to do a lot of things that flashed.
Yes.
And then I also looked at the rest of his team, and I was like, did he need to? And there are a lot of times where he does the right thing. He does the right play. He makes the right play. And there's other times where I'm like, oh, man, how did he get through there? How did he actually do that? I still think he has a lot of room to grow.
No, and
but I saw what you were saying, and then I was like, there's so much talent on that defense. Other people did so many good things. I understand what you're saying, though.
And maybe in other drafts it would be different, but I do think there's a lot of projection, and obviously that's a huge part of the draft. But I think with Arvell Reese in particular, there's a lot of projection for somebody that a lot of people think is the best prospect in the draft and should go lower than 2. I'm like, man,
I see that.
There's a lot.
David Bailey has proven
there.
things that you see on film, and Arvell Reese, it just seems like He made the right plays whenever it was called upon, and he's capable of doing it. But he just fit their system for what they did.
The potential, I will readily admit, is off the charts. Now, I think I know y'all's answer to this next one, but let's be sure. Will there be any resolution with George Pickens by the time the draft is over?
What do you mean by resolution?
It can look however you want.
They have agreed to a deal.
Yeah, they've agreed to a deal. I don't think they would trade him.
Pickens
but a trade,
has said that he's, you know what, I'm playing on the 1 year.
Yeah, or I would even accept that. Or everyone's like, we've all agreed, franchise tag, he'll be at training camp, this is what we're doing. Will there be any resolution with George Pickens by the time we wrap up on Saturday?
No.
That's what I think, too. Alec?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
NFL Network and ESPN need their talking points going into day 2.
It's an extra story. Yeah. And that's not, and do you feel like I do, right? It's not that ESPN and them are going to be like, hey, we need this. It's that Jerry's like, we can provide this for them.
Sure.
Yep. Like, let's just keep this thing rolling by not picking up the phone.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's not say will. Are you sure Carnell Tate will be the first wide receiver drafted?
No, I'm not.
I don't think I am either.
Because I think Jordan Tyson is liked by the Giants.
Yeah.
I think Jordan Tyson is liked by the... What?
You saw Nick Harris's tweet, and if not, I'll bring it back up. Jordan Tyson's on that list.
Oh, cool.
As I told you.
But if it's because he's the only one left at 12... then I'm going to be like, dadgum, guys, y'all couldn't make anything else happen. And we'll have to accept that. It's going to be Jordan Tyson and Akeem Messidor, or Jordan Tyson and Malachi Lawrence, because they like him in the second round, but they have to reach up to go get him. I can't guarantee it. But but I'd love for him to go in the first round so that we can get another offensive player to push that thing out of our way.
Okay, bonus question along with this. Would Cowboys fans be angry if their picks were Jordan Tyson and Keldrick Falk?
Yes.
To answer, yeah.
Well, there's one Cowboys fan right there.
To answer the first question, no, I do think Jordan Tyson is the first wide receiver. So I don't think it's Carnell Tate at this point. I think New York gets scared and they take him at 5. I do, because Kansas City is in love with Jordan Tyson. That's not a secret at this point. And Kansas City, where do they pick? 9. What pick did the Giants just get? 10.
Yeah.
So they are literally playing with fire if they do not take him at 5. So I'm starting to think that's going to be the pick at 5 is Jordan Tyson. To answer your bonus question, the dreaded bonus question.
Great bonus.
Stop that.
That's right. And he's a motivator, man. Yeah, I do think people would be pretty heated. I do, just because...
I think you're right.
Because of what Corey just painted. The fact that you got, in that situation, you got wiped out defensively at 12, and you didn't make anything else happen. You didn't move up. You didn't move back. You didn't do anything. You said, we're going to bet on ourselves. We're going to bet on 12 being an impact player, which Jordan Tyson absolutely is. You need defense. People are going to be upset. And Cowboys Twitter, just for whatever reason, already hates Keldrick Falk.
Oh, wow.
It just seems like every mock that you see with his name associated, people are just like, ugh. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. At 12, I would hate it. At 20, sure, sign me up.
Man, you know what? That could be something I'm going to work on. Give the list of players you would hate at 12, but like at 20.
I like it.
Okay, I think we could do something with that. All right, thank you, gentlemen, very, very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus I think I have a new dream Cowboys draft scenario. Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp and the leading online therapy platform up.
3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, based on some of the latest rumors and shakings and things that I've heard, I have a new dream Cowboys draft scenario that I think is very realistic. We will get to that here in just a little bit. Speaking of the draft, guys, this Thursday is going to be an absolute party at all 9 DFW Pluckers locations. I will be at the Arlington location in the Highlands with Lucius Alexander. Kevin, you will be at
Dallas.
And Corey, you will be
Allen.
There we go. So, and all 9 DFW locations have you set, so we are excited to help you get some specials all throughout the night.
If you're asking, but Corey lives in Plano, why wouldn't he be at the Plano location?
Oh, you sound like Corey in our meetings.
Christy Scales, historically, it's close to Frisco.
Needs to get up there.
And so Christy Scales, she's there. She's phenomenal. And the Plano location, I did it 1 year. Kevin, you and I did that 1 year.
Yeah.
And it was packed. It was awesome. Great venue. So everybody in the Plano area, go see my friend Christy Scales. She's cool. And Kevin's friend and Alex's friend also.
That's right.
Our friend.
I'll probably bring Noah up to the Allen location. Last year, he just took the microphone and started walking around.
Remember Lucy did that 1 year?
Yes.
He kept asking her for picks.
Yeah. Hey, you get late in the night. Those picks are just as good as anybody else's in Pluckers.
Hey, exactly. So it's going to be fun. Even if the children take the microphones and run, it's going to be a great time. Looking forward to seeing everybody there. And then something to throw out there. Kevin knows this already. Friday Night SmackDown is in Fort Worth at Dickies Arena this week. This Friday. I just got my tickets last night. So I will be there. If anybody is going to be there, please feel free to shoot me a message on socials at Alec on the radio. I would love to say hi. That is going to be a fun time. But guys, we go to the National Day calendar. This should be a fun one. Today is National Keep Off the Grass Day.
Oh, yeah.
National Keep Off the Grass Day.
Dude, my grass looked so good this morning when I was leaving the house. It was green and plush.
Thank you,
thick.
Rain.
Yeah.
That's right.
Also the fertilizer that I put down. But yeah, the water helped.
Corey knows ball.
Fertilizer.
Don't make me pull up the clip of Mike talking about fertilizing.
He called you
I called you Kevin the Fertilizer Hagelin.
I do remember that.
Yeah, that was a moment that happened.
That was based off a joke.
Yes,
and
it was.
Like, what?
He said that would be your wrestling name.
The Fertilizer.
The Fertilizer. Anyways, it got me thinking. And the question of the day, 877-881-1053, Twitch, and now YouTube. I want to hear from you since you're back. Yeah, we're back and better than ever. Thanks, Aiden. You're great at what you do. But I want to know, what is something that annoys you, but when you say it out loud, you're like, dang, I sound old.
People driving too fast on these neighborhood streets.
That's a good one.
I've definitely come to that point in my life and I'm like, damn you, slow down. There's kids who live here. And it's just, man, it's astonishing how fast people will drive in a neighborhood that I'm like, seriously, slow the F down. I realize that makes me super old.
That does. But I was doing that at like 10 years old.
You were driving?
What? No, well, yes.
Whoa.
Chill. All right, guys?
Okay.
But at like 10, I remember being on my streets because we play basketball in the front yard because we have. Do you have a driveway that pulls? You don't have a driveway that pulls up to the front.
It's in the back.
Yeah, ours. I was always used to driveways in the front of the house, and we had the basketball hoop out there.
Yeah.
And whenever the ball would go out in the street, if somebody was driving fast down our street, we lived in a very, quaint neighborhood. It was quiet in East Dallas. It was a quiet neighborhood, but out of nowhere, you just get that truck that decided to rumble down the street, and you're like, slow down! And now, same way. But I lived on a corner for a little while, and it was just and it was a busy street. And I was like, man, I just got to get used to this. But now whenever I see people going too fast in my other neighborhood, I'm like, they better slow down.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to call the cops on them.
Ooh, have you ever actually done that yet, though?
No.
Yeah.
But it is pretty sweet when somebody is flying and you're like, you shouldn't be doing that. Or like in a school zone and you see them get pulled over.
Oh, my God. That is one of my favorite things is to see some dill hole speeding through the school zone and they get pulled over. And I was like, hey, good job, idiot.
I'm just amazed at the name that you cooked up to call them. That's the first time I've heard that
say
one.
Doe.
Anyways, National Keep Off the Grass Day. So what is something that annoys you, but when you say it out loud, you're like, dang, I sound old.
It is, and I'm starting to do it now. It's a beautiful day out here.
Kids on their phone.
When I talk to my neighbors, I'm like, good gosh, what a day, huh? and they're like, and my neighbors are all old.
Oh, they love it.
And so they
That's
just eat
their
it
favorite
up.
question.
Yes. I'm like, dang it, I just did it. And they're like, yeah, we could definitely take care of the yard today. And I'm like, no, I don't want them to take care of the yard. I want to do something else. But yeah, what a day today is, huh?
If you are having a weather conversation with somebody and it's not like an apocalyptic rain or snowstorm, that means you two have nothing to talk about. And I want you to know that you have nothing to talk about.
There's a Dennis Leary song called I'm an A-hole, and he said, I walk around in the summertime saying, how about this heat? And that's one of the lines that always sticks out whenever I think that is, I'm an a-hole,
Oh.
Because of that.
I can see Corey already getting home today. He sees a neighbor when he's checking the mail or something. He sees all the rain, and he's like, man, we needed this.
We needed, gosh.
We needed
that's
this.
another one.
Gosh, we needed this.
Yeah.
That's another one.
Look at the grass, man. It looks so full of life and plush.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, we needed this rain.
Those trees.
Yeah, we needed this rain. Honestly, I have quite a few now that have started to bother me. I'm like, I need to stop complaining about this. I'm not even 25 yet. Not even a quarter of a century old yet, and I'm complaining. The grass is one of them because I take care of the yards at the house. So I take a lot of pride in the grass being as well maintained as it is, if I do say so myself. So and we live right by an elementary school, it's a community that there's a lot of families. There's a lot of kids that are growing up, and there's a bus stop that is right at the corner of our house. And kids hop off the bus and they just walk right in the grass. And I'm like,
can't stand it.
Get off the grass. What are you doing? And then I woke up one morning, there was a tire mark in the grass. Somebody drove through the front of our yard. I'm like, how does that even happen? For one, you climbed the curb, and it was a week after we got sod installed. So I'm like, you just ruined an entire patch of grass.
I think about that all the time on Halloween with trick-or-treating. I was like, these kids are monsters.
Yes.
Walk on the sidewalk. The sidewalk has a direct path to the front door.
But is there anything more fun than running through every neighbor's yard to get to the next house? Like, it's just so fun.
Not going to happen.
You didn't
with
do
my
it?
Kids. No.
You didn't run through the neighbor's yard?
Remember, that was a long time ago. Probably not.
I did, man.
Amnesia.
I loved it.
Yeah. I have amnesia from that time.
That's part of this is part
Full
of the
circle moment.
Oh man,
part of the effects of my amnesia.
That should have been your question of the day. What do you wish you had selective amnesia for?
Oh man,
you'd be like, oh yeah, sorry, I don't remember that. Something terrible you said or did or whatever.
From the 214, I love this one. The bright LED headlights on some of these newer vehicles.
Yeah, because you're like, are your brights on?
It's like, no.
Wait, those are just
they're just daytime running lights that are blinding me in the middle of the day for no good reason.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I gotta add this one. Why is the print on this so small? I'm at a point now where I'm like, I'm always trying to figure
out
air fryer instructions, and you're just like, who's supposed to read this? And they're like, that kid that has good eyeballs.
Yeah,
that's the one that's supposed to read it.
Let's see, from the 214, I hate hearing people on the speakerphone in public. Just buy some damn earbuds or something.
Dude, I'm saying, like, I get it if you're outside or something, but people who do it inside, and then have you ever been on the elevator with somebody? And I just want to be like, blah, 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 so you can have your stupid phone call in the elevator.
I want to see you do
Just
that.
stare
now.
at them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I do. That's my power move. I just stare a hole through them.
Is that
Just
an
be
important
like,
call?
and then whenever they're done, be like, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Wow, that sounds so important.
See, I love whenever it's like in a public setting, like at a arena or at the mall or something, and you're with somebody that you know, and then the bit is you just start repeating the exact same things that they said.
Oh.
You know, like if they're gossiping, like, oh, I can't believe Joe said this. And I'll be like, dude, that's messed up that Joe said that. Why would he do that?
Okay.
Nuts.
I want to try that, but also now I've thought that, or if it's a man talking to a lady in the elevator, you can just be like, he's cheating on you. Don't believe him.
Jeez.
And he'll just be like, what the hell?
Kevin Holmrich or Hageland. I like it.
No, you should have made wiser decisions in the elevator.
Uh-huh. What about whenever that ad's too loud on the TV?
Seriously, advertising community.
Yes.
We can't figure out a way to modulate these things, and it
scares you.
And
Out of your nap.
If you sleep with the TV on, you've definitely heard about how you need to sell your gold for cash at 4 a.m. And you're just like, the hell was it? Was that you? No, it's gold for cash.
Where is my gold?
Cash for gold.
And then that's what you're thinking is, I got to go find all the gold in the house.
Yeah.
Oh, from the 940. This one's so relatable. I hate QR code menus at restaurants. Yes, that is
You're against that?
Yes, I hate everything about it. Because you sit down and it's
You're
like...
a youngster. I would have thought you liked that.
No, because it's like an upscale vibe or something. And then they give you the little plastic hockey puck that just has a QR code. You can scan that for the menu.
First off, my phone's at 10%. I don't need to waste my time with that right now. Secondly,
yeah.
I love having a menu in my hand.
Yes.
Until I'm done with the menu and have decided what I want, and then I want you to get it out of my hand as quickly as possible.
That's right.
You know what? Then can we agree on one other thing? All restaurants pick. Either the menu stays here or it goes. I know a lot of the places it goes, but there's still some places where they're like, you can just put the menu in the little thing right there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, we all need to pick one.
See, in the concept of being out with somebody, I always keep the phone in the pocket. So I just hate that I have to reach for my phone in any kind of social scenario like that because I'm very much live in the moment, enjoy those conversations, and the fact that we're being forced to pull out the phones and that could just turn into, oh, I got an Instagram DM. Let me check that.
Hear that, ladies? Alec, he's giving you his full attention on these dates.
That's right.
Oh, I am.
He wants to look you in the eyeballs.
I purposely put
At
the phone
first.
face down on the table so people see. Like, I'm engaged. The phone is literally face down, and it is not being touched.
Good man.
Guys, I have a new dream Cowboys draft scenario.
Oh.
Which is odd, because I've been adamant about team trade up. In this scenario, you stay at picks 12 and 20.
Okay.
And this is... I had this idea a little bit last night. I was starting to do some reading, do some more asking around, and this first round feels like who the hell knows.
Yeah.
Like this year more than years have passed. Like the past 5 years, I'd say this is the first round that I'm just like, I have no clue at this point because I've heard so many things from reliable people that they're just like, it could be 14 different people at pick number 5. Who knows? And listening to the morning show this morning, it really solidified it when they were going down some of the draft news and notes. And Bobby even solidified my thought process by tweeting out his final mock. At BobbyBeltTX on Twitter, I won't give you the whole thing, but one of the picks in the first round is in line with what I'm thinking. I'm starting to get a feeling that Mansour Delane could be available at 12.
I would like that very much.
The top-rated corner out of LSU, and so I spent this morning after show prep just rewatching game tape of these two players. And I'm falling in love all over again. Mansour Delane out of LSU, I think, has an outside chance, but a real chance to be there at 12, just because two pivotal picks are going to make that happen for you. That's number 3, Arizona, and number 6, the Cleveland Browns. If the Cleveland Browns do what I think they're going to do, and I've heard his name floated around at 6 a lot, and I don't think people are talking about it enough. Caden Proctor.
Yeah.
The Alabama tackle, I think, is very much in play at 6 for Cleveland. If they take him at 6, that's going to push the chances for one of these stud defenders to make it to you at 12. There's a lot of talk about Jordan Tyson at number 9. We alluded to it in the previous segment. If you missed it, hit the rewind button. I'm starting to think that that could be a possibility. At 20 then, you're thinking, we fixed the secondary at least a little bit with Mansour Delane there. I don't care about his age. Give me Akeem Mesidor at number 20.
Okay.
Because I went and rewatched, and if you want a game to watch to get the full Akeem Mesidor experience, go to last season's tape and watch his game against Notre Dame.
Yes.
His tape against Notre Dame, he finished with a sack and a half in that game. But there's one play specifically, I think it was in the first quarter. It was a positive play by the Notre Dame offense. Jeremiah Love takes the ball up the gut for like 7 yards. But Akeem Mesidor pulls off of his block, goes full dead sprint, and annihilates Jeremiah Love. And I'm just like, the motor on this guy is absurd. Every single pass rush rep, he has an answer for. He changes his pad level throughout the rep. He is incredible. I don't care if he's 25. I don't care if he never gets a second contract with his first NFL team. My new dream scenario, Mansour Delane, cornerback LSU at 12, and Akeem Mesidor, edge rusher out of Miami at number 20. I think that's a very real possibility.
Jeremiah Love had 10 carries for 33 yards in that game.
Ooh.
Don't ask what Jadarian Price had, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay. By the way, 2 more things for your other question that are amazing. People sitting at green lights because they're on their phone. If it was legal, I would smash into them. I'll definitely honk at those people.
Yes!
And then also...
So you would smash, huh?
This may be off topic, but can y'all tell those idiots to quit telling me to stay dry? Hey, look, dummy, it's raining, and I'm a UPS delivery guy. We're going to get wet, you moron. It's not funny anymore. That's the same thing as the weather. Those people don't know what to say.
It's just water.
Yeah.
It's just water. You're not going to melt unless you are the Wicked Witch.
That's right. And even that didn't really happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will the Cowboys' 2 first-round picks come from this group? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Ranger.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
And the play-action pass, and he gets planted by T.J. Parker. Fumble, Clemson ball.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Do you believe that the Cowboys' 2 first-round picks will come from this list? This is per Nick Harris. He said, call me dumb when I'm wrong.
Dumb.
You have to wait until he's wrong.
Okay.
And he's very smart.
I like Nick Harris.
I think the Cowboys' 2 first-round picks will come from this group. Mansour Delane, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Jordan Tyson, Colton Hood, Brandon Cisse, Chris Johnson, T.J. Parker, Keldrick Falk, and Malachi Lawrence.
I think the list progressively gets less valuable when it comes to positional value. And you said, is that first 2 picks or?
First 2 picks.
Okay. Yeah, those are good values at 20, actually, on the back half of that list. If you get... Johnson rose a lot in this draft. It's out of nowhere. People were like, "Oh, this guy." But you put the film on, put the tape on, watch the guy, and you're like, "Oh, I get it. I understand why." But that list right there is kind of where I am too. Some names I would prefer not to be there, so we don't take them.
Such as
T.J. Parker's not my favorite.
Okay. Alec, do you think Delane, Downs, Styles, Tyson, Hood, Cisse, Johnson, Parker, Falk, and Lawrence make sense as the group of 10 that your 2 picks would come from?
I do. I'm intrigued that there's not either of the Miami edge rushers in that group, though.
Yeah.
That does intrigue me a little bit because even early on in the process, I was hearing a lot about Reuben Bain at 12. And now that seems to, everybody kind of moved on from that pretty quickly. And I don't know if it's purely the arm length thing or if it's just we think we might like somebody better there. Or maybe he's not there. Maybe my mock draft is right on 1053thefan.com and Reuben Bain goes to the Saints. I don't know, but I think at least Bain or Mesidor should be on that list just because you do need another defensive end. But other than that, that makes a ton of sense.
Now, let's go to Mike Vrabel. So, sorry I didn't have a chance to pull the audio on this, but Mike Vrabel talked about some things this morning, including the only thing anybody actually cares about, what he has to say right now. He told the local media that he addressed his players on the Page 6 story yesterday, the first day of the team's off-season program, called the matter, quote, personal and private, but said the principle of making good decisions, quote, starts with me. But then he went on to add this. You can disseminate this however you wish. Vrabel, quote, what I can promise you is that my family, this organization, the team, the staff, the coaches, everybody, our fans most importantly, in your face family, will get the best version of me going forward.
Maybe he's forgotten about the family already, you know? He's like,
Do you think that is the closest version to an admission of guilt that you will get, or do you interpret it that way whatsoever?
Man, that is going forward the best version of me. Clearly there was not the best version behind.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I do, because I don't, unless she wants to do like a tell-all and the two of them sit down and do a podcast together, which will be the most listened to podcast in America.
That would be pretty shocking.
It'll be like
they announce they're together.
Yeah.
Man.
For Love of the Star, just we would be like, sorry guys.
For the one time only.
Y'all were number one, Spits and Suds number 2, but all of a sudden this one just jumped up out of nowhere. So, yeah, I think that at the moment that it's a very clear admission.
Okay.
I really do think that.
That's what I take is away from that as well, or it's the closest to an admission that you're possibly going to get. So there you go.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Sure.
How much do you care if you're a player?
Not a lot.
Until he pisses you off, and then you're like, you know what, dude?
I'm going to backtrack on that. Not a lot unless I'm somebody who's been in his doghouse about decision making.
There you go.
And then I'd be like, well, at least I didn't cheat on my wife.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that I think follows him.
Sure.
With this group and even people that they add to this team in the future, is they'll always, you want to try and keep a mysterious but important vibe about what you do in most of those situations.
Nnamdi Madubuike, good news for him. He's now
buddy.
expected to return after his career-threatening injury. He had surgery. Now the hope is that he will play this season after having the neck surgery that he underwent last week. So potentially really great news right there.
Oh, absolutely. Congratulations.
Mike Tomlin, he's reportedly set to join NBC's NFL pregame show. Look, the second he left the Steelers, I know people were like, ooh, he's going to TV. He's going to TV. And now it looks like that is going to be the case.
I thought he'd just replace Bill Cowher on the CBS broadcast. And do that for the next 20 years.
And then McCarthy would eventually, and they would just be Steelers coaches.
No, McCarthy would be like, he wouldn't be able to.
Oh, okay.
Because it would be 20 years, and then he'd only get, 3 years to be able to do it?
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to have to go back. You might not care about this as much, but the Panthers have brought in Will Grier. So there's that. But I said, is that the closest admission of guilt from Mike Vrabel? This from Mike Florio. Mike Vrabel, quote, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about. Now, maybe that feels closer to whatever admission of guilt.
Is he talking about his family there?
I would assume. Yeah, I would assume. All right, let's go.
What if you did, let's say my kid's 18.
Sure.
Right? Let's just put ourselves in this world.
Yeah.
And then your son was like, dude, she's kind of hot, though.
Yeah.
What would you say?
I would hope I did not raise my son like that.
Yeah.
I would be really disappointed in my parenting at that moment.
And he's trying to high-five you, and you're just like, go, stop it.
I would call him a dumbass.
And your wife's sitting on the other side of the room like, what is happening right now?
Actually, my wife would probably be like, no wonder you did that. All right, let's go to the Jets. And their GM said, hey, don't worry about it with the Arvell Reese and David Bailey, the David Bailey cancellation. He goes, hey, we had some good touch points with Bailey at the Combine. We went to his pro day, had a good dinner with him. We were just kind of juggling our 30 visits and how to use him. I wouldn't look too much into cancellation because there was other ones we may have changed as well. Oh, which other ones? Don't worry about that. But
I love that approach.
Do you buy that?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the big deal?
Hey,
I know we had the second pick, and that's one of the guys we were supposedly considering.
Chill out.
Don't worry about it.
Chill out on all the questions.
Yeah. What are you, the Riddler?
Yeah. You think you're the meteor or something asking all these questions?
I mean, I guess so. And then we go to Justin Jefferson, who just said the truest thing about Kyler Murray being in the building. He said he's really looking forward to the playmaking skills of Kyler Murray. And he goes, I'm definitely looking forward to his speed, his quickness, his arm strength that he's shown countless times over the years. He continues. And then for JJ, for somebody to enter that room with that type of ability, that type of talent, he's got to step it up a little bit. And I know people are trying to make a big deal out of it, but where was he telling a lie?
He wasn't.
Both of those things can be true.
Absolutely they can. But that quarterback right there has underperformed.
Oh, yeah.
And he has a lot of really good abilities within him, but there are other things other than natural talent when you get to the NFL. Because as our friend Robert Tiffin said in his piece this morning, Blackwell plays in the NHL, which means he's one of the best in the world. And you are too, Kyler Murray, if you're in the NFL. Now go be the best of the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got Justin Jefferson. You should not fail.
And then he added, it's all a competitive mindset. It's about who's ready to step up and take that initiative. And I think that is just a tremendous quote right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can talk some more stars after their playoff victory, but also I've got NFL draft and Cowboys prop bets next right here on the
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I do have some NFL draft positional prop bets and Cowboys prop bets if you want to get into. But, I do still think we need to celebrate some more. Alec, can you give me cut number 2? Because the Stars win 4-2 and even up that playoff series 1-1 with Minnesota.
Duchesne quickly across the line, Rantanen in with room. To the backhand. Score! Duchesne! Oh, what a pass by Rantanen! Power play goal! And the lead to Dallas.
So the Stars even it up 1-1 series back at Minnesota.
Was that play where he was
tomorrow.
dropping the puck around on his stick? It didn't go in,
He
Kevin.
didn't score on that because otherwise that feels like it would have been an all-time amazing highlight. It was still super cool.
Yeah, it was straight out of a Mighty Ducks movie, man. The way that thing looked like it was going to go. But what a spectacular evening from them. I thought that Duchesne goal from Mikko was really special. The way that those guys played a two-man game to set that up on the edge, that was awesome. And then Duchesne, it kept going through my mind last night over and over, that Gretzky quote that you brought up yesterday of not just seeing
where the puck is, but where it's going to be.
And when I saw that, that was one of those moments of he knew where the open area was and and they even mentioned that regarding Thomas Harley last night. Harley took a shot from the point and sent it in, but he didn't shoot it at the net. He shot it at his player. And he said, and they said in the broadcast, Harley's talked a lot about seeing it through the eyes of the goal scorer. And of the offensive player, and being able to see, okay, if I put it here, where will they finish? So I need to give it to them at an area where they can most likely put the puck away. So really good game on their part last night.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And wanted to shout out Jason Robertson because I thought his goal on the deflection from Lundqvist, I thought he did a lot of work before that. Like, I know he got the deflection because the shot otherwise looked like it was going high. But before that, he did a really good job of fighting for space in the middle. He took a cross check or two. And so I appreciate, when we talk about physicality, I know a lot of it you'll just think of oh, that was a big hit or whatever. But for Jason Robertson, I think in the past that's been kind of just moved off your spot or kind of pushed around. That was a thing where he was only able to score that goal because he stood his ground physically and made it happen.
That was the pimpinest goal I've ever seen.
Oh!
Just the way that he kind of hit it and then turned around to look to make sure that it where did it go? He was obviously, in my mind, he was turning around to see if there was a deflection that he could sink, but when he realized it was in the net, he was just yeah, that's what I intended to do, fools. But you're right. There was one moment earlier in the game, maybe in the second period, where I saw him go up against somebody on the board, and he looked a little timid doing it, but then he kind of faked the check, and he just hit the wall. And I was like, But too many other points throughout the night did I see him push somebody off to make space for him to even create his own shot while he had the puck. Dude, he has the puck on his stick, and he just reaches out and says, get away, I'm doing something right now. And I'm not used to seeing that from him. There was a moment he had a breakaway, but he was a little slower. That's just his speed. That's just the speed that he rocks with. But Kevin, you are totally right. We are seeing a different dude when it comes to using his size and body to box out, create space, and even create space for other players too.
Do you guys?
How evident was that? I'm sorry. Whenever Bichel lost his stick,
yes,
and Jason Robertson said, "F it, I'm just going to push this guy into the middle of the ice."
Absolutely. Do you guys have thoughts about Bunting being a healthy scratch? But Golitzin was quick to point out he's going to factor in to a long playoff series, but just not yet.
Okay. I don't understand it, and I haven't been given a true explanation on what the healthy scratch is for. Hey, this is this matchup, we just felt this particular player, we liked his speed more, or we liked the skill set more than we like this. Whatever it is, that's fine. That's there. And I wouldn't ask Glenn Gulletson.
They did talk a lot about special teams construction,
yeah,
too.
and that's important. And I know you don't want to show your cards either. Like, you don't want to be like, well, Bunting can't do this. So, but he has a particular set of skills, Kevin, that I think are physicality up front. And that's what he does very well. And whenever you feel like your team has lost a little bit of that again down the road, that's when he'll make his most impact. But he also, maybe that's another part of, hey, look, we're putting you in for this purpose. So you can't go out on the ice and just be this kind of player. You have to be this kind of player.
Now,
knowing your role is very important on a team.
Absolutely. And somebody brought this up. How about Tyler Myers at the defensive end, single-handedly blocked and cleared a major threat with a few minutes left? And that's interesting because leading into that game, we had definitely gotten some complaints from people on the fan text about Myers and talking about his turnovers. And they seemed very skeptical about the amount of ice time for Tyler Myers, but came through in the clutch. I think a lot of players did, but absolutely Tyler Myers deserves some shine right there.
I do have concerns when the puck's around him.
I get it.
And a lot of times I'm like, just get rid of it quickly. But yes, how many times did you see him last night behind the net, move somebody out of the way, and create the I'm bigger than you and stronger than you, and good luck. And that pairing of those two big guys is very important. I know you can pair Bischel with Miro also. You can do a lot of different things in these defensive combinations. Having him so much more important from that right side, though, now, Kevin, as we discussed earlier in the year.
And I think tomorrow we're going to talk about if you've developed a hatred for any of these Minnesota players. I do believe the one involved in this specific play will lead the way tomorrow. But Gulletson admitted it was interference at first for Thomas Harley.
True.
And he goes, and then it was a headlock into the turnbuckle. But you know what? That's probably the right call. They've got a lot of veteran guys there with good character. It's just hard fought. And so you liked it, too, because it turned out, because at first when it looks like they were both getting penalized, I was like, are you kidding me? But they ended up doubling up on the minor penalties. Feels like in a regular season game that would have been a major. And the Stars got a 2-minute power play out of that. But at first when it goes, it looks like they're both going to go to the box. And I was like, that's going to be an even split with no power play off of that? Get out of here.
And this is where you got to really make your decisions as the coach of whether you're going to be kind of known as the whiny one or if you're going to be known as, hey, this is tough hockey. It's going to come in our side too. Just like we discussed with pitching, when Mike was here, Mike was like, hey, look, maybe sometimes you don't talk about that dude having sticky stuff because your dude has sticky stuff too.
Right.
And Gulletson sounds smart on my part, Kevin, from my side of it, to a man, if you will. It sounds smart that he's like, that's just hockey, or playoff hockey, instead of being like whining and crying about it and trying to get the referees on your side. Now, that being said, at some point you do have to politic for that. Maybe right now is not the time.
Now, let's switch our focus. Can you go ahead and give me cut number nothing. Let's just get right into it. I've got NFL draft prop bets and specifics for the Cowboys. Now, Alec, I decided to compare you alongside with Dane Brugler and Mel Kiper. Under number of offensive linemen taken in the first round. It's a heavy favorite for the over at 7.5. Alec has 8 offensive linemen in the first round. Good job. So does Dane Brugler. Good job. Mel Kiper, 6. Advantage, Alec and Dane.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Yeah, I'm saying. Now, cornerbacks. Under 4.5 is the heavy favorite. Alec, you and Brugler had 4. Kiper had 3. So you guys did a good job once again.
Ooh, symmetry. Yeah.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about this off air. Feels like that number is getting thinner and thinner by the day because Jermod McCoy
is going to slide away. So if you got in on the under on that, you should be easy, free, and clear on Thursday night. And maybe you should tell us that if you come to one of our pluckers, because why would you not? Now, Alec, you've been doing great.
Oh, God.
but the betting odds are against you on this one. You know why?
Face.
Because you agreed with Mel Kiper. You have two safeties in the first round, as does Mel Kiper. The betting odds say over 2.5 on the safeties. So you went with Kiper, you failed. But you're still 2-1.
I think I have a question I need to answer before we go any further.
Okay.
Did you knowingly go along with Mel Kiper here?
No, I didn't. I just went with my gut, and sometimes
I think he
my
went
gut.
with you.
Ooh. The jury rests.
That's not.
Case closed.
It's just like declaring bankruptcy. Just because you say case closed in a courtroom does not make it the case.
I declare bankruptcy.
Whatsoever. Yeah. And I think the most interesting one on this, I know we've kind of gone after Mel Kiper, but he does win this one. Wide receivers, over under 5.5. The under is currently leading by a pretty good amount. Kuiper's got 5. Brugler and Alec have 6. So you make about 1.5 times your money on that if you believe it will be more than 5.5. And now that it's sounding more and more like that run on the wide receivers might come earlier in the draft, that's going to have a very logical trickle-down effect. What will be the position of the first Cowboys player drafted? Cornerback. These odds turned out different than I would have guessed. Cornerback is 4-1. But when you were talking earlier about maybe the idea of Delane picking up some speed to being available at 12, I think that is a very fascinating decision. Safety, 5-1. Second on the list, linebacker, 2.25-1. One would have to wonder if that lends itself to...
The whispers are telling us, huh?
Yeah, to Mr. Styles.
So I'm always confused, too, on edge rusher, linebacker. How does that work? Because technically they're an outside linebacker.
So I think that's why they changed the catch-all to edge. And I think for Styles, they would classify him as a linebacker as opposed to that. And so edge and defensive line leads the way for the Cowboys. So 1.75-1 on your money. Defensive line and edge is the leading category for the Cowboys, followed by linebacker, followed by corner, followed by safety. Interestingly enough, tight end and running back, 7-1 right there.
What about quarterback?
Quarterback, I cut off because I think it was like 60-1 or something. Sorry about that. All right.
Kicker?
I do not have that one. Total offensive and defensive players in the first round, both the over-unders are 16. So they're like split right down the middle. And if you feel different, put your money where your mouth is. Total.
Tell me where.
I mean, that's what I gleaned from that. Total Big Ten players taken in the first round, 11.
Wow.
SEC only 8. I know that's still a lot, but given the way it's developed over the years. Now, real quick, could you see any of these players going in the first round? Avion Terrell?
Yes.
CJ Allen?
Yes.
Anthony Hill? Not really.
No.
Jacob Rodriguez?
No.
R. Mason Thomas?
Yes.
Brandon Cisse?
Yes.
Brandon Cisse, 6-1 on your money if he goes in the first round.
Wow.
R. Mason Thomas is 5-1. Now, Terrell and Allen are about 1.5-1. But if you're looking to have some fun with this, 1.5-1 on those two. And then, like I said, R. Mason Thomas, 5-1. Cisse, 6-1 if he goes in the first round. Top 5. This is where it's going to get fun. Carnell Tate, could you see him going in the top 5?
Yes.
5-1. Caleb Downs.
In the top 5?
Yep.
No.
3.5-1.
3.5-1 that he won't?
That he will.
So what is it if he won't?
Hey, you're going to be chasing bad money.
Okay.
Francis Mauanoa, 2.75-1 to go in the top 5.
I'm taking that.
I knew that you would like that. And then I've got 3 more for the top 10. Kenyon Sadiq, Monroe Freeling, and Makai Lemon. Could you see a world in which any of those 3 players go in the top 10 of the NFL draft?
it's interesting that Sadiq falls, but I could totally see a team going, dude, he's a weapon. I don't care that he's a tight end; he's a weapon, and making that happen for sure. I'm sorry, who was the other one?
So you have Sadiq, Freeling, and Lemon.
I don't really have a good gauge on Freeling and Lemon. You guys had a better one on Lemon for sure. I don't think I see him going in the top 10 though.
I see Lemon just outside. I could see him going to the Rams.
So he's 6.5 to 1. Freeling 7.5 to 1, and Sadiq 8.5 to 1 to go in the top 10. So I think some of these were fun because if you see whether it's Noah as a more like logic-based one or Sadiq as just a fun play, I think those are some interesting ones right there.
Kevin, you want to note real quick?
Tell me.
Jory Epstein has tweeted, Shedeur Sanders is taking first-team reps from the Browns team drills. It's the start their voluntary minicamp.
All right.
Take that, Dylan.
Watson is taking second-team snaps.
Oh, he's back out there?
Dylan Gabriel, not pictured.
Good.
He's just sitting around. They're like, I don't know. Do something with that kid. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We'll do some NFL overreaction or reality. Talk with folks from American Gladiators and give away FC Dallas tickets. It's the most, not FC Dallas, Usher and Chris Brown. Whoa! It's the most well-rounded you could be. Next right here on The Fan.
Roger that. Roger that, Sally. Sally. Roger that, Sally. Sally. Roger that, Sally.
Wigman to the air, and the pass is picked off by Rodriguez. And then he hurdles a Cougar and is still going. And finally brought down inside the 25-yard line.
KC Masterpiece. Good job, Corey. Right here. Someday he'll learn when the mic comes on. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. In about 15 minutes, we've got from the new American Gladiator series sportscaster Chris Rose and American Gladiator Steel. But right now, we'll do the preamble in a minute.
Yeah.
We need to explain the interview before it happens. It's time for NFL Draft overreaction or reality. Let's start with this. Overreaction or reality? This mock draft playing out would make you very sad. Let's go to NFL.com. Ed Edholm yesterday put out his mock draft. It has Keldrick Falk at 12 and Jacob Rodriguez at 20. Overreaction or reality? That mock draft playing out would make you sad.
Yes. And then, what I would start doing, because I don't love to gripe about things that I can't control anyway.
Sure.
So what I try to do in most instances is figure out, well, how's it going to work? And so that would be my immediate thing is, well, you did get a left defensive end that can also play, scoot inside on some pass rush situations, and you got a playmaking linebacker, and you really need that. So it would be like, as we discussed earlier, not my favorite situation.
Okay.
I felt like you had to reach to get Jacob Rodriguez there, but because you don't have a second-round pick, you are going to probably have to reach if something you love isn't truly there already.
Alec, overreaction or reality, the Keldrick-Falk Jacob Rodriguez 12-20 combination would make you sad.
Reality, because that means that everybody in front of me essentially just killed it. They did a great job. Every other team just nailed it. So I wouldn't necessarily be mad at the Cowboys because I don't think they're reaching at that point. That's just my assumption. I don't know what their board looks like. I'm assuming
third and fifth best players on their board, probably.
Sure, that's what they're going to tell us, and then Jerry's going to show us the sheet of paper that he's not supposed to show us that has all the rankings, and then maybe he'll be proven right. But I'm just assuming at that point because I feel like Christian Parker's going to have a ton of influence on this draft. I don't know that. I feel like he's going to.
Do you think that's a good or bad thing?
I think it's a good thing because I just go back to... It was a few years ago under Mike McCarthy, the War Room clip that we got with Will McClay, Mike McCarthy, just pounding the table back and forth between an offensive lineman or Mozzie Smith. And
whoops,
I don't expect Christian Parker to be banging the table for Peter Woods this year or for Jacob Rodriguez at 12. I think he's going to be like, hey, so Mansour Delane, or hey, so at 20, we can really fix our secondary here and get ourselves a corner. I think he has the right idea, and I think they're giving him a lot of influence. So, yeah, I would be upset just on the surface, but not at the team specifically.
Overreaction or reality, you believe Chris Ballard when he said, we got some calls about Anthony Richardson?
I don't.
I don't either.
So overreaction would be my answer here.
I don't either.
Who called?
I don't know. He goes, we've had some calls, but nothing has come to fruition at this time. So at this point, he's still an Indianapolis Colt.
Okay, you know what? I do believe it now. Here's what I believe. The call was, hey, what are y'all doing with Anthony Richardson? They were like, we're not quite sure. Are you interested? And they were like, no, we just want to know what y'all are doing.
Okay.
Because we were concerned.
Okay, bonus. It freaks you out whenever somebody puts in a sentence that's written the singular version of the team. Because in that sentence, it says, so he's still an Indianapolis Colt. That looks weird to me if they're like, he's a Dallas Cowboy, and you see it in print, you're like, where's the S?
No.
Oh, that weirds me out.
No, it's the right way to do it.
I know, but it's still
he can't
weird.
Be an Indianapolis
There's
Colts.
lots of right ways to do things that might
be
weird
a Dallas
you out.
Cowboys. He's a single person.
I know, but it's still weird. All right,
You're
Alec.
Weird. I like you,
Help
but you're
break this tie. Doesn't feel like it based off of that. It's weird to you to see the singular version of a team that ends in an S in print.
Hold on, Alec. Before you answer,
Aiden says yes.
Show me the version because all I've gotten is seeing it. All right, let me look.
At it
I'll be back
on the computer while Alec tries to figure this out. Look right here. That looks weird. Admit it.
No. Not weird.
He's lying.
That's my final answer.
He's lying.
Case closed.
Did you see how long he stared at that?
Yeah,
he
had to process.
It's because Kevin had to take like 5 minutes to select it.
Oh.
He had a mouse and everything.
Instead of saying thank you for highlighting the aforementioned text.
He was trying to make your life
Point
easier.
at it with your finger.
Some really weird text.
Or a pen. You have a giant marker in your hand.
I hope this marker never goes away. I fidget with this thing the whole show.
That is a big marker. Jeez.
Thank you for noticing. Alex, so the bonus question.
A lot of people tell you how big that marker is.
It is. It's weird to see the singularized version of that in print. And also, you believe that the Colt have gotten calls about Anthony Richardson. Richardson.
Can we call them the Colts
Yeah.
this season? I like it
Big
because
game coming up against the Colt.
yeah, that just sounds
The Cowboys
so good.
play the Colts this year.
Oh
They
man,
might play the Colt.
that's
Your
right.
thoughts on both of those?
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here.
There
I will
is.
start with the initial question. I'm going to say reality. I think a team has called.
Okay.
And it's because of the news we got yesterday that Jimmy Garoppolo is considering retirement. And I said this whenever Anthony Richardson made his trade request. There's one team that makes sense to call about Anthony Richardson and to try to get him and turn him into something in this league. And that is the Los Angeles Rams with Sean McVay. I think that makes sense to have him sit behind Matthew Stafford, who seems to be aging backwards at this point because now they're like, yeah, we're going to give him a 1-year extension or whatever. And and he might play multiple years, by the way. That fits an Anthony Richardson project timeline, if you ask me. So I'm like, there's one team that makes sense. And now the perfect situation might be coming up. So I'll say reality for the fun of it. Kevin, I'm not going to say that I agree with you, but I understand.
Okay.
Because there are other ways to word it, right? You could say he is still a member or he is still on the Indianapolis Colts roster.
Thank
He
you.
is still part of the Indianapolis Colts organization. You could say that, but they said he is still an Indianapolis Colt. They went that direction, so I see what you mean.
He's a Cowboy for life. Like, all these things are the right way to do it.
No, I didn't say it was
By the
wrong.
way, Kevin,
I said it's weird.
The Cowboys will play the Indianapolis Colts this year on the road.
That's wrong.
See, this person said start using that in name scenarios. Brandon Aubrey is a Cowboys for the next 4 years. I hear you.
Sounds ridiculous.
But I would always reformat my sentence so I could use Cowboys instead of Cowboy because I think
Oh,
it's
you're one of
weird.
those, huh?
Yeah, well, you've worked
You
with
don't
me.
use a preposition in the end of the
I'm
sentence.
one of those people. Stop it. All right, overreaction or reality. Long-term injury concerns will push Jermod McCoy into the second round.
I think this is a reality. And that the Cowboys, fortunately, don't have a second-round pick because this is exactly the player that they'd be like, oh, this is our guy.
He's injured?
He's injured.
We can fix him?
Was once very talented. Yeah, no, he's like, I think that it was fun as people were doing it because every single person said the same thing. The tape tells you everything you want to know.
Right.
What does the visit tell you? And the visit told you he's not ready. And the Cowboys are not there, and I don't think most teams are willing to make that move to get him right now.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Jermod McCoy is going to fall into the second round.
Reality, and I think people are starting to kind of see the light about some of these other corners not named Mansour Delane or Jermod McCoy. The Chris Johnson talk. I think a big part of that, he's a good player, don't get me wrong. I think a lot of the reason his name is being thrown around in the first round now is because people want guys that they don't have to worry about their availability, simply put. So I think Avion Terrell, I think that's a name that you might start hearing more at the back end of the first round instead of early day 2, just because good players. They didn't get talked about a lot because they weren't elite. They weren't one of the 2 best, but they're going to play for you week 1 without issue. That's what teams need.
The Cowboys took on, and this was from Al Davis for sure, let's find a steal.
Yeah.
But they always wanted to find a steal at every single round, and you're like, you could just take a good player.
Pause the rest of that, because I think this is going to feed into this. Overreaction or reality, the Cowboys continually fail in the second round because they swing too big.
This has absolutely nothing to do with what I was going to say.
That is what you were saying.
You're right, Kevin. It's not that they swing too big. It's that they swing on something that they wanted to find a deal on. Well, guess what happens when you shop out of that bin? It's probably there for a reason. And Randy Gregory and Jalen Smith are my 2 examples of
Kelvin Joseph.
Dudes that Kelvin Joseph, I never thought had that talent, but they kept telling us he did. So I was like, all right, let's see it. It never worked out. But those 2 in particular, I think, are great examples of dudes that were higher end first round picks if they were healthy. And you tell yourself, guys, if he's healthy, he's this.
Randy Gregory was healthy, right? Isn't it just more the drugs?
Yeah. It was more of the situations.
Yeah.
Jalen Smith is the perfect example of the health part of it.
Yeah.
Sean Lee could have been higher if he was, often. But that was you were like, okay, well, he's not. So why are you doing that right now? Wait a little more. Wait a little longer. Go ahead and get your second round pick. Let somebody else take that swing.
So, Alec, whether it's Jalen Smith, health, Randy Gregory, drugs, Kelvin Joseph, lack of playing time, the Cowboys continually fail in the second round because they swing too big.
Reality, you painted the picture perfectly that they are looking for deals and steals every single time instead of just taking the good players that are sitting right there in front of them, which, again, it's part of the Cowboys' way. The first round, they need somebody that's going to start day one, and they expect them to look like an NFL starter. And then after that, they think they can get cute. You've seen them reach, and not even just in the second round. You've seen it in the third round. You've seen it in the fourth. You've seen it, especially when Dan Quinn was here, where you could pull up The Beast by Dane Brugler and say, that is his 250th player, and they just took him in the fourth round.
Yeah.
It's happened before. So it makes me kind of glad that you don't have a second round pick this year, because even though the value is there, it's like they would end up taking the seventh linebacker in the class because they think there's something there that the league doesn't see.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, both of y'all. If there was a scenario in which they traded back into the second round where y'all have laid out any number of options that feels like they could improve this team, would you be nervous that they would do the exact same thing as they usually do? Yeah, something like that.
McCoy's the person that I could see them doing that. And I would be like, dang, instead of a Jacob Rodriguez.
Who you're like, that's a solid player.
This is a player, but they're like, but this guy has upside. And I'm like, okay, great, upside. But what's the reality of what this guy is? I think Jacob Rodriguez has great upside. I think Anthony Hill Jr. has great upside. These are all players that I think fit into what you need and aren't we're getting a bargain.
Yeah.
He's on sale. You don't need to get that. You need to get players that can play for you. And that's what Jerry Jones has told us. Jerry Jones has told us we're not looking for red shirts. If that's true, then that's why McCoy's not there.
Right.
And that's why you shouldn't draft him just because he's a deal.
Now, Corey, we have an interview that we did yesterday morning. We're about to go to it. I thought it was super fun.
Yes.
But do you feel like we need to set up maybe the entire interview, maybe something very specific about the interview?
Once I realized that our new friend Steele was on our show to cut promos, and that Chris Rose was not going to stand in his way.
Oh man!
To
Do you
cut
think
promos.
he encouraged him?
I think he absolutely did. He was like, "Let me be your Paul Heyman." Is there another person who is good at cutting promos? Who was the dude that wore the really cool coats and had the sunglasses and the little mustache and the hair, and he looked like he was from
Jimmy
Flock
Hart?
of Seagulls? Is that Jimmy Hart?
Oh, Flock of Seagulls.
It was back in the 80s. It felt like he was always interviewing Macho Man. Maybe I'll go back and look at it. But he was always there, and he would be interviewing, and it was like, wow, that was fun.
Okay.
That's what Chris Rose felt like he was there for. I'll go find it.
So originally, I had put down that we were going to talk to Chris Rose and Jesse Goddard. Jesse Goddard has done like a bunch of reality TV and stuff. He's a wrestler. His wrestling name is Mr. Pectacular. But they told us prior to the call he really wants to go by Steele.
Okay.
And so that is how we talk to him as Steele. So go ahead and take it away, previous us.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, from the new American Gladiator series, we have Chris Rose and Gladiator Steele. How are y'all?
Doing great. How are you?
Man, we're doing good. We're doing good. So I know the show premiered on Friday, Amazon Prime Video. What kind of early feedback have you guys gotten? And how would you say this version differs from like the debut in '89 or the 2008 reboot?
Well, we definitely encapsulated everything of the days of yesteryear with American Gladiator. But it's 2026 now. Mm-hmm. We got lights. We got pyro. We got undeniable American Gladiators that are bigger and badder than ever before. And we have We have Steel. Tis I. Tis me. The most jacked, ridiculous-looking gladiator of all time. And as far as I'm concerned, we've also went from Prime Video number 10 to number 8, and we're currently at number 6. Everybody's talking about this show. Watch it now. You'll be glad you did. You can't see I'm flexing my huge arm.
Does Chris Rose choose everybody's name, or how the names come about?
I think he had to go through the legal team. He wanted to call me Pepper, Pippy, Machine, Piston, something like that, and then somebody said, no. This man's got a jawline chiseled out of granite. No. Steel. Boy, is it fitting. And I now have encapsulated and become the man of steel like no other. Superman, step aside. There's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, you were the American Gladiator I struggled with the most to name, right? I nailed 15 of the 16, right? I nailed, Crush, Neon, Eagle. Those were all easy. Those were layups for me. And then I looked at just a picture of you. I looked at your photo. I looked at your resume. I knew the fact that you did 111 push-ups in 60 seconds during the American Gladiator audition. And I said, Pepper. That's what I said. I think that's what it was. And for some reason, where the heck did Pepper come from? What is the matter with you, Steel?
Hey, I just got the piece of paper with the names that you were kicking around after the whole thing blew over. So
I'm happy we landed where we landed. It was a good, solid negotiation.
Can you explain is it animosity towards the contestants from the Gladiators, or is it hatred? Can you kind of explain how that works?
For myself, as a gladiator, we just wanted to win at all costs. This is something where we want to hold ourselves a high regard, almost Olympic-esque rulings and sportsmanship, yes. But in the spirit of, it seeps in a lot of competitiveness. So when somebody that's on the other side, granted they might be smaller, but speed kills, and everybody has their own respective positives when it comes to a contestant, but we just want to take their soul. We want to make it so they when they hear my music and when they hear that metal clanking, when they hear that they're up against steel, I already want them to be defeated. I already want them to come out there quivering, shaking in their little booties, because then when they see me across from them just glistening in all my glory, I want it to just really resonate with them that this was one of the worst decisions they've ever made in life. Yes. Even though they might be going for $100,000, this decision at that exact moment is horrible.
How long does the pre-show glisten process take? How long does it take to get that going?
For me, 3 minutes. Chris, how long does it take you?
I'm in the makeup chair about 7. So I feel, they got to darken my beard. I've gotten a little gray over the years, so we just put a little bit of something in there. But my beard does not glisten the way that somebody's pecs maybe do. And for goodness sakes, I will say this. Steele led the league in one thing, and that was taking his leotard down the most so that he could show off his spectacular body.
And that's how you know it's business time.
Oh, yeah.
When you're in the spirit of competitive bouts, listen, there's no rules. The whistle was over. It was over. There's times, but it made the cut. It's on television. You already got the first 3 episodes. Everybody's talking about this. Go on there and check it out yourself. These pecs were made for television.
Is it more impressive when you take down both straps at the same time, or you go one at a time? What do you think is more intimidating?
Oh yeah, you just lose it as fast as possible. As fast as possible. You got to get the arms and the guns out. And now it's just sheer physical intimidation. If it wasn't the name that struck fear, now it's just I just have to get across my dominance, and that's how we peacock around.
I'm just happy that he never got the singlet actually caught on either of his nipple piercings. Now, I do not judge. Because I think you do whatever you want. It's great. Yeah, but it was just impressive. That didn't happen.
Now,
you're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. One of the things that I love about this version of the show, how important was it to have the Eliminator back? Because I know when people think of this show, they think of the Eliminator.
Yeah. So here's the great thing is that you do the events to try and give yourself a head start time-wise when you get to the eliminator. And that, in some cases, that is extremely helpful. And in some cases, it does not matter. The best thing we did was that we moved, remember the treadmill? It's called the Travelator.
Yes.
That used to be the first thing. The best thing we did in the reboot was put it at the very end. Because that thing, when you have gone through, 3 events to get to this point with the eliminator, and then you do everything that is encapsulated in the eliminator, and the last thing standing between you and a shot at $100,000 is moving up this thing that's moving 35 miles an hour, or 35 miles an hour. These people would never finish. 10 miles an hour, but a 35-degree angle. Maybe that'll season. Let's really up the ante and see if they can handle it. But my point is that at the end of this thing, they look at that and they're like, okay, shouldn't be a problem. They start running up it. How many contenders have we already seen Steele fall flat on their face in the first 3 episodes?
More than half. And it's hilarious to see as an American Gladiator, because I'm like, I contributed to their downfall, because I don't like seeing people win. I love seeing people lose, and especially the common man as against an American Gladiator, because everybody's rooting for the contenders. No, root for me out there. But when these contenders go up there, they go through the monkey bars, they climb up the rope, they get through the cargo net, they go down the zip line, and like he said, you got to go through the balance beam, which I don't even know how I would be able to do that, completely honest with you. That's why I never ran the eliminator, if anybody's wondering. And then go up that. It's a tall glass of water, and not many people can actually drink it. Let's put it that way.
I think we should crank it up to 35 miles an hour. I think I'm on to something.
There's your
way.
season 2 tease right there.
Kevin and I traditionally, when we go to training camp, when we go to spring training, we always ask about the American Gladiator course to the players. And all these guys think they can do it. They're all like, yeah, absolutely. I'm totally in. Let me in on one of these things. Pitchers, hitters, whatever, running backs, all sorts of stuff. It's always fun to kind of get their idea of what they wanted to do. How do y'all choose who gets which one of these competitions? Is somebody like, that's mine, I'm the best at this, I'm more flexible, I'm stronger? How does that all get decided? Fight to the death?
Well, we all have our strengths. We all have our strengths. We all have more strengths. Mm-hmm. But we can pick any actual event. It doesn't matter which one we go into. I'm sorry, guys, but listen, we're more well-rounded athletes than the contenders. You could put me up there and I could do ice skating as far as I'm concerned. Luckily enough, we don't have to do that. But when it comes down to joust, win every time. When it comes to the wall, I'm like a spider monkey. When it comes to hang tough, you got to see my hang tough. When it comes to the edge, which you haven't even seen before, that's 2026 coming. You have to see edge. You have to see edge. Luckily enough, I'm made of steel. What we're on is steel beams. Bing, bam, boom. Great for moments of television. I'm sorry, but just nobody. Just me on everything is what I'm getting at. Put me on every event.
Yes. I can attest to that, guys. We all went out one night, and Steele was like, I'm great at everything. So we found a curling rink, and he was great even at the little broom part, where he must have been great at cleaning his room as a kid, because he was able to do it. There's nothing Steele can't do.
American Gladiators on Amazon Prime Video. We need to get it up to #1. Thank you guys so much. You guys have been spectacular and pectacular. We appreciate the time.
Thank you, guys.
There you go, Chris Rose and Steele.
Like I said, dude, once I realized he was like, I am here to cut promos, wrestling-style promos, every question you ask me, I was like, oh, I'm in. Like, yeah. I don't have to ask anything that's going to be like, your thoughts on something serious. You know, it was, let's have some fun, fellas. I was like, this is great. So, again, when it comes to American Gladiators, Kevin, it's our childhood. Then they brought it back, and I was like, all right. But then they said, we're bringing back the really good stuff, and that's where I'm in.
So we've not gotten it up to #1 yet. #1 is The Boys, and #2 is Balls Up, which looks like the worst movie ever made. I'm amazed at how high it is on Rotten Tomatoes. 26% critics, 24% audience. Watch the trailer. That is astonishingly high based on the trailer and the general description of the movie. Yeah.
Acting.
Yeah, I mean, which is always tough. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And
just got a text from Derek Holland.
Oh.
He said, Steele, LOL. Wow.
Also,
he loved it.
Derek Holland strikes me as somebody who would love the movie Balls Up. I feel like, Corey.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
Now,
we'll win a pair of tickets, okay, to go see Usher and Chris Brown bringing the R&B tour to AT&T Stadium on September 10th. Those tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. You can buy them from them, or you can win them right now. Let's go! Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Next up, C Block starring Corey Majors.
Your level of concern, and is it about Kevin? Next.
105.3 The Fan.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I got a report from Nick Harris, Kevin.
Doesn't make us chumps, does it?
He posted a picture. It looks like it's outside of the Star, and it's a picture of Kenny Clark on the poles.
What?
Okay, I've set this up wrong. You know those little signs that hang from the poles, like at the state fair time, and it's like big text, and it's like follow this way. Well, it's Kenny Clark, and his number's now 97.
Okay.
Who was 97 before? Osa. He pushed Osa out so he could get his number 97.
Can I ask a serious question?
Okay.
I'm asking you, Alec, the people listening, how much do you care about jersey numbers?
I mean, whenever it's obvious that Kenny Clark made Osa go away, I have concerns.
Oh my goodness!
I think it depends. I like the number 5, and I like things that like 2 and 3 add up to 5. I don't know if you know that or not, but 2 and 3 add up to 5.
Sure.
5 and 1 don't work for me.
Mm-mm.
All right.
Okay.
So those kinds of things. Dirk, I love Dirk. Guess what his number was, Kevin?
41.
What happens when you add those together?
Do you really care like that?
I do. It's weird. Dean Palmer, 16, 6 minus 1, 5. So like that's the one time that I got weird about numbers. But I do like those kind of numbers for some reason.
Okay.
Steve Buechele, 22 plus me, that's 5.
Okay.
2 plus 2 plus
I get
Corey.
it. No, I understood.
See? Any more questions about numbers?
Alec, do you care?
Not really.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. I mean, I always have an affinity for people who have the number 11 just because that was my number growing up in all sports that I played. So if there's a number 11 on the team, I'm like, that's my guy. I don't know why I do that, but other than that, I don't care.
From the 940, I just assume anyone in any sport wearing 23 is good.
Ooh, okay.
At this point, they're wearing it because of Michael Jordan, probably.
I mean, because like we've talked about this with golf and other things. Like we all have different things we care and don't care about in sports. There are very few things I can think of off the top of my head in sports I could conceivably care less about than somebody's jersey number or jersey number change. But it does seem like people care.
Yeah. I mean, think about this too, Kevin. What if you had a Dak jersey and he was number 4, and now he changes it to number 5? Because he heard my whole spiel about number 5.
I don't think he listens to this station.
Why not? What'd you do?
For a lot of reasons.
I think it was Mike.
I wasn't even there that
Mike
day.
did.
Yeah, move on.
Yeah, it was Mike. All right, guys, it's time. I appreciate the music, Alec. It's time for the level of concern.
What a great intro.
I'm trying to get an O-Man hat made. Working on that right now. Your level of concern that the Cowboys will draft an offensive lineman.
At all? Or in the first round?
With the first pick.
Oh.
They're 12. Number 12.
Pretty low. 100 pounds. Pretty low.
Okay, 100 pounds.
On a scale of 2,000.
Pretty accurate on what we've been asking of late.
Yeah, pretty low.
Okay, all right. Alec?
If his level of concern is at 100 pounds, I'm probably at 75. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I really don't.
And let's not forget, we do measure this on tonnage.
Yes.
So 100 pounds is kind of like...
And I know Bargatze brought it up in that SNL sketch, but do you think it's weird that we do have a word for 2,000 pounds but not 1,000 pounds?
Huh.
What's the word for 2,000 pounds?
A ton.
That's what a ton is? I thought it was like 1,600 pounds. What's that?
What?
I don't know.
That is nothing besides what you just said.
2,000 pounds is a ton.
Are you effing kidding me? I can't tell. You've become Mike. That day when I said I got some toffee, and he goes, I think it's pronounced taffy. And I go, God, I think you're kidding. And he goes, but you don't know for sure. And I didn't. Same situation right here.
From the 469, I feel like everyone always says I could care less when it should be I couldn't care less, because if you could care less, it means you in fact do care, but you idiots, not you though, Kevin, love you much. All right.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I said there were a few things I could care less about. So I feel like in that context, we used it right.
All right. Half ton, Kevin. Yeah.
That's not a thing. If you were talking about how much product you're going to ship,
half a ton.
Half a ton.
What do you think that is? If I said half a ton,
well, just a minute ago you would have thought it was 800 pounds.
Well, when presented with new information, the motto of this show,
I do respect that, has updated their thoughts.
So again, half a ton is 1,000. So we do have a term for it.
Okay, I hear you, but shouldn't there be the one succinct name for that? And then like you'd say, 2 tons is 2,000 because you went off the 1,000, but we didn't do that.
Next you're going to complain about us saying a quarter ton.
A quarter ton feels way more complicated than
3/4 of a ton.
pounds.
Nobody says 3/4 of a ton.
Man.
75.
When we were in Germany, they had a sign that said 0.4 of a kilometer away.
Nope.
And I was like, okay, first of all, you could have put that sign a little further back and made it half. And also, why didn't we lower it to the common denominator? Why isn't it 2/5? Don't know.
Why is my kid calling me? Does he not know what I do for a living?
Can I family text the Majors family and say, please stop texting your father or husband in the middle of the show?
You want to know what it's about?
Is this something dumb?
Mom told me I could get lunch yesterday for taking her, but I never went. Can I get lunch today? I'm going to reply, no, wait till dinner.
Good. I think he got what he deserved for interrupting the show.
Level of concern for the physicality of this first round is going to be too much for the Stars, either to finish this round strong or to finish a run for the Cup.
I don't think so. It's pretty low, 1/8 of a ton, because they had to be prepared for this. And I honestly think you might be in a situation, if you find yourself in the Western Conference Final, it's going to be the easiest series that you have.
Do you think that Colorado will be this physical? Or do you think that Colorado has just... I think their speed is something that just is so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, they can be physical, but so maybe this will be the most physical series.
And Edmonton always presents
that
combination of physical and skill. I think this is very physical. I'm concerned that it's going to wear them out. So
Okay.
I'm gonna say I'm at 900 pounds with this one and counting.
Okay.
Depending on how long this series goes.
Good note.
Your level of concern for Andrew McCutchen. Andrew McCutchen has one hit this month.
Oh, dear.
Has drawn 2 walks. Now, granted, he's only had 18 at-bats, but the beginning of things with Andrew McCutchen looked good. And since then, it has cooled off pretty well.
Yeah. Do you think, because some people seem to think that's just a matter of usage, right? But wouldn't the counter argument be like, I don't want to steal this exact phrase from Mickey, but I will. There's a reason he was available, right?
Yes.
And they did not pay very much money for him.
And this might be the one last ride, kind of thing before he finishes his career out. And quite honestly, if he wanted to finish his career out and be around for a while, being a Ranger is kind of a cool thing, being involved in this organization after everything's all said and done with. That's definitely how it goes. But yeah, Andrew McCutchen, I'm just a little concerned. We were excited at first, and maybe he's a vibe.
Oh, I
him being a
agree
vibe
with that.
is a big
That's
deal.
a fact.
Yeah, maybe him being in the clubhouse, being a vibe, keeping things loose, but also professional is part of something that they just needed in the clubhouse. But every once in a while, Kevin, that DH position has got to perform.
Yes.
Fortunately, Jock's kind of turned it up a little bit.
That is true.
And hopefully, maybe that was it too. Maybe bringing in a dude that everybody loves, everybody likes in the clubhouse, and is competing for your spot, turn Jock into a better hitter. I don't know. Your level of concern that the Mavs might not be able to find a player at 8?
0.
You think that at 8 or do you think they're going to be any better position? You think they'll land a top 4?
No, I mean, I obviously after last year, I cannot rule that out, but I'm not particularly worried because, like, let's say This is not in order. I'm just listing players that I think people could maybe be really stoked about. DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer, Wilson, Acuff, Wagler, Flemings, Brown. Yeah.
You listed not a lot of players
so
there.
Right there, that's 8. Now, depending on what you think about like Lendeborg and people like that, that could push you one way or another because you could still fall a little bit.
Lendeborg feels like a PJ Washington combo to me.
Okay.
And I'm like, we already got that guy.
He is a little bigger, and I wonder if he would fit more kind of at your 4.
Okay.
But I hear what you're saying, and I don't know how people feel.
PJ plays the 5. What are you talking about?
I mean, there has been
He's our new center.
There has been some situations where that happened, but yeah, no, it's pretty low. I think this draft, especially throughout most of the lottery, is pretty stacked.
Okay.
So.
Your level of concern. I feel like there should be another sound effect that goes there, but it's fine.
Oh, man.
And the Cowboys to be able to make a net positive move if they see the player they want or the BPAP on isn't what they want.
What the hell was that other thing that you just said?
The BPAP on.
What is that?
Or BPAPon.
Do you know what that is?
Should I dump that?
I don't know what you're saying.
It's an acronym.
Meaning?
Best player available at position of need.
That
BPAPon.
Is not an accepted acronym, is it? Did you make that up?
They said the word.
Who's they?
Steven says it all the time. Best player available at position of need.
I hear you, but has anybody ever used BPAPon?
All I did was take the first letter of each word from the thing they say.
Okay, I know how acronyms work. I'm simply asking if you have invented this acronym.
Yes.
Okay, that makes me feel better because I had no idea what the hell you were talking about.
This is the first time anybody's used it.
The question again because I got all
You want me to use
frazzled.
the definition in a sentence?
No, I don't.
It's better than Sean's acronym.
Yeah. The Cowboys, your level of concern, the Cowboys to be able to make a net positive move if they see the player they want or the BPAP on isn't what they want.
Now, do you
think that they can actually make the move down or up if they see that they want a player?
Can I ask you a clarifying question?
I just don't know if I trust them.
Do you mean net positive in terms of the chart or net positive just in terms of the football team?
Player.
Okay.
Yeah.
I 300. I think they can do it because if you move up to 6 for Styles or Caleb Downs, then I think that's a net positive. Like I realize you're going to have to pay for that, and whether it's 6 for 39, whether you think you can swing 9 and 29, whether there's an ancillary pick in the 5th round or wherever else, but I view that as a net positive going up and getting Downs and Styles.
Yeah.
So I'll say
okay,
yeah,
that's interesting.
It's pretty low.
I don't think I've heard you say that yet.
Yeah, I do.
I'm glad it makes me feel more comfortable right now.
Because those moves of, let's say, 9 and 29 or 6 and 39, it sounds like a lot of people think, and sounds like y'all kind of think, to a certain extent, that the player you can get at 29 or 39 is not too dissimilar in talent than what you can get at 20. And that's why I'm saying that. This feels like the draft to do that. And so I do think there's a big difference between, like, if you settled for Jordan Tyson versus a Downs or Styles. And Jordan Tyson might be off the board, but you get what I'm saying. Like, if you want offensive line or wide receiver, I think that's a big difference between Downs or Styles, whereas maybe the player you got at 29, 39 is not too dissimilar from 20.
IndyCar Tim asks if BPAP-on is a player in the draft he hasn't heard of yet. No, it's an acronym.
Corey's on fire today. How odd that Corey has frazzled Kevin. Seriously, tell me that you...
Somebody wants to bet 3 tons that they're moving up.
Everybody knows what BPAP-on is. You have never used that phrase in your life. That's why I looked, like, if you look at the video, I looked at you and then I looked at Alec to be like, are you also confused as to what is happening?
He went, oh no, Corey mixed up his medication.
And I was.
Jeez. He moved his morning medication to the nighttime.
It happens to the best.
Your level of concern for opponents if Otter plays like that again.
You're going to win the series. Like, with all due respect to Wallstedt, or if they decide to go back to Gustafsson at some point. If Otter plays like that, you're going to win this series. So my level of concern for the other team is 2,000.
It's odd at this moment that I don't expect that from him again.
I get it,
but I need that from him the rest of the way.
It's unfortunate because do you think this is a fair description of Jake Ottinger? He is a very good goalie who at times will leave you scratching your head or will lose the game. And at other times he is as good, and I mean this, as good as any goalie in hockey.
Yes.
And that's a big range.
And if he gives me that, then we'll be sitting here comparing him to the Belfour year and being like,
sure,
we got it.
That.
This is why we won. I know that team was stacked, Kevin, but we can always look back and say this is why we won. Last one, are you your level of concern that the Giants dramatically overhauled their team this offseason and have now usurped you in the division?
No. I mean, we'll see, but it already feels like, based on some of the reports we're hearing, it sounds like they might double reach with their picks at 5 and 10. Now they won't view it as a reach because they're like, those are our guys.
We got our guy.
I'm just saying on the consensus. And then again, who the hell knows?
Good point.
And from the 903, for a second, I thought you guys were talking about Jonathan Papelbon. That is a great point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys beat reporter for The Athletic. It is John Machota next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ.
817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's Dallas Cowboys beat reporter for The Athletic and man who rescheduled with us for no reason after all. It is John Machota. Good afternoon, sir.
What's up, boys?
Because they switched that conference call with Brandon Aubrey, right?
You know, that comes with covering the Cowboys. You just got to stay on your heels. You just never know. You know, just always stay available.
John, do you think that the acronym BPAP can catch on? Best player available at position of need?
I just feel like it's a little bit too lengthy to really catch on.
Okay.
Possibly, though. Yeah. I mean, if you get enough people, maybe make some T-shirts.
Man, look at him bailing you out at the last second. So we were talking about your mock draft and the Cowboys trading up to pick 6, picking up Sonny Styles. I just wanted to know for you personally, whether it's the player, whether it's the fit on the team, if both Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs are on the board at whatever pick, who do you like better for the Cowboys?
You know, that is a good question because I can be fine with an argument either way. I would probably rather have Caleb Downs, especially Caleb Downs with Christian Parker. I just think that I'm not saying that other defensive coordinators wouldn't maybe use him as well as Christian Parker would, but it just seems like this would be the type of chess piece that would be perfect for this new young DC to kind of, have quarterbacking a defense that most people won't know what to expect from it because there's obviously a lot of changes happening to this defense this offseason. And so not to say that Sonny Styles can't do that at inside linebacker. They obviously need that a lot too. But for me, it's Caleb Downs. I just think that he's the player that when you watch Ohio State, I feel like he's the one that stands out the most. It seems like he's always making plays at all levels. And, the other part of it, too, is just, they haven't really invested very much in safety in these 15 years I've covered the team. So it would be pretty interesting to see them make this type of a swing where they go from not really valuing the position to it being their biggest draft pick and then their biggest free agency signing with Jalen Thompson.
Malachi Lawrence is, I love watching the player. He's got a lot of great traits that I really like about him. Do you think he is a reach at 20? Because he's starting to gain a lot of steam, too, in the conversations.
You know, it's a good question, and I say that because, so when I have, like, that trade that I did with Cleveland, giving up, 12 and 20, you get 6 and 39. One of my factors in that is that I bet you that there's a lot of teams that don't think there's a huge difference about what will be there at like 20 to 25 and like 35 to 40.
Yep.
And so that's why for me, I'm like, it's very enticing because you move up to 6, you're definitely getting a guy you really like if you're moving up to 6. And then back at 39, there's a good chance you're getting one of these players that you're going to take at 20 anyway, and maybe it's someone like him. Now, maybe they just stay at where they're at 12 and 20, and maybe they take him at 20 as well. And that's the thing, like, I lean heavily on this stuff with Dane Brugler just because I know Dane really well. He's a friend of mine. I know the time he puts in. I know the people that how extensive his research is with who he talks to. Because let's be honest, a guy can just absolutely ball on Saturdays, look great on tape. And all you need to do is tell me about 2 or 3 things about that player off the field, about how they carry themselves, and all of a sudden I'm not interested in the first round in that player just because of stuff like that, And he hears a lot more of that stuff than most do that cover the draft. And so I think 20 is probably a little rich, but if they think that he's one of the top 2 or 3 edge rushers, then, I don't think it would be out of the question.
Now, I know we would all have to hope and pray a little bit or cross our fingers or knock on wood, whatever you think, but there is a decent amount of buzz that Styles or Downs, probably more specifically Downs, could find his way down to pick 12. Could you see a scenario in which that happened and you did not move off of that pick?
If it does happen, I'm going to blame some of my colleagues that cover the other teams in this league because we've done 3 different mock drafts as a group, where each beat writer, drafts for their team. And in none of them, including the one I did yesterday with the group, did any of those guys get there. Now, I will say, it got close. After the first 6 picks, 4 of those top 6 guys were still there, and I'm like, all right, this is looking good. And then a wide receiver went, and I'm like, all right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. The next 4 guys were all of those, Bain, Mansour Delane, Styles, and Caleb Downs. I'm like, oh, great. And now here I'm at 12, and now I got to go, all right, am I doing the Keldrick Falk thing here? Am I going to do something wild and take a wide receiver? And I don't know. It hasn't happened for me when I've been doing these mocks, so that's why I'm thinking it's unlikely. But, man, I'll tell you the one that would really be stunning is if one of those guys is there and then they take Keldrick Falk or something over one of them. Like how stunned people would be over something like that. And you cannot completely rule something like that out. But I would say that it just seems like to me I don't think that there's 15 first-round grades by the Cowboys standards. I bet you there's only 12. And out of those 12, I bet you it's 6 of them are those 6 defensive players that we have talked about the most. And to think one of those 6 are there at 12, it just seems like that would be the no-brainer because you do have defensive needs at all 3 levels. So any one of them makes sense if any one of them was to fall to 12.
Now, you brought up something interesting, and I get it. The buzz is picking up that he might be off the board, but let's say that exact scenario plays out, and Jordan Tyson is still on the board at pick 12. How does that factor into the Cowboys' thinking?
So, I mean, you guys have obviously read and seen online, it's not a secret that the Cowboys are interested in him if they are completely wiped out, that could be a possibility. Now, is that just smoke being put out there to try and get a team that's drafting behind them to jump them? Because then that would push maybe another defensive player to them? Could be. But I just don't see a world where they take a wide receiver at 12 and George Pickens is still on the team in 2026.
True.
Because what would you be doing with George Pickens? You feel really good about Ryan Flanoy as your 3. So why would you be paying the $27 million on a tag to George Pickens? You probably would be looking to trade him then because you're not going to give him a long-term deal because you have money tied up in CeeDee Lamb, and then obviously you're going to have a first-round contract tied up in this wide receiver you take at 12. It would make no sense to be allocating that much money, not only on the offense, but just to wide receiver. So that would be the one that it would be telling to me if they did that at 12. I'd be like, oh, well, then maybe they're moving away from George Pickens then because I just doesn't make sense. But I don't think that will happen. I frankly do think that it's going to be what we expect, that however they do it with their first 2 picks, I expected them both to be on defense.
John Machota joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We talked with Steven last week and asked him a little bit about the culture changer mindset. I wanted to ask you about 2 different guys in your last 3 picks on your mock draft. One of them being from Indiana, Aiden Fisher. Would you see that guy as a guy that could help with culture coming from that championship program? But you also had Cole Wisniewski on there, and he comes from a Joey McGuire team that we love.
Yep.
And also I really like the player whenever I got my eyes on him.
So for me, this is my own biased opinion. This isn't hearing it from anybody with the organization or across the league. This is my own opinion. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I don't care. I really don't care about any of that stuff. And honestly, if they cared about that, why is Solomon Thomas and Osa Digizua not on the team? Give me the best 52 players you can find, the best whatever. Give me the most talented roster. That's what wins on Sundays as far as I'm concerned. Of course you don't want to have a roster filled with guys that are getting arrested and causing problems and stuff like that. I need the most talented players that are going to help me. I feel like that's the teams that win nowadays. That's what they're leaning towards. The culture stuff sounds great. I'm just kind of beaten down with it covering the Cowboys.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, I heard Brad this morning say with Sean and RJ, he said he pulled somebody aside, and he didn't mention the name, but he was like, they kept saying we need more grown-ups. We need more adults on this team, dudes that are better professionals, and that's what it sounded like for me. And that trait, I think I see what you're saying. Give me some talent because talent can go out there and win on Sunday.
I just don't know how you get any more professional than Osa and Solomon. So, but hey, all right, that's fine.
Man, I
kind of those guys would be leaving the building. That's all I'm saying. Like,
there you go.
It's whatever. Okay.
We have Steven on again on Friday. I kind of want to ask him, like, hey, do you think culture and stuff is overrated? And then whenever he answers that, be like, then why did you get rid of Osa?
And then drop Mashoda's name?
No.
Be like, Machota said this.
I don't want to get him in trouble.
Okay.
He won't come back on the show, I don't believe.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. Hey, Steven can handle that. Steven, I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's funny when because I get that question asked a lot of people, like, well, how do you think things will be different when Steven's running the team? And that, like, I mean, I get that Jerry gives, like, the more headline responses, but it's not like Steven doesn't get asked tough questions.
Yeah.
It's just Steven just doesn't, he's not going to give you the long answer. Like just being in Arizona recently for that owners meeting, I was telling somebody this the other day, it's not that we didn't ask Steven the same questions that we asked Jerry. Now, Jerry got asked, there was some other national reporters that were around, asked some probably more big picture stuff, about like the officiating things. But for the most part, Steven was asked the same stuff, but he wasn't going to play ball the way that Jerry will, especially when it comes to George Pickens. Steven, we asked him multiple questions about George, and he was like, he gave his answers, and that was that. He's just not going to. Where I feel like when Jerry talks, Jerry goes in thinking like, I got to give them something that's going to make a headline. Where Steven's like, I'll answer your guys' questions. That doesn't mean I'm going to provide you guys with this monster headline every time, But it's like, I mean, I don't know. Like, you guys ask him. I mean, I listened to your interview last week. It's not like you guys shied away from asking him anything or anything. He'll answer the questions.
Yeah, the thing I love about Jerry is you ask him any question, he'll go, well, I'm not going to comment on that. But what I will say, and then he'll essentially answer your question. So I do like that. What did you think about the Brandon Aubrey deal now that it's done?
I like it. I think it's a good deal for both sides. I do love, I wonder, I guess Sports Talk Radio would provide this in the past, but like, I wonder, like, before social media, like how much of this, there's just always extra layers of the conversation after something like that happens. Cause then it turns to, well, why didn't this get done, 2-3 months ago?
Right.
And what happened to the 10 million? And it's just like, well, you do know that a lot of these things can still be true. You do know that like, 10 million could have still been asked for, even though it's like, yeah, but I mean, we really want 8. They're trying to give us 6. We want 8. So we'll ask for 10, but we'll settle at 8 or whatever. And then there's also there's also the potential that the player goes to the agent and goes, hey, are they willing to give this? I know that you want, me to get 8. And I know if I hold out, I can get 8, but man, I love living here. I'm from here. It's pretty awesome being the Cowboys kicker. I love kicking indoors. Like, I would love to put all this behind me and I can just go into this season with this all out of the way. Let's just get this thing done. There's a lot of different ways these things can be done. Like, every player isn't represented by the same agent. Every player doesn't want the same things. Like, every single thing isn't the same in every single contract negotiation. And this one's a great example of it because Brandon's represented by the same person, Todd France, who represents Dak. And it's not this, like, these two contracts and the way everything went down are not even close to being the same thing. So I'm just pushing back on a little bit on like social media. Sometimes I'll just see how like people make it seem like it's just so obvious. Oh, this should have been done 3 months ago. It's like, well, how do you know that? Do you know what was being asked for? Do you know what they offered? Like, there's just a lot of like just assuming and talking matter-of-factly about things you really don't know for certain.
You ever build a burner account and really go troll people?
Oh!
I don't. Hey, to be honest with you, like I kind of try and stay away from it more. Like the more I cover this team, because it can wear you out, as you guys obviously know.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not going to get into it. But yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Now, I know. Last thing I've got for you. I know in the mock draft, as we were just talking about the trade up to 6, if they just stayed put 12 and 20, what do you think would be the most likely outcome for the Cowboys at those picks?
It's tough for me not to predict one of those picks being Keldrick Falk.
Yeah.
And I say that just because, there's a lot of upside there, but it really has to, I would feel like if he's one of those picks, it has to come from like the coaching staff saying like, no, we know exactly how to use this guy. We know how to get the most out of him. We think he'll be perfect utilizing him this and this way. We can work him off of Quinn and Williams. It's like a real plan. And if that's the case, you can sell me on that either way. And so I just feel like one of those picks will be Keldrick Falk, and then one of the other ones I feel like will be a corner.
So Falk and
not to say that
Hood.
Yeah, exactly. And not to say that a safety couldn't be in the mix, like McNeil Warren or Thieneman. Like, that could be possible. I'm just going off again, like I said, covering this team. They just have not put that type of value in safety. And so they went and signed Jalen Thompson and P.J. Locke. I was just kind of like, I would not be surprised if in their mind they're done at safety. So as much as I think we all want to see Caleb Downs play for the Dallas Cowboys, it would not surprise me if they go to a corner and an edge rusher, because those are the two positions that have the highest value in terms of, obviously, what those positions are paid.
I know we have to wait years to see how it actually plays out, John, but I'm going to tell you, if we get to draft night and Caleb Downs is at pick 12 and they pick somebody different, I'm going to flip the F out.
I don't think you're going to be alone. If they are at 12, I did this last year when their picks started coming up. I left the workroom at the Star and I went over to inside the Ford Center because I wanted to get fans' reaction. And when they took Tyler Booker, there were definitely, I wouldn't say all, but there were a lot of people that were pretty deflated. Not about Tyler Booker. Obviously, he's a good player and is probably going to be an outstanding player. But just the fact that it was another offensive lineman, I would be fascinated to be inside that Ford Center. If Caleb Downs is on the board and they take someone else, that will be, you'll see the video reaction of that one, trust me.
Just a bunch of people dropping their head and walking out.
I love it. John, thank you so much. Know you're busy, and congratulations to both of us about Ngungba coming back.
Let's keep this going. Let's keep the momentum going. I'm embracing the portal.
Yeah! Thanks, John.
Let's see you, boys.
What are your thoughts on Coach K's?
That's in my buddy's an idiot.
All right, Kevin. Lee Simakopoulos has reported Rope Hintz is not on the road trip for Game 3 and 4. Glenn Gulletson said
he's not playing.
Ruled him out for Game 3 and said very doubtful for 4. The Stars are hopeful he could be available for Game 5 when they return. Your immediate reaction?
I'm also hopeful for that. But I also hope we get Caleb Downs.
No.
I don't think it's going to happen. When we just heard the other day he wasn't even skating on his own, that does not lend itself. I mean, Hintz is a tough MFer, but I don't know.
Yeah.
That would be great if we could get him back.
I don't know. If Game 5 came around and all of a sudden you inject that into your lineup,
that would be
and he's healthy and ready to go. Otherwise, hey, man, let's get in control of this series and hold him off for the next one.
Yeah, I'm with you. With a KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next right here on The Fan.
Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Johnston tries to dig it free. Boldy has the puck. Centering pass. Loose. The net empty at the other end. A rolling puck towards it. And it's in! It curled in! For the insurance goal for Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. The Stars are victorious 4-2 to even up that playoff series. And Victor Wembanyama becomes the first ever unanimous Defensive Player of the Year winner. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty good, Heggy. You know, considering the Spurs might be opening a dynasty, considering I thought you had to build a super team that the salary cap wasn't supposed to hold, but it just turns out you could have Wemby, and that might be just as good.
Yeah, or keep the flag.
So, yeah, you know, these last 25 years of Western Conference basketball have been pocked by Lakers and Spurs dominance. I was just looking forward to something else, but I wonder how much San Antonio's getting ready for another reign of terror.
Would you accept Oklahoma City, then, as the alternative?
Slightly less bad.
Okay. That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it, indeed. Now, I know the game was tied at the end of the first period last night, but were you worried that you had now seen 4 straight periods of hockey where the Minnesota Wild looked like the better team?
Never had a doubt.
Oh, great.
No, it was good.
Look at you.
No, it was, I thought they came out and looked really good from the get-go last night. You could see the pep was different. I thought Robo was physical. I thought Nils Lundqvist had himself a really good game with some quality defensive minutes. And Otter established himself from the word go. And again, well, was it the first initial penalty kill? He comes up with a huge save there. The glove was working. He was dominant. So all you got to do is call him out, let him know, hey, dude, this isn't acceptable. You can't just, I know it's Dallas and we're a football town, whatever. People don't care about the hockey as much, blah, 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 blah. Look, we hold you to a higher standard here, Otter, and you delivered last night, buddy, and I love you for it. That's my Otter. That's my guy. But no, I felt like the Stars were going to win, and even though it was 1-1, never had a doubt. To me, they were the better team all night last night.
Ooh, interesting.
You think there was a plan to take out their best hitter?
That was a hell of a shot.
You think
it was great?
5'8" dude.
Yeah. He's 5'8", like $180.
Did you hear the coach? He goes, yeah, well, he's built like a rock. I just thought that was awesome.
Inspire confidence into your guys.
Yeah.
But did you feel like that? Did you feel like that going in? I mean, that they
had that plan.
They had that plan that, listen, we've got to take out the guy that's given us the most problems.
Well, I think they just understood the assignment of we got to match the physicality to at least some extent here. And the Wild are pretty much always going to out-hit you, but you got to make your presence felt. And they did that last night. And if they're going to take out somebody next, I want it to be old Foligno.
Okay.
Bleep that guy, Foligno.
I think we know better than to do stuff like that, all right?
Hey, you go just take him out for a nice meal after the series after we beat them.
Easily,
I don't want Foligno's wife or whatever calling into y'all's show.
And then stiff Foligno with the check.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
That's the plan.
Yeah, and he'll be really upset and be thinking about it the whole time.
And then he'll probably try and decapitate one of your guys like he did last night.
He did try that.
And apparently, did Gullison respond and say, well, that guy's really emotional, so...
Yeah,
I get it.
Sounds like Gulletson, because he was like, hey, they can't hang with us 5-on-5, and Gulletson's like, he's emotional, so we'll see how that goes.
I can't believe he said that. They can't hang out with us. They can't hang with us 5-on-5.
It's like, dude, the only times your power play is what dominated. Yeah. And you didn't have, and the Zuccarello injury was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you could tell their power play just did not look the same.
He might have problems going forward.
Yeah, no, that does not sound. I mean, he might be done for the series. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely something that's in the air. But I did think, credit to Gully, R2 Huru, he did make a big impact last night.
He did. He absolutely did. I'll tell you, what's up with too many men on the ice? How do we do that?
Okay.
Well, the officiating I did not love.
This is something I need to learn. I still don't.
I'm so glad that you brought that up. All right. So I looked back at both of these penalties a bunch because they happen in quick succession.
Yeah.
The Dallas one, they were at least in the midst of trying to fix. So what happened with Dallas, they had the two guys come out on the ice at the same time. The one immediately realized, oh, crap.
Jump back
not
on the boards.
me. And he tried, but the whistle had already been blown.
Yeah.
But for Colorado, they forgot how many people people are allowed to be on the ice. You go back and watch that.
Oh, no.
That guy is not even close
Yeah.
to getting back until he doesn't even kind of turn until the whistle blows, and then you can think, oh, crap, that was not supposed to be me. Theirs was really egregious. Dallas was still, it was a fair penalty, but the Colorado one, I don't know what they were doing.
I find it amazing that the officials, with all that's going on, are able to count everybody on the ice.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
I'm like, wow. They make that call with everything going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, these officials, they're on their game.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely
they
right
were a little
about that.
too involved last night.
I agree.
Until you needed to give a major penalty, and they were like,
oh, gosh. It's like it's the Stanley Cup playoffs. It used to be kind of let the boys play, let them decide it on the ice. I thought they were way too involved. I agree with you. I did not, even some of the calls that went the Stars' way. I'm like, really? Yeah, we're calling that the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Especially in some of those tripping calls. I was like,
Do you look
the
at
Jamie Benn one?
Yeah.
That bothered me.
Do you look at Wyatt's goal as that first goal as a it's just lucky, or that's just hockey?
That's exactly what you playing goalie.
That's hockey, though.
It's
hockey,
the puck's behind me, and I don't know where it is, and I turn and just knock it in with my elbow. That's kind of like Brian Broaddus in goal for Minnesota
But it was
last
a great
night.
job by Lundqvist, right? Like let's just fling pucks to the net. He was doing that last night too.
Oh, that's
you never know what can
that's
happen.
what you hockey guys always say.
Just send
throw 'em
rubber
at the
to the
net.
cage.
Just throw rubbers at the net.
Rubber at the cage, baby. You never know when you're going to need a deflection, a doink, a bounce, a rebound spits right in the front there. Go ahead and bang home the trash, boys.
And if I said Colorado, I meant Minnesota. How are you feeling?
You're looking ahead. I like it. I like what you're doing over there.
That's right.
You got 1 foot in the second round there, boyo.
Get your two toughest series out of the way.
I don't understand. How is this matchup even happening?
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. Gary Bettman's got to figure this one out.
You're the third best team. You get to play the seventh best team. And if you win in the second round, it's 1 versus 3 in what could be the Stanley Cup final. Have these two games change your anticipation of where this series ends?
Destined for 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got that 7 kind of feel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's how they want it. That's what they want in a series like this. And it's frustrating when it's your team that's in it.
Yes.
I think as a casual hockey fan,
for sure.
it's pretty great to start out and it's like round 1 and we got ourselves like 2 heavyweights when you don't have a dog in the fight. And then when you do, you're like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Right. And it stinks because if you look ahead, hopefully the Stars advance.
Get out in 4 with.
I mean, you're just projecting ahead at how many extra games you're going to have to play when you get into the final. Like I remember with the Mavs and the Celtics. Like the Celtics run, it was kind of a breeze hit to the finals.
Yeah.
You could tell they were a much more well-rested team. They didn't have to go through some of the gauntlets that the Mavs did. I think the Stars or whoever comes out of the West is probably going to be in a similar deal.
Dallas wins the next 3.
Oh!
Let's not act like they're not the better team here.
I love it.
Let's kind of put it where it is. It's Dallas is the better team. They've got a rookie goaltender basically playing in the playoffs.
Well.
Yeah, well, too
he
bad.
is.
He let one.
Screw him.
He let one go off his elbow as he was trying to glove it. Don't tell me about playing well.
Hey,
right off the weenus.
Yeah,
pucks on cage, baby. That's what we're doing.
Pucks on cage.
What do you guys got coming up on the program
Pucks
today?
on cage.
Well, hopefully more crotch first confidence from Broaddus.
I love that.
Did like that. Rangers player
Dallas
show coming
trade up to 1
at 3:20.
Fernando?
Rangers pregame at 6:30.
All right, they'd still take Keldrick Falk. All right, roll home with this G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Falk and Hood, prepare yourself for it. Come back with us tomorrow.
That sounded
different. Yeah, I should not say those words in that order again, should I? I'll have to work on that. Corey and his co-host tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., whoever that is, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Sorry. Good night, Kevin.
Good night forever.
Tolo. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome into the show here. Just 2 days and a couple hours to go until the NFL Draft. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40 with the draft just a couple of days away. You know he's throwing. He just said something in the break there that I think we need to reset in just a second. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 4.5 flawless. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6:30. Of course, you got Woolchuck and Chiafalo here, your nosebleed guys. And you can watch us at 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. YouTube's back up. Sorry about the YouTube hassle yesterday. Just a friendly reminder, get that Odyssey app. It is better. Okay? Yeah, Brian said at the break, you think the Cowboys are going to end up with Sonny Styles? Is that at 12?
I think there's a possibility of that. Yeah, I do. There's all kinds of combinations that you need to work on before you get the particular player to you. I think the Giants are the team with the 5th pick and the 10th pick. The combinations they have, maybe if you get these receivers to all go, I believe the Cowboys feel like that the receivers are going to go. I think they feel like that they're going to lose out on Tate and they're going to lose out on Tyson. So if that's the case, well, that will push one of these defensive players to you. But it kind of sounds like that people are locking in on Delane, and it sounds like they're locking in on Downs. And I believe that's where I've said this a bunch. I worry about the Dolphins trading, and I worry about the Dolphins, somebody coming up ahead of you to maybe grab one of these defensive players. They could also very well, maybe somebody could come up ahead of you and also take an offensive player. But I think the likelihood is that the Dolphins. The Dolphins are a weird team because in talking to Bobby Belt about this, and I agree with him, because you've got the combination with Jeff Hathley and then also too with John Eric Sullivan. The Green Bay Packers, they traditionally aren't one of these teams that is going to lock into a corner that way. So, maybe this is where, and Bobby makes a really good point about it. Maybe this is, we've seen the Packers before take guys, like with Rashawn Gary and people like that. Maybe they don't take a pass rusher. Maybe they take a big guy. And maybe this is where Falk could go ahead of you.
Sure.
So that pushes a guy down to you. But there's the thought is that these receivers could be gone, Delane could be gone, and now where does that leave Styles? I agree with Bobby on this, on the conversation he and I had. If Styles somehow gets past the Giants at 5, I kind of feel like that, where is he going to slot? Who is going to take him?
I think it would be Washington if Carnell Tate's not there.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm saying. These wide receivers,
it's like Tyson at 5.
Yeah,
and then maybe Tate could go at 6 if he doesn't. I think that's the pick for Washington at 7 if Tate's there.
We'll see on that one. Yeah, I just, there's a side of me that Bobby thinks it's Delane. I think it might be Styles, might be the one that people are talking about.
But as the draft is approaching, teams are being revealed to like these wide receivers.
Yeah,
and
you're going to get the offensive linemen to go too, the two tackles to go.
Yeah,
two tackles, 2 wide receivers.
See, and this is why
maybe 3.
This is why we talked about this yesterday.
Sweet.
This is why Cincinnati kind of getting out of their pick at 10, because they were going to reach on a defensive tackle. And you kind of needed that. But now with the Giants with the pick, well, this is where you could very well lose Downs.
Yeah, Jordan Renan, who really has done a great job in years past of nailing these giant picks. I mean, he's said that if Love's there, that's who they would take at 5. I don't know if Love will be there. If he's not, they really like Jordan Tyson. And because of now, like, teams maybe eyeing these receivers, they might have to take Tyson at 5.
See, the one that pick, if they're not going to pick Bain, New Orleans taking him at 8 would be something that would clearly help the Cowboys.
Okay, elsewhere here in the build-up to the draft, Adam Schefter this morning on his podcast talking about what he's hearing with the Cowboys. He was talking about the potential for moving up, but also said, I do think there's some Jordan Tyson love there again as well. He is the only offensive player on the Nick Harris list that we talked about yesterday that he put on Twitter. He feels like there's 9 names the Cowboys' 2 first-round picks are going to come from. Jordan Tyson, like, what is that scenario? Styles is gone, and the edges are gone, and Delane's gone, and Downs is gone.
Yeah,
we're sitting here at 12.
If all those defensive players go ahead of you, like you just walked through, then maybe one of those wide receivers. I think Dallas would be comfortable taking Tyson or Tate. I think the wide receivers are going to have a. Now, if they get completely where they don't want to do that, I could see a scenario where they pick Hood at 12.
Sure. See, that's what I was assuming they would do.
Yeah.
They would just say, we have no problem.
But if one of those wide receivers was on the board and they felt like that they were that they would I think they would trust their board on this one, and they would take either Tate or they would take Tyson. And it sounds like to me that Tyson's in about 3 different spots for some of these teams.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like those 2 receivers are going to make it to 12, but who the heck knows? I'm kind of ready to expect the unexpected with this draft. I mean, Styles could go anywhere from 4 to the Titans. Maybe he's going 12 to Dallas. This is every day there's moving parts here. This is wild.
Yeah, and the facts are changing so quickly that I think only rampant speculation and echo chambers could explain a lot of it. Okay, I do a Steelers podcast with my buddy up there in Pittsburgh, so he's always feeding me data. I was looking for more last night on the Highsmith and Herbig rumors. Apparently, they like Jack Sawyer enough. They feel like he can be their third guy, and it's not the best balancing of resources to have those 2 plus TJ Watt and Jack Sawyer. Anyway, the thought would be maybe a 2027 day 2 pick could get you Herbig or Highsmith. You got to be in on that, right?
Yeah.
That's how you fix edge.
Absolutely.
Freaking A.
Third round? That. I mean, you can get a day 2. That tells me
day 2 in 2027 could get you Herbig or Highsmith.
It's a second or third round pick, yeah.
Yeah. I'd be trying to make it that 3rd rounder for sure. I mean, that would be huge, dude.
I mean,
that would be huge.
You go get a corner, you go get a middle linebacker. You don't need to use 12 or 20 on an edge. You're trading 2027 capital for that, and you're getting a sure thing. Like, I genuinely believe Highsmith's got 12 or 13 sack season in him, and Herbig might not be the player against the run, and in all situations.
You got those guys,
but he might be so damn good in passing situations. I think he could be a double-digit sack guy. Yeah. I'd say you've invested enough in the defensive line at this point to make room for a designated pass rusher if that's what Herbig is going to be. Patriots coach Mike Vrabel at the podium today. The Patriots announced, hey, Vrabes is going to talk with reporters, so gather round. Said he's had difficult conversations with, quote, people I care about, including his family, his coaching staff, and players.
Yeah.
Following the publication of photos of him and Rossini. Those conversations have been positive and productive.
Yeah.
And in order to be successful on and off the field,
we enjoy the millions you make, sir, so we'll stay with you.
You have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. Vrabel said in an unscheduled statement from the podium, yada, yada, yada. So,
yada.
Yeah, basically what he said was yada, yada, yada. He said nothing.
Yeah, he did not say much at all.
He didn't really address it at all.
It's like, tough conversations.
Yeah.
Hate to be a distraction.
Wanted to talk to the team.
But I'm committed to this team. I'm going to be focused. I'm going to be humble. And I'm excited for the upcoming season, is basically what he said.
Think this hurts him as a coach? You think the players care? I don't think the players care.
I don't think so either.
I'm sure he was more maybe detailed with the players, like with the media. He probably kept it super close to the vest.
And with his wife, he probably kept it pretty close to the vest. Limited details.
Yeah, that's true. He might still be playing the card behind the scenes that this was all much to do about nothing.
Yeah.
So he can't come out and apologize, even though you could still apologize. Like, he at no point said the words, I'm sorry.
No.
Even just for the whole thing, even if it's much to do about nothing, all the damage that it's caused, there was still no real acknowledgement that anything actually happened.
Could still be holding the line behind closed doors.
I could see that.
This is a one-time event, or maybe, we were just old pals linking up at the pool. They got it wrong. College football is having annual meetings this week in North Texas. Ross Dellinger reporting a White House committee taking an interest in the college football playoff and believes the postseason should expand to 24 teams. Expansion discussions are expected to reignite this week here in Dallas. There is a coalescing around 24. We don't need 24 teams.
No.
We don't need buys. 16 teams is fine.
Yeah.
24 is way too many. I mean, it was clear. It was clear your 11th and 12th teams really didn't belong there. I think if you kept it inside the Power Four conferences, you could get more competitive matchups. But I mean, if you haven't done more, you don't have the right, I think, as a 16 seed to be on the field with the best team in the country, hoping to get lucky and to ruin their dreams. Like, you got to preserve what the regular season means. And at 24, it's like, hell, we could load manage a week or two and still get into this thing.
Yeah, for 100%. And that was one of the things about college football that everybody always loved, was just the regular season mattering at a high level. And I think in the current construct, it still does. But yeah, I mean, you saw even when it was the 4-team playoff, you would see some blowouts.
Yeah.
Let alone if you're going to welcome in the top 24 teams, it's going to like the first couple rounds will be blowout city.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Alrighty, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you here at 877-881-1053. We'll do a draft Ask Brought Us Anything a little bit later on in the show. Got a very full 4.5 hours of sports and draft content for you. Rangers show going to be moved to tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow in the 2 o'clock hour, we'll have the Rangers Player Show. We're going to talk NBA playoffs with a former NBA great. I would say maybe multi-time All-Star. I can't say how many, maybe 3 or 4. I'm trying to hint around them, see if you can guess them.
Okay.
One of the most electrifying players. I probably eyeball it around 19 points per game. Warriors. I think
Baron Davis.
Baron Davis is going to join us
Baron
Thursday
Davis.
at 3 o'clock.
I'm going to sit this one out, boys.
You're not a Baron Davis fan.
I will never forgive him for 2007.
Yeah,
2007. I hate him.
You hate Baron Davis?
I sports hate him.
Wow.
Yeah, I really do.
Okay.
But the beard is, gosh, it was
Beard's
legendary.
iconic.
I know. But yeah, the fan in me really can't stand Baron Davis.
Is he still dating Laura Dern?
I don't know. It sounds like a question we could ask him. I don't know who Laura Dern is, but I know
The actress?
Yeah, you would
He's
know
in
her if
town
you
for
saw
some
her.
Ozark?
He's in town for a film festival.
Maybe he
He's
is.
involved in.
Well, I
Is
hope
Laura Dern
you
an
guys
actress?
have a great interview.
She's
with
an
him.
actress, yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't she the wife in Ozark?
No.
The wife in Ozark?
Wendy?
That old bird?
No. That's
Baron Davis?
Well, Laura Dern's not young. She's not young.
She's 59 years old.
Yeah, she's not young.
Oh, Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Yes, Jurassic Park. Thank you.
Laura Dern?
Dern.
Yeah.
D-E-R-N?
Is her dad
Dern.
Bruce Dern?
Yes, absolutely. Her dad is Bruce
Her
Dern.
dad was like in all those in John Wayne movies. He was always kind of a bad guy. Yeah. He was a
Who the heck is
actor
the wife
dude.
in Ozark? She was so unlikable.
You guys like
Laura Linney. Laura Linney. That's who
Okay,
she
it was a Laura. You were close.
Not really.
Barking up the Laura tree. But
So Baron Davis was dating Laura Dern?
yeah.
Huh, really? That was
I
interesting.
mean, they had finger lock pictures.
Did you get ball
so
sacked?
No, that's not.
No,
a ball
I
sack.
see now the internet was obsessed with it for a while. They were
Good
kind
for
of
them.
into
What
it.
a sweet couple.
Hell of a job of the boys last night at the barn. Usual suspects: Wyatt Johnson with 2, Robertson with 1, Duchesne with a goal, Jake Ottinger 28 saves. The monster hit from Colin Blackwell in the first period appears to have sent a message.
Yeah, it did.
Stars might actually be ready to fight for in a playoff series.
3 straight. Get ready.
I think that's what you might have seen, and maybe the officials were trying to rein it back in to sort of set the tone on their end. But there were 9 penalties in the second period alone. Stars held the Wild 0 for 4 on the power play as Matt Zuccarello was a late scratch. His status is a
upper
big key
body
going
thing
forward.
problem working there.
Yeah,
or lower.
that's a huge injury.
Rangers back in action tonight. They're going to host the Pirates, looking to win a series, basically going to have to earn it as Pittsburgh playing better baseball. They're 13-9 on the year. This is Andrew McCutchen facing his former team where he became a legend. Says he wants to be a glue guy for the Rangers, something the Pirates did not allow him to do. It's disappointing. You don't want to move on from legends like that if they can still get it done. Guy wanted to be a glue guy.
For that team?
Guy wanted to be a leader.
Yeah.
You said no. So I'd expect a big series from Kutch. It's Kamar Rocker against Carmen Mlodzinski. He's been a spot starter. They're trying to work him into the rotation more this year. 3 starts, 4 appearances, 20 innings, and a 1.77 ERA. So Mlodzinski has been getting it done, although he's got a 1.33 whip. So he's been pitching out of trouble, been putting some guys on. This is a good night to double down on patience. That's all we need. It's a little patience.
Yeah, a little discipline at the plate will go a long way.
You got me, Brian?
I got you.
Okay. We got the top 10 coming up at 2:20 after the Champ Wolchuk. What's the subject?
All right, top 10 biggest draft busts since 2020. Okay, so we're looking at the last 5 years. 877-881-1053. Who are some of the biggest ones you can remember? That's next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something.
back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We got Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a second. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with the team.
Going for two today. Going for two today right here. What could go wrong living right next door to a golf course? You might get a golf ball through the window. We got an old man came out there and confronted the fellas that put a golf ball through his window, and it was hilarious.
I'm a mad motherfucker right now.
I know, I bet. I have windows too.
Yeah. What's your name? All right, Vitali. You owe me $681. I'm goddamn madder than
Yeah.
You can't hit this goddamn thing's 200 yards wide, and you hit houses.
Hit house. Slice and slice. Sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry? I'm out of window.
Yeah.
Out of window.
Out of window.
You're sorry?
I'm out of freaking window.
Go to the next hole.
I haven't hit yet.
Yeah, I haven't hit it.
Hit it. Okay. You're sorry? I'm out of a window.
Out of a window. How dare you? My window's broken.
Man. Stress that man out, bro.
It's ridiculous.
You would have had to just move in there. Like, how sad and pathetic are you? You should be mad at yourself for moving next to a golf course and then getting mad at your
This is not the first time, clearly, because he knows how much that window costs.
He knows exactly how much
$681.
Usually the club pays for your windows.
Oh, do they?
Usually.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
You know, or some sort of an insurance, or
Yeah.
they, you know,
Mhm.
they got a line on a glass guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
they need to pay for the rats that are coming in my house because they're doing construction on the golf course next to me, tearing up their habitat. Now they're in my habitat.
Yes. Yeah, that's can
they pay for that?
I think they should. I mean, they're going to profit off that.
Yeah.
You know, they're causing you inconvenience. You shouldn't have to be inconvenienced
And
for
my
their
neighbors.
profit. I think you got a case. It's called the Frankels.
You know that little neighbor app where everybody talks to each other?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah. And that dude that jogs at night in all black in our neighborhood. Like, what's going on, bro?
Man, the worst thing that ever happened for me close to my residence was they were erecting a high rise next door in this apartment I was living in, and they were having to drive the pipes or whatever into the ground to make it what is that, earthquake resistant?
Okay.
This is in downtown Portland, the Pacific Rim. You're on the West Coast. So all the buildings got to be built with these poles driven yards and yards into the ground so it can kind of rock and sway a little bit. Well, it took them weeks to drive these things in. They're driving like
tink, tink, tink.
and it would start at 6 a.m.
That's so
I was
bad.
like, you got to be freaking kidding me. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your top 10 at 220. Zach with an H.
Alrighty, a lot of draft news out and about. We'll get that to you throughout the show. And we're also going to do a top 10 inspired draft list. The top 10 draft bus since 2020. 877-881-1053. We do have this out now. That some stuff we've kind of been hearing behind the scenes, but Tom Pelissero has reported that there are plenty of team medical staffs around the league that believe Jermon McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, is going to need another surgery.
Yep.
To repair a bone plug in McCoy's knee. So the bone plug was used to repair a cartilage defect, and they might need to go in there and get that repaired. So I think when you started to hear, like,
that's the Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah,
the Trayvon Diggs had that basically to microfracture surgery.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, that would explain why the Cowboys would be out on him.
The cartilage in your knee is done, like you're an old man with arthritis.
Wow.
So they got a fancy new procedure to fix the cartilage in your knee. Sometimes it doesn't work.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's able to come back and be a hell of a player.
Well, hopefully he's still on the board at 112 and the Cowboys can take
Maybe he is. I mean, who knows? I wonder how far he could fall. I mean, the reports are like farther than Will Johnson last year, who went in the second round.
Second round.
Could it be Savone Revel, where he goes to the third? I don't know. But that'll be interesting to monitor where does Jermon McCoy go. And then our buddy Eric Galco, who we've had on the show before, said a lot of teams are expecting the Rams to trade up for one of the wide receivers. And it could be Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
So
Love
instead of staying at 13, maybe the Rams are definitely one of the most aggressive. Like we talked about that on the stack, I think, last week. Like, who are the teams that could move up?
Yeah.
The Rams are one of the most aggressive teams always. So certainly, I mean, I think that I'm hoping Mekhi Lemon can also end up getting into the mix there. And so you get all three of those guys: Tyson, Tate, Lemon. Heck, who knows? Maybe Omar Cooper Jr. But let's get the run on receivers and offensive tackles. Let's make this happen. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it's hard to tell still if that Dexter Lawrence trade helped or hurt the Cowboys. I think there's a lot of scenarios in play where it could end up hurting them. But if it creates a need for wide receiver because now the Ravens and the Rams right behind you feel like we can't wait anymore, this could be glorious.
Yeah, it could be. This is going to be a lot of fun.
I feel like we've spent 3 months believing worst case scenario was most likely scenario, and now in these last couple of days, I feel like the board's going to fall their way.
I think Jordan Tyson's workout and teams being like, okay, we feel decent about your health right now. That helped a lot. And then ultimately, I still think these teams are going to reach for the offensive tackles. And even though, like, I'm with you, Brian, I don't think Caden Proctor from Alabama and Monroe Freeling from Georgia and Blake Miller from Clemson. Like, I don't think these guys are necessarily top 15 to 20 picks, but this year they're probably going to be because that's just how they're going to get pushed up the board. And it's unfortunate. Maybe a quarterback goes higher than one. Maybe Ty Simpson does go in the first round. I mean, maybe Arizona finds a trade partner. They move back. I'd love that. I want the chaos, and I want it all to benefit our team. All the offensive players. Just go. Just get off the board. All right, let's get into the bus. Top 10 biggest draft bust since 2020. 877-881-1053. Drafting Taco instead of TJ Watt. Now, that does not qualify in the 2020s. It's like Mozzie would. Mozzie's honorable mention.
But I do respect the sentiment, though.
100%. That was bad. We've got John Ross. Gosh, John Ross was a big one. I think that's also prior to 2020. But
it's Bengals speedster, right?
The 40 was crazy with John Ross. And then Dad.
One of the fastest,
Yeah, just didn't work out.
Couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah, he could not. Isaiah Wilson
for his bones.
Isaiah Wilson, the offensive tackle from the Titans, and he's going to be high on this list.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good one.
He played 4 snaps, I think.
I was about to say, did he even play?
4 snaps. Yeah.
That's one of the weirder ones.
It was very bizarre because, I mean, he was pretty darn good coming out of Georgia. I think he might have been banged up. He might have been hurt. I don't know. Poor guy. Zach Wilson.
I think he hated football.
Usually is those dudes.
Yeah. Got to be careful of those guys. Zach Wilson. The quarterbacks are always
there's going to be a lot
going to be in the mix here with Zach Wilson, with my guy Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, he deserves a mention here. He's earned that, and even our buddy, your friend
Trey Lance,
old Trey.
Ah, Trey, I love you, bud. Other honorable mentions: Kadarius Toney. Giants receiver.
Was he a first-round pick?
He was.
He was a first-round pick.
I feel like he should
Florida,
be high
right?
on him.
A super talent. He was a super talent.
Killed the Cowboys that one game, remember?
Yeah, that Cowboys game. And did he punch somebody or somebody
was
punched
always
him?
doing
I think he got kicked out of the game at the very end.
Right at the end.
Yeah.
But he was tearing them.
He's lining up off sides and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I mean, he had one really good game, and then it was just Kadarius Toney just never lived. I thought once the Chiefs traded for him, like, okay, maybe this will work. And then
Nope.
He was the one that lined up offside, so that amazing Travis Kelce play got called back.
Yes.
Just a schmuck.
That's how he will be remembered. But he's also a Super Bowl champion, is he not?
He is a Super Bowl champion. He has that on his resume.
He got that Lombardi.
But also a bust. Caleb Farley. And Caleb Farley, I think the comparison with Jamon McCoy is kind of on there.
Va-Tech corner.
Yeah. Went to the Titans.
Yeah.
Titans have quite a few of these.
Titans got a few of these, yeah.
Kenny Pickett.
Oh, my gosh. Didn't we know in real time?
We knew that was going to happen.
What are we doing?
It's like we got to get a quarterback. We probably aren't going to be able to get one of the better ones because we're always 8-8. This guy played here in our home stadium. Let's just take him.
Ooh, good pull here in the 817. Couple of different 817s. Philadelphia's Jalen Reagor.
Waxahachie's own.
He's in this list for sure.
Absolutely. Evan Neal.
They pass on Justin Jefferson to select Jalen Reagor. That's when it really stings.
Well, CD went after Judy and Henry Ruggs, who's going to be on this list.
Henry Ruggs.
And Justin Jefferson went after all of them plus CD and Jalen Reagor. I mean, that just goes to show you. Like, it's just, who knows? Who the hell knows? Evan Neal, honorable mention. Cole Strange. I think that was the last draft I did that I wasn't with you, Brian, and I was with with Eric at Pluckers in Arlington. We're looking at each other like, Cole Strange?
Yeah.
What the hell?
I remember Sean McVay like the Rams had already made their first round pick, so they're at the presser podium, and they see that Strange is off the board, and he's just laughing. Like, we liked him, we wanted to take him
in the third round,
in the fourth round.
That reaction, and then the reaction of the Vikings just grinning as the Eagles took Jalen Reagor, and they're like, "Now we got Justin Jefferson falling into."
I do love the war room hype
So
ups,
good.
man. When everybody's fired up, like we just got our guy, and like that guy was Anthony Richardson.
The
Sorry,
Rams
Chris
actually
Ballard.
just put out a video when they drafted Braden Fisk right after they had taken Jared Verse. So it's the next day they've got Verse in L.A., and they wanted to try and get Verse on the phone to tell Fisk he was the pick there, former teammates at Florida State, and he gets stuck in the L.A. traffic. So they're all on the phone already, and then they rush him in there, and then he finally gets to talk to Fisk, and they're crying on the phone together. It was a pretty cool moment. Two former teammates now reuniting in the NFL.
Just bro crying on the phone.
It's like, man, we made it, dude. Can you believe this? Number 10, do you remember this name? Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, that's the Alabama offensive tackle that the Raiders took.
Mike Mayock.
17th overall?
Yeah, that sounds right. He was massive. That was a Gruden Mayock era. Unbelievable. He was projected to be a mid to late second round pick, and then they take him in the first round. I think Mayock's on tomorrow morning with Sean and RJ at 8 o'clock.
Oh, is he the what not to do interview?
Maybe.
If you had to handicap the guys who were TV announcers and then became personnel guys, like the Matt Millens and people
Matt
like
Millen would be one. And Matt Millen is going to do one of the Raiders picks in Pittsburgh. I saw his name on there as one of the former players that's presenting.
You ever see Matt Millen when he was with the Detroit? He went back-to-back receivers.
I think went 3 straight years.
Yeah, it was the
Mike Williams was the third. Charles Rogers. And Lloyd Williams.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Mayock would blame it all on Gruden, which he rightfully should.
Yeah. I mean, that Athletic article that came out a week or two ago was crazy. I mean, Mark Davis is running
John's
himself.
impossible to deal with on a draft.
Bro, the Raiders with Gruden and Mayock, they had 2 separate draft boards.
Oh, yeah.
Because they couldn't agree on anything. So they had like the Gruden board and you had the Mayock board,
It's
which
so
I
ridiculous.
believe is the first of its kind, Brock.
Yeah. And then I think Gruden punted on day 3 and was like, "I'm good here."
Yeah,
and that's when Mayock was able to get like Max Crosby, which was a good pick. So he made some decent late round picks, but gosh, they were terrible in the first round.
Is Cleveland Farrell going to be on this? Because he was like the 4th pick in the draft.
Yeah, that was terrible. That was awful. We've got 9 of C.J. Henderson.
That's Jacksonville took him.
That was a bummer because C.J. Henderson
Florida,
I thought could
right?
have been a good player. Yeah. 8 is Damon Arnett.
That's Ohio State. That's the Raiders. That's
another Raider pick.
That's a Mike Mayock Gruden production.
That's gun videos, right?
Yeah, I think Arnett had a cup of coffee with Dallas, actually. I think he was here on like the practice squad for a little bit.
Nice.
Henry Ruggs III at 7.
That's another Mayock and Gruden
the
production.
Raiders are leading the league in just draft busts. 6 is Traylon Burks. And
that's Tennessee, right?
He's got a chance. I mean, he actually flashed last year
Plays with the
Washington.
Commanders now, I believe. Yeah,
they re-signed him. I mean, maybe he could resurrect his career quarterback style.
He might be wide receiver 2 right now, outside of Scary Terry.
They're about, and then they'll take, I think they're going to take Carnell Tate if he's there at 7. I think that's their guy.
Did you mention that's what Schrags was just all over? Schrags is
loving it. I'm going Tyson 5 to the Giants. I think you're going to get, I hope it's like Caden Proctor's. Cleveland going to Cleveland, take one of these crazy
They sound like
linemen.
the team. There sounds like a couple of teams that might trade up, and the Rams being one of them, and watch the Lions.
I can see that.
Watch the Lions be a team that's...
Lions want a lineman.
Yeah.
So if they want, go up and get your guy.
They're talking about Proctor there. The Lions.
Man, I can see Proctor feels like a Lion or an Eagle. Like if they still had Stoutland there in Philly, like Caden Proctor, a huge mammoth offensive lineman, that feels like what the Eagles would do. Jalen Reagor's at 5, the Waxahachie TCU wide receiver that went to the Eagles, biggest draft bust since 2020. Zach Wilson at 4, the MILF hunter himself.
BYU.
This one's going to hurt. SGP. Jeff Okudah.
Hey, talk nice.
At 3.
Talk nice.
I thought Jeff Okudah was going to be a star.
Injuries.
I did too.
You're right. Injuries.
It's injuries. He was one of my favorite players to study from Ohio State.
I'm with you, Lucius, because he would have been great.
Yeah.
He just, got to stay on the field.
Health. Couldn't stay healthy.
Got to stay on the field.
He's on the Texans right now, is that right?
He's still in the league.
Yes.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, he is, dude.
Trey Lance at 2.
Wow.
And part of that's because
3 first-round picks.
Yeah, they traded
It was
so
a lot.
much.
I mean, Brock Purdy really saved that organization because they could have been in a world of pain. Number 1, though, is Isaiah Wilson. the offensive lineman.
Yeah, dude. Congratulations, Isaiah.
Isaiah Wilson, the biggest draft bust since 2020, and hopefully the Cowboys avoid being on this list for 2026.
I'll drink to that. Our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all the Pluckers locations on Thursday.
You get it, catch it. Broken wings.
Yep.
Trying to rise himself back up being bust. I don't know. I was trying to find something, bro.
Oh, that's good, dude.
I was trying to find something.
That's the show within the show, man.
Absolutely.
Now, speaking of the show within the show, Chief, what's in store for this hodgepodge?
Yeah, we got urinal cakes, leaf blowers, all on a collision course for sports next year in the nation. But Tolos, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future. But some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why...
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Mixed bag coming up at 3 o'clock. I'm sure Wolchuk will have more Stars talk in there for you. Rangers back in action tonight. Pregame at 6:30. Here's the chief of the hodgepodge.
So we're calling it the Sports Call of the Year. It's right in our backyard right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is
you
the
guys?
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Hey, big shout out to the Bearded Axe Brewery in Midlothian who brought the food strong today as a little appetizer for what is to come on Saturday for Midlo Fest. It'll be the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. We got Lucius Alexander and me, Eric Chiafalo. We will all be out there together at Midlo Fest, the Bearded Axe, on Saturday afternoon. So come on out, bring the family. I'm going to be trying to bring my kids out there, and we'll be having ourselves a dandy old Saturday. So hopefully the weather cooperates, but the Bearded Axe, 10 out of 10. The chicken wings, Broadus can't get enough of that soft pretzel.
The pretzel is outstanding. It's kind of like a unique pretzel. It's really not like a pretzel. It's like a
bread.
It's like a bread that's shaped in a pretzel. So it's outstanding. It was excellent. You mentioned the wings. The brisket mac and cheese was outstanding.
I've never seen bigger chunks of brisket in a brisket mac and cheese.
Yeah,
they do it right,
really
man.
good.
They do it right. And then you got
Food was excellent.
You got the smoke fried chicken wings all ready for you.
Delightful.
At the Bearded Axe Brewery in
Some
Midlothian.
of the best wings I've ever had.
From Midlo Fest.
The chicken sandwich was incredible. I was talking with their brewmaster back there. Incredible beard.
Oh, and Danny's a sweet man. I mean, that beard is rocking. Much like Baron Davis.
He's got it going on. All right, we'll get to the sports call here in a second, but I did see this. It looks like ESPN is launching a sports-only trivia show called ESPN Jeopardy. This
is Jeopardy. That sounds amazing. Can't wait.
Hosted by Joe Buck.
Oh, Joe.
It gets better. Man, this is a high-dollar event.
You know, I used to love Stump the Schwab as a kid.
Yes.
Stuart Scott would.
Yes.
That's where I actually got Hugs and Ham Pounds from. He would end every Stump
I
the
thought it was
Schwab.
hands and hug pounds.
No, you need to stop doing that. You're butchering my my sign-off, okay?
I'm sorry about that.
It's incredibly disrespectful, but it's funny, and I like it. But no, that's where I got that from Stu.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
From Stump the Schwab.
He just lacked charisma.
Stuart Scott?
No,
the Schwab guy. Yeah.
It wasn't good TV.
He
was like a Micah McCarthy presser.
He was very dry.
Can I get the audio feed on this?
But it was fun. I mean, just some of the questions they would have to see, like, do you know the answers to that?
Yeah.
So I'm excited for this Jeopardy show. That's going to be a lot of fun.
It'll be fun to play along. Hulu, Disney Plus, potentially on the linear TV, ABC, and ESPN streaming platforms. So you have ESPN Jeopardy hosted by Joe Buck coming to a TV near you. Okay, so let's get to last night. Stars get the dub. Walchuk went crotch first with it. He guaranteed it. I'm not even going to tell you what type of loan he pulled out to lay on the Stars last night.
Yeah.
Trust me, please don't. It's my wife's birthday. I don't want to ruin it.
It was and that's why I'm bringing it up, because you came out on top.
We were victorious.
Okay,
yes.
so I'm proud of you.
I was schwitzing.
You got to be careful moving forward.
Yeah.
But as it stands right now, a very profitable Stanley Cup playoffs for the Woolly Bully, and we appreciate that.
And you're welcome for calling out Otter.
You're about to have to dust off that Speedo if things didn't go your way last night.
Was that what you were going to go for? I knew you've been waiting to get in that Speedo again.
Draft show Speedo. That's what I was hoping for. Live from the Star.
I would be escorted out of there.
Just on day 3, when you get the scouts and the coaches coming in there to interview.
No, I was talking about the OnlyFans to make your mortgage payments if you had lost the wager.
Well, that too.
And not just the bet payoff.
I guess there's something for everyone out there. I don't know if anyone will really pay, but I could try.
So it's totally bleep Foligno. And I do wonder, like, how tough is it to be the Minnesota Wild coach, John Hines, with the baldest head you've ever seen? He's got to look across the ice and see that gorgeous head of hair on Gully.
And Gully does have great hair.
Like, I think that's getting under his skin for 3 periods a night. And you can tell the Wild are trying to take that out on the Stars, and it was very apparent when Foligno decided to put our guy Harley in the headlock take him down. It was disgusting. But I do think the call for this from Razor was pretty 10 out of 10. It was educational as well, and so I would like to take you to Victory Plus.
First the turnbuckle, he fights his way through, and then bang, off that glass, and then drove the head into the ice. That's dirtier than a urinal cake. Wow.
Nothing like a good Razorism. Dirtier than a urinal cake is incredible.
What is a urinal cake? I did not know. I guess that's what they call...
It's the puck.
Yeah, the puck.
It's the puck in the urinal.
I thought it was a urinal puck. I've never heard it referenced as a urinal cake.
Yeah, cake. You never been in the restaurant business, have you?
No. Okay. I mean, Smoothie King, but I don't think that counts.
Did you get? You
we
guys
didn't even have a urinal in there. We just had like a single toilet bathroom, just your standard throne, no urinal. So I did not know it was called a urinal cake, but that right there, and you could hear the pause, and I love it from Bucci Grosso, Bucci Mane. Yeah. He says, he tweets out, Razor found himself in the middle of a comparative idiom intersection, nowhere to turn. The pause is his Rolodex of options, brain speeding through choices like cars running red lights, sirens sounding, and he chose perfection. That's dirtier than a urinal cake. First time that's made an appearance on a sports broadcast. I checked with Elias and everything. We made history last night, gentlemen, and we're tied 1-1, and we're feeling fantastic about it. Woo! Now, I was floored when I saw this. We all know the greatest NBA halftime entertainment is what or whom?
It's the Panda.
It's not the Panda.
Red Panda. Thank you.
Did she fall again?
No, she did not. We have. Did you guys see what the
Cleveland? She's not getting booked as much because she fell last time?
No, she's super booked, bro. She's so booked she can't even.
She's been working in these playoff games.
More booked than ever.
Yeah. She had a hell of a comeback.
She's gone viral. It's
if
kind
she
of ironic.
did this on the ice, I'd be impressed.
Oh, she has, and she will, and she does.
Yeah.
Just with skates on.
I think she's going to be zooming on that unicycle.
No, I'm talking about that unicycle on ice.
Yeah, I think she's going to do it on the stage in Pittsburgh for the draft.
I just hope she's okay. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
She's old. She's older.
Do we need any? Do we need any more of this, Dawson?
I don't think so.
Need any more of this? Is you and Chief and others?
She's the comeback player of the year. She had a freaking awesome year.
As she falls down, it's kind of like that old. We're watching the Virginia Tech spring game the other day, and we have the skydivers come in and hit the scoreboard. Yeah. We need to see that anymore?
I don't think so.
No.
The NBA is encouraging it.
Hell yeah.
They will have blood on their hands.
They want to see Panda Lady break her back?
Yes, we all do.
What?
No, we don't.
Nobody wants to see that. We want to see the wipeouts.
We want to see the success.
You don't want to say it. I'll say it. I want to see her fall on her face.
That's really good now. We're the show of injury.
I don't think anybody else wants to see her fall.
Not me.
Chuck.
I'm not.
I never said that. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You're living in a different universe.
Why did I said this? I didn't say this. You just pulled one of my numbers.
Did I?
Said something that was on your mind.
I like Red Panda.
You just did. My gosh, what are we doing over there? We don't want to see Panda Lady flat on her back.
I like her.
The trainer's over there with a spatula getting her up off the court.
Hell of a halftime show.
It is a far fall.
Oh, yeah.
Hell
what did
yeah,
she do? She broke her wrist last time?
Yeah.
She did.
She was back like 5 months later, dude.
She had a great year, and this isn't even about Red Panda. Unfortunately, the Cleveland Cavaliers punted on the Red Panda
come on.
entertainment.
There we go.
But here's make Brian think he's right about
something. This is what they pivoted to. It's because she was booked, okay? She was probably doing a bigger show.
Booked.
She was like, I'm not going to stop
They came to their
down.
senses. They're like, hey, listen, we really don't need a lady laying on her back in the middle of the Quicken Loans Arena floor.
Yeah. She was probably at MSG last night for the Knicks game. She wasn't going to go to Cleveland to watch them beat up on the Raptors. But what the Cleveland Cavaliers did by way of revolutionizing NBA in-game entertainment was by blasting fans in the face with a leaf blower. Okay? Now, this is real. You can watch the video of this. There's 3 contestants. They take a leaf blower, and they put it just a few inches from your face, and they crank that thing on high, and they're blowing the leaf blower into your face.
Okay.
And the goal is to just simply not blink. Go as long as you can without blinking, and the winner takes home $500.
That sounds pretty difficult.
Yes. You watch these guys do it. What do you think? What do you think the time was? What do you think the winning time was getting a leaf blower? I'm talking like just 2-3 inches. Without blinking, a leaf blower directly on full blast into your face.
4 seconds.
4 seconds. Anybody want to go higher than 4?
I was going to go 3.5, to be honest with you.
Walchuk, do you have the cojones to give me 5 seconds?
5 seconds.
We had a 10-second. Oh! We had a 10-second
That person's not human.
Gentleman who took the leaf blower to the face without blinking for 10 seconds.
He'd been training for it.
The other two guys were...
People are driving by. This dude's just sticking his leaf blower in his face.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But this dude took home $500, and he was the first guy to go. He set a high bar. The next two guys within 3 or 4 seconds, just blinking away.
This is impressive.
But I want to know the meeting where they're all kicking around ideas, and somebody's like, "I got it. I got a leaf blower." And I got a competition, and I got $500.
Who is Lindsay?
We're going viral, boys. Let's hit the streets.
Don't blink leaf blower challenge live from Cleveland.
I would just be so nervous about like a little pebble hitting my eye.
Thank you. I feel like it's like the risk reward here for $500. Like, what if? Do you have to sign an agreement that if anything shoots out of the blower, that you're not going to be, the calves are not going to be held accountable?
What if they blind you?
There's a lot of what ifs here.
What if they blind you? What are we doing?
It's pretty insane.
Yeah.
But shout out to the Cleveland Cavaliers for doing what they do. They get the victory.
Are you doing this?
Am I?
Yes.
No, I'm not doing leaf blower to the face for $500.
You would do that for $500.
I think I'd give it a shot.
I'd do it for $500.
As long as it's a brand new leaf blower.
Yeah.
Like out of the
here
package.
we go.
Yeah.
Here we
in
go.
a controlled environment.
Here we
I'll do it
go.
for
Basketball arena.
Yeah, here we go.
I don't think I'd win, but out of 3 people, might try it.
Put this on my next bet payoff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a great idea.
I'll do this for a bet payoff for sure.
Let's do the leaf blower, but we're all going to have used ones.
Yeah, it'll be used, and it's going to be risky.
A lot of
Who's the
debris
guy,
here in
the
studio.
actor, Alec Baldwin? Did we do something on?
Well, he shot somebody on accident.
That was a gun. That was a firearm.
Yeah, that was a gun.
Different weapon.
Well, leaf blower to the face, maybe some debris.
I do think
eyes,
it's probably
blind you.
safer than a bullet, but, still
But I
probably
get the analogy.
going to cost more.
I mean, you never know what's going to pop out of there.
We got one down, 3.5 to go.
Oh my gosh.
Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Okay, we got the mixed bag coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
All right, let's do this thing. Burning draft questions and every team's biggest hit or miss, plus your injury stars update. That's next in the nation.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Got the C-note here. Cowboys news of the evening coming up in about 20 minutes. Rangers baseball tonight at 6:30. Jared Sandler will swing by coming up at 4:40. Give you the preview on everything you need to know about the Pirates here as they come in for some interleague ball tonight. 7:05 first pitch out there at the yard. Have fun if you're heading out. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk's Mixed Bag. Here's Zach.
All right, let's shake it up. You never know what you're going to get in a mixed bag as we are closing in on the NFL draft. And Todd Archer of ESPN, they've just put out their NFL Nation mock draft. It is in. No trades were allowed. And here it was. Indeed. Number 1 overall, Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama, to the Raiders. Number 2, edge. Sorry?
Ty Simpson?
I just wanted to see if you guys were paying attention. It was Fernando Mendoza. Okay, crazy on me.
I short-circuited there for a second.
Hey, are you guys locked in or are you locked out here? David Bailey. Now, this is good. I'm really interested in what do the Jets do. I know Daniel Jeremiah has really been staying strong. He thinks it's David Bailey. There's been others that are kind of pivoting back to Arvell Reese. I'm interested what happens there, but they're going David Bailey on the Nation's mock. Arvell Reese then goes 3 to the Cardinals. A lot of Jeremiah Love stuff buzzing here, but could that be a smokescreen? Maybe it is. At 4, it's Sonny Styles to Tennessee.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, Styles could go as early as 4. He could go as late as 12. I mean, his range is crazy here. Jeremiah Love then goes 5 to the Giants, which according to Jordan Renan and other Giants beat reporters, if he's there, he's going to be the Giants pick. Like, they love him. At 6,
so they would take Love at 5, Downs at 10?
Yeah. I think so, because Downs does go 10 here. But I'm thinking if Love's gone, then it'll be Jordan Tyson at 5. But Downs does seem to be the guy at 10 for them, at least according to Renan. And then here in the NFL, I think he made the pick here in the NFL Nation's mock draft. Mawanoa, the offensive tackle, goes at 6, so that's good for Dallas. But then Washington takes Mansour Delane. That hurts. Carnell Tate then goes to New Orleans.
Okay.
Ruben Bain goes to the Chiefs. Caleb Downs goes to the Giants.
Yeah, there's the talk that I was visiting with some folks. They were talking about with Fano, if he is there, I think that he's the pick. If it not, then potentially that's where you get.
Yeah, which would be hopeful because Fano is there in this mock, but I guess they don't take him.
The Kansas City beat writer did not take
him here.
Okay.
He went with Ruben Bain. But again, I feel like this was done like a week ago, and they're just now posting this on ESPN. So some of this might be old information. The Cowboys end up, and this is Todd Archer selecting for Dallas, Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State at 12, and then Colton Hood, the corner from Tennessee, at 20. And Colton Hood's a name that we've heard early on in the process. I mean, they've been high on, and that would make a lot of sense.
Chris Johnson would be fine.
Yeah, and they're right there, 3 and 4 for me. So I mean, like I love Chris Johnson, Malachi Lawrence at 20. I loved hearing that they could be in play for him at 20. But all those would be really nice picks. And honestly, if you could find a trade back partner at 20, that'd be ideal because I think all those guys could still get one of them by moving back a little bit. The question would be, is there a player to move up and go and get? So there's your NFL Nation's mock draft. Now, the injury updates on our Dallas Stars. After a big win last night, 4-2, crotch first confidence, never had a doubt. Shout out to Otter. Big time performance by you, sir. Loved it. You were fantastic. Colin Blackwell, tip of the cap. I loved it. Jason Robertson, the physicality. Wyatt Johnston, just a cool customer, just out there. Like Minnesota's getting all riled up. They're starting to get out of their game. And Wyatt's just smiling, just looking over like, we're just going to kick your ass. It's no big deal. We're here for you. Ben's out there ruffling some feathers. I love it. I love the grit, the physicality, the tenaciousness. And I thought Niles Lundqvist, I've been very critical of him, had himself a hell of a game last night. I was proud of his performance. Now, Leah Simakopoulos, our friend Nate Bastian, is traveling with the team for games 3 and 4 in Minnesota. He's going to begin skating, but the Stars don't expect him to be available until round 2, but that's good news. Hopefully, if the Stars can advance, he'll be good to go for round 2. Rope Hintz is not on the road trip for games 3 and 4. According to Glenn Gulletson, he's been officially ruled out, and he's very doubtful for game 4. And the Stars are hopeful he could be available for game 5 when they return home. So that's
be a nice shot
positive.
in the arm.
Yeah, absolutely. Because then, especially if it's 2-2, it's a 3-game series. I've been kind of just living under the assumption we won't see him this series. But yeah, tell me about it. Big boost if you can get Rope back for Game 5. So go Stars in for another long one tomorrow night. And that'll be another, 8:48 puck drop, whatever it was. And last night was a great night of hockey with overtime in Carolina and Ottawa. Looked like that one was over. Carolina scored early. They wave it off. They're like, oh, offsides here. And then eventually they get it back. But back and forth. And then Philadelphia and Pittsburgh battle for Pennsylvania. Man, Pittsburgh's in a bad way.
They're down, 2-0, right?
They have not had a single one of their teams win a playoff game in 4 years.
Damn.
It's crazy, right?
Well, yeah, and the Pirates never make it. So
like,
there's
what
that.
I think the Pirates were 2013. They won a wild card game.
13?
Yeah. I think they won a wild card game or something like that.
Steelers haven't won a game since 2016.
They haven't won a playoff game. And
they've
now,
lost to Blake Bortles. They've lost to the Browns and C.J. Stroud in this stretch.
Pittsburgh's in a bad way. All right. You want some draft trivia here, boys?
Go for it.
Yep. Yeah.
Give me, and Brian...
I won't know any of this.
You're probably going to have to be the ace in the hole here.
Don't act like I know this stuff.
The 9 lowest NFL draft picks who ended up enshrined in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Wait, so they were drafted. They weren't undrafted?
They were drafted. All of these guys were drafted. But it's
Tom Brady.
Brady.
Even like Drew Pearson.
I don't think Pearson
was not drafted, I don't believe.
Was he undrafted?
Yeah, he was. I think he was undrafted out of Tulsa.
We've got.
He was like an 11th.
So
round
okay, Brady's not on here either because you got to remember the draft used to go like 12 rounds.
Yeah, 12 rounds.
Oh,
so you've got some of these guys that like my gosh, but I mean they're all big names. Like you're going to know all of these names.
Well, they're Hall of Famers, so I guess you're right. We will know them
Terrell
once
Davis
we hear
with
them.
sixth round?
Okay.
Terrell Davis, 6th round.
Terrell Davis, yes, 196th overall in 95. He's one of the 9.
Tom Brady's got to be in there. He was 199 where he was picked.
Brady, I don't see on here. No, Brady's not on here.
Okay, let's see. Are these all going to be old?
We're going. The oldest one's 1951.
Ooh, okay, way back.
The most recent one is 1990.
How about you give me some Bob Lilly?
Bob Lilly was first overall pick.
Mr. Cowboy.
Okay,
but hey, a player who played against Bob Lilly in the Ice Bowl. For Green Bay, quarterback
Bart Starr.
Bart Starr, 200th overall pick.
There you go.
In the 1956 draft.
Mm-hmm.
Tolo Mark guessing Bob Hayes. Incorrect. He was not one of the 9.
Yeah.
Shannon Sharp.
That was Shannon Sharp was a 6th round,
192nd overall pick in the 1990 NFL draft. Richard Dent,
Chicago Bears,
203rd overall pick in 1983. Ken Houston.
He was a safety cornerback.
Prairie View A&M, 214th overall pick in 67. Andy Robustelli.
Andy Robustelli played for the New York Giants.
Man.
He was like a edge rusher kind of a guy.
And that's crazy because if you look at him, and he looks like a pipsqueak. 228th overall pick in 1951. But what a badass. Raymond Berry.
A wide receiver, Baltimore Colts. Johnny Unitas. Yeah, Johnny Unitas guy.
And then Chris Hamburger.
Chris Hamburger was a linebacker with the Washington, at the time, Redskins.
And he looks,
he wore number 55, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, man. He's got like the kicker helmet going on here. 245.
Single bar helmet, face mask.
The oldest one, though, we go to the 1951 NFL draft, pick 321. Roosevelt Rosie Brown.
Rosie Brown. He was a
Giants.
Security guard.
Out of Morgan State. Yep, offensive tackle. One of the best in NFL history. Earned a single championship before retiring. Pro Bowl 9 out of 13 seasons. So, there's a little historical nuggets here when we get into the NFL draft. Now,
that 12-round draft is a long one, boys.
Goodness gracious.
I was part of one. My very first one was a 12-rounder.
What was the structure for that? Like, how was it 2 days, 3 days?
3 days. 3 days.
Wow. Was that one of those that just happened on the telephone?
We were
private.
Yeah, no, we were. It was
on TV.
It was a TV one. Yeah, we were TVing it up. Yeah.
Good call by the texters.
Oh, Brady's not in the hall yet.
Brady is not in the hall
good
yet.
Point.
Wow. Yeah. That's true. But I guess like in our minds, it's like
I was thinking he already was.
And that Deflategate stuff could keep him out. People don't talk about that enough.
Well, you know what?
Keep him out for me if I had a vote.
You think so?
Yeah. Just the NFL has it out for Brady and Belichick.
Brady and Bill.
They're both like
And
10th,
Kraft.
They're both like
Brady and Bill.
They're both like
And Kraft.
10th ballot Hall of Famers.
Just none of them get in. I mean, there's no way Vrabel's getting in now.
Well,
even if he wins a Super Bowl as a head coach.
He didn't kill anybody.
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
He just ruined a lady's life. Just
killed
Sure
her
did.
reputation.
I mean, might have ruined his own family's life.
He
ruined her life.
Well, no, I mean they're both guilty of that. They're they have both to answer for that.
But the whole thing's laughable and nothing happened.
You guys,
he didn't lose his gig.
You think it's true? You think they did something?
Heck yeah.
Of course.
What do you think?
Probably. The finger locking did it for me. All right, every team's best and worst draft pick of the 21st century. Do you guys know what is the 21st century?
That's the
2000.
The 2000s?
Okay. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've read a book before.
Was that a stupid question?
No, go ahead.
Sometimes people ask me, and I don't know the answer all the time. It's numbers, and I have trouble with those.
Yeah, I think the whole century thing kind of tripped me up until I was 8 or 9 years old, probably.
I'm with you. It took me until about
Yeah.
13, but then I kind of figured it out. I was just a little bit delayed. I mean, I was in math models for a reason.
Yeah, same here.
You know, there was a reason I had dyspraxia.
Yeah, you have dyspraxia.
When I did the tax test, I might have gotten 3 options instead of 4 when it came to the math tax.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Special
dude.
needs.
That's pretty clutch.
Just being vulnerable and open and honest.
Just A, B, or C.
Yeah, and still failed.
Lucius always says they know more about us than we know about them.
It's very true. It's very true. The Cowboys' best pick in the 21st century.
Micah Parsons.
Dak Prescott. Tyron Smith.
Love all these answers.
Zach Martin.
Oh, it's a phenomenal one, and that would be number 2. He's in the conversation here, and so is
DeMarcus
Tyron
Ware?
Smith. It's DeMarcus Ware. The other options.
my last draft, and they kicked me to the curb.
Martin, Tyron Smith, and Jason Witten. But DeMarcus Ware, number 11 overall, 2005. And you know what? I always thought of Bill as a great drafter. I mean, the more you've told me those stories.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't even want DeMarcus Ware.
Did not.
I mean, Bill.
Did not.
the hell
Rick
did you know?
Goslin. Thank Rick Goslin for us drafting
You're the
DeMarcus
man.
Ware.
Rick is, and I miss Rick so much.
Rick was
had this thing like his morning news, his mock draft, the Thursday.
He
of the
never
draft.
missed.
Dude, he was on.
He
it.
never missed.
I don't know how he did it.
Because those guys trusted him.
He was the best.
Like he would literally hit the first 10 picks of the draft.
Yeah, it was amazing. It's like this guy's got it. Worst pick.
Taco Mozzie.
He's the tacos.
Can Taco be worse than Mozzie?
I think so, and I think really it's all because of who they passed on.
Yeah.
Because you don't like Matt Bergeron has been a starter and a decent player, and he was the guy who was in the conversation. The lineman out of Syracuse, I believe, and Atlanta ended up taking him, and they took Mozzie. But when T.J. Watt, who is a future Hall of Famer, is the guy that you were debating, and you take Taco, who was out of the league in 3 years and is now playing for the Gades, as you would say, Eric.
The Renegades.
Come on,
The Gades.
Yeah, just a little
Taco's playing
nickname.
for the Renegades?
He is. And they're having a hell of a year so far.
I mean, he had a
Todd Haley just beat him. Did you see him
He
twerking
did.
in
I
the
thought that
locker
was
room?
weird.
Oh my gosh! I thought they beat Todd Haley.
No, they
I thought they won.
They had
He's
like
the
it
drunk
was
coach.
like a double dip kind of game.
Yeah,
Like
they played
it
back to
was like-
back?
yeah, I think it was a
Okay,
back.
okay.
I don't fully
That must
know.
have been
Is
this
he filling
weekend,
in
then.
for the drunk coach?
Yeah,
Ted Ginn.
Yeah.
Gosh,
They're doing it to save costs
Would
now.
you say Ted Ginn was a big time draft bust? Did they take him 11 overall?
yeah,
career.
it might have been like 9th overall.
Probably right. I trust you.
Yeah,
Our
that
South
was
Beach correspondent.
That was that was pretty bad. But the alternative was Brady Quinn, and that didn't work out. But maybe that's because it was the Browns.
Okay, so Mel Kiper's bad takes. I've seen these clips going viral. He said he was going to quit if Jimmy Clausen didn't turn out to be good. He's still on TV.
Yeah.
Brady Quinn, he definitely loved. That turned out to be bad. Yeah. I mean, look, you do this long enough, you're going to be wrong a lot of the time.
A lot.
Probably more so than you're right.
Yeah.
But gosh, Mel's had some where he is
It's been on since 1988.
fighting for these guys. Like, oh, I'm hell-bent. This guy's going to be a star. And then they end up pooping on
Those are the ones that come back to bite you. When you stand on the table and you start saying, like, I'll quit my job if Jimmy Clausen, you just got to be careful about how crotch first you are about some of these guys.
Not good. You got to be careful there, 100%. All right, I think that's all we've got time for now, but I do want to just end on this positive note. The Children's Cancer's Fund, which we had the Cancer Fund Gala last Friday with Dak Prescott and Troy Aikman. They ended up raising $4 million, record-breaking for that event. So congratulations to the Children's Cancer Fund. Thank you so much to Troy and for Dak and their CCF CEO, Jennifer Arthur. Great job.
Yep.
All around.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you, man.
Okay, we got C-Note coming up next, Cowboys news of the evening, then Krusty's Corner, our path to the draft. Coverage continues, brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations on Thursday for our annual draft party. I will, of course, be at Pluckers Addison.
krld-fm.com today.
M37968.
All right, welcome back. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening as our path to the draft coverage continues, brought to you by Pluckers. Look at this. Thursday night, 6 o'clock, we'll hand it off to the network and get your official Cowboys draft coverage. So we're just a couple of days and a couple of hours away. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Bobby Belt posting his final mock draft. He's got Mansour Delane going to the Cowboys at 12. It's surprising to me the first corner off the board not going to 12. It's surprising to me that a corner as good as Delane will not go when other more flawed prospects at less premium positions are going to. I think Delane's got one of the highest floors in the entire draft. He's going to come in here and be the Cowboys' best corner, isn't he?
I would think so, yeah. I love him, and he's been my top guy for the entire process. I mean, he's one of these dudes that I just think he's so technically sound. He can do everything you ask of him. So, I mean, we'll see what happens with the Rebel. You know, I think we were very high on him a year ago. Hopefully he can get healthy. But, yeah, I think Delane, he's a rookie, so I'm not going to put those expectations on him immediately, but I think he will be your best corner.
I like Jermod McCoy's tape from 2024 better, but the news today from Tom Pelissero, it's not the ACL. That thing obviously healed up quite well. It's a bone plug, which I think is called the chondral graft, and that's why Brian sources were saying you got to look more at a Trayvon Diggs type of situation, because that's basically the new generation microfracture surgery.
Yep.
That
might never be the same.
No, and you know what? Considering how bad Diggs came back, I would say the surgery does not appear to be an improvement or any sort of a miracle surgery.
No,
because he was quite compromised, and for McCoy to be 15 months out from surgery and having to go back under the knife, you know, that seems like his career might be in crisis or doomed to fail before it even gets going. So at 12 it's Delane, then at 20 it's LSU's Keldrick Falk. We've talked a lot about him. Wouldn't be surprised if that's
Auburn,
the pick.
Right?
Yeah, Auburn defense. What did I say?
LSU.
Alabama, LSU. Okay, and then at 92 it's Romello Height, the edge from Texas Tech.
Are you Zach? Walk me through some Height conversation, off-field stuff.
Yeah, it might just be some maturity stuff. I mean, I know he did go through 4 different schools, but I think that there is a lot of momentum that he is not, if you talk with people at Romello Heights camp, that he's not going to make it past like the 50 to 60 range. So they think that there is a lot of love for Romello Heights. I do think the Cowboys, and Bobby's been in on this too, that I know he's mentioned on the draft show. I think he mocked him to the Cowboys in the 3rd round. I just don't know that he's going to be there past the 2nd. If you talk with people with Romello Heights agency, I mean, they think he's going to go pretty high in day 2.
I mean, it's a weird eval for me because he's so tall. I wonder about his ability to play low, to bend.
He's also a 25-year-old.
Yeah, he's old. He moves schools a lot. I don't think he's going to be able to stop the run. I just don't think he's. I think he's a situational pass rusher. So maybe 2nd or 3rd round's a good spot for him. I didn't like him at all when it was the idea of maybe he could be a 1st-round pick very early in the draft process. I think in the 3rd round though, I would be intrigued enough about his length and his ability to get after the passer to sort of look beyond some of my round 1 concerns with old Romello Height out there. He is about 6'3", 6'4", tall thin guy.
I see him at 6'3", like 240, something like that. But yeah, especially in the 3rd round, if you're not getting your edge rusher earlier than that, then you know that you're trying to, and in this scenario you get Falk, so you get the guy that can set the edge for you, but then all of a sudden you get a guy like Height. Like, you need a guy who can get after the passer. Even if you are just sort of a DPR, designated pass rusher guy, they need somebody who on passing downs can get out there and bring some juice.
What would be your reaction if the pick is Monroe Freeling, left tackle from Georgia at 20? That was CBS Sports' Garrett Podell's. He did a mock designed to frustrate every fan base. So at 20, he sends you a Monroe Freeling, the tackle from Georgia. I'd be jacked. You know, I haven't talked much about it, I guess, since.
That's probably where he needs to be taken.
I wouldn't mind it at 20.
But not at 6.
No, not as a top 10 guy.
Not at 4, 5, or 6, but at 20, yeah.
I think he's the best left tackle in the draft. I mean, he's going to need a little bit of development. He's going to probably have some growing pains early on, but I think there's a lot to like about his game.
Had a hell of a combine.
Yeah.
He's got long arms.
Played at Georgia, played in some big-time games there.
I just think
good footwork.
The Cowboys tackles need a turning over, and Dak is getting old, and he's not mobile, and he is injury prone. You are playing with fire with having this level of tackle.
Yeah,
your defense is so bad. You're drawing a line in the sand. And you're saying we're not going to be this bad on defense anymore. We're throwing all of our resources at it. But I think if opportunity comes knocking in the form of a tackle at 20 who can step in and be a starter for you. That's a huge opportunity to improve your team. Let's be honest about how good the offense was last year. Did they feast on bad teams? Did they feast when they were going? But in 4 or 5 of their games, they struggled significantly because Dak was under pressure too much. Absolutely, that's what happened. This team didn't end up elite. It ended up pretty good. But I think if you're going to win a Super Bowl with this quality of offense, your defense better be really damn good. So I'm not reaching for defense if quality offensive players are there, because at the very latest we're going to be looking for a new right tackle next year. And you might be looking for a new left tackle as well very soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm going tackle, I might just go with Max Ianachor, which, I mean, I've heard that last name pronounced a bunch of different ways. I need to figure out the right way to say it.
I like the way Dawson goes about it. What do you say?
Just call him Nacho.
Yeah, let's go with Nacho, the Arizona State kid. I mean, I would not be stunned if he's the best offensive tackle from this class when it's all said and done. He's just super raw, and he's a right tackle. But you know what? He might be able to play left for you. He's a great athlete.
I think it might be Ianachor.
Okay.
But we also could change 3 or 4 times by the time he gets out of his rookie contract. But yeah, you only need to turn on his games for about 30 seconds to understand completely.
Yeah,
he could be great.
You can see it from him.
Yeah,
physically, he's got long arms. He's everything really you kind of want in a tackle.
He is so smooth and so big. Okay, all righty. It is the
smooth operator.
It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's jump over here to Joseph Hoyt's final mock draft. We go to the Dallas Morning News. Hoyt will be around here on the broadcast before too long. He's moving on up to Cleveland. Caleb Downs says, here's what we know. The Cowboys are open to trading up and Cleveland wants to trade back. I'm still skeptical they actually come to an agreement. But with Styles, Reese, and Bailey already gone, the Cowboys decide to get a player who's perfect for Christian Parker. Cowboys don't want to give up 20, so they would entertain giving up a high pick in the 27 draft as part of a package to move up. Now, in this case, Dallas sends 12 and 20 to Cleveland for $639, and he gets $152 out of the deal. So a lot of Cowboys fans would be very excited about that. But you're not going to be picking again here in the first round. You end up with Caleb Downs. I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed by that.
No, I think Downs is the 1 seed for all Cowboys fans across the board. If they end up with Downs, I don't think they really care how they went about doing it. But of course, ideally, he falls to 12 and the pants go flying off.
Okay, elsewhere here in the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening, where we look at all the top headlines, things being written about your football team with just a couple of days to go to the draft. Let's circle back to the Athletic. We get to Machota and says if he was the Cowboys GM, this is what he would be doing today. Number 1, reopen talks with the Raiders about Max Crosby.
I'll send 20 for Max.
He says, this is only an option if my team doctors believe there aren't long-term concerns with his knee. Late last month, Jones said he didn't anticipate revisiting the trade talks for Crosby, but he added, is it possible? Yes. I guess my read on this, gentlemen, and you're closer to the inside, is that teams out there really don't believe Max Crosby is healthy right now.
That's the thought.
Yeah, I don't think this is a situation where the Ravens are the bad guy. I think it's got to be consensus. Otherwise, these talks would have picked back up. Teams that wanted Max wouldn't have let it die off this easily.
Yes, yeah. I mean, hey, the Cowboys, their doctor probably would advise them better than any other. I mean, he was part of that whole consultation with the Ravens. He knows exactly how that knee looks, but If you think he's going to be okay, and I don't really care about longer than 3 years. You know, I know that was the Ravens' big holdup, was how long is that leg going to hold up, right? I mean, you've probably got 3 prime years left of him. If the Cowboys especially took one of these receivers in the first round, I'd be calling about flipping Pickens for him.
Wow.
Why not? I don't think they have any intention to pay George Pickens long term right now, especially if they basically draft his replacement. Like if Tyson falls to 12 or Tate falls to 12 or Omar Cooper Jr. is their pick at 20, the Indiana receiver. I'd absolutely look to flip George Pickens. Not that, I mean, I wouldn't want to, but I think that's smart team building wise to do so.
With the assurance that he's totally healthy.
Yes.
Because I think right now you're probably looking at 7-8 more good years of George Pickens, and Max Crosby might be done. Like his pressure numbers last year, what did he play, 14 games and had 52 pressures? Was that what it was, 52, 55?
Yeah, it went down.
Somewhere in there. You know, so I don't know. I would be nervous about it. I think I'd be excited about trying to get Max Crosby on top of what you already have to try to go all in with whatever he's got left in the tank. But I assume that the Cowboys and other teams are waiting to see once that season starts if Max can go out there and get after the quarterback like he has. Machota says if there is no Crosby deal to be had, use every pick on defense. And if you're not happy with that, you know, consider trading up to go get your edge. They definitely need one. You know, as much as you might like Rashawn Gary and believe in Donovan Ezra-Raku, James Houston, Sam Williams, it's just not enough, and they know that. So if you can't get Max, you're not going to get an impact edge at 12. Move on up. Go get Bailey. Go get Reese. Do something like that, all right? We got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Yeah, let's go with some more thoughts where the Cowboys might be going with those first picks. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more, visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucis. Always appreciate you playing that, and thank you to Greystone for being a part of that one as well. Man, I tell you what, Zach, you work at the phones a lot doing this stuff, right? Talking to people and stuff, or trying to?
Yeah.
Are you getting to the point in time where you're forgetting who you talk to and what you talk to people about? That you're trying to kind of put it all together, but you're trying to put it in order of what people are telling you?
Yeah, it's just, and the other thing is it's just changing every day.
Yeah.
And you try and stick with the majority of what you're hearing, and I'm just going to stick with that. Some of the stuff, it's like, all right, this is probably a rumor that I'm just not going to believe. But yeah, it's especially it's blended together. It's all kind of the same thing now.
That's the thing that it's a little bit difficult trying to kind of keep everything straight. What's going to happen? I was very hopeful, and I think tomorrow for Krusty's Corner, at least for Thursday, for the day of the draft. I know we're out at Pluckers. I've got my gang of 7. I'm trying to get these guys to give me their 11, like their mock draft to 11, and to see where these teams might think this thing all kind of comes together. But some of the things that I'm hearing are that, and I keep bringing up the Miami thing because I do worry about Miami at 11. And I know, Zach, I asked you during the break if you thought that Miami would take Delane at 11.
I don't know. I think that Omar Kelly is someone that we trust that covers the Dolphins, and I remember seeing a couple months ago that Delane was not a player that they would take at 11.
Is that because the corner situation Hatley doesn't want to take? You said that he doesn't. He thinks he could take corners in the later rounds and stuff.
Yeah, and I think that this definitely is a year of corner stretches. So he's probably thinking like, you know what, I can address another position here, and I can circle back in round 2 or 3 and draft a corner.
Okay, we've kind of determined, or I think I've determined. By the way, you had Love of the Star on today. I meant to mention that. Sorry, Chief.
Shout out to you.
We had Love of the Star that's up, and we encourage you to listen after the show. And then Dawson's got his podcast tonight. I'm going to be doing some stuff with Dawson.
Sir.
We're going to post that up.
Can't wait.
But
how about boys?
So with the more I think about this, the more I talk to people, I just kind of feel like Dallas is going to stay there and pick players.
It sounds like unless one of those edges slides.
I just don't. Yeah, if one of the edges were to slide, maybe move up.
Bailey or Reese.
Bailey or Reese. I think they like Reese better than Bailey. Is what we're kind of.
Which would make a lot of sense because they've got options with Reese. If they want to play him at linebacker, they can. If they want to play him at edge, they can. I mean, that could fill a lot of problems for them.
So, if Dallas is going to sit there and wait this out, and by the way, I'll go around. Chief, sorry, I caught you in the middle of a cough there. Are you okay with Dallas sitting there and not trading up? Are you okay to try and ride this thing and hope that a Kansas City or the Giants or the Dolphins, something like that, doesn't take one of your players?
Yeah, I am. I mean, if you were going to get a super nice deal in terms of trading up for pennies on the dollar to go insure yourself Caleb Downs, I would be fine with that as well. But I'm okay. I do think somebody is going to fall here, and maybe it is a Delane. Hopefully it's a Downs, or maybe it's a Styles. But I think somebody will fall to you, and you will feel good about it. But will I have a second guess special when the pick at 12 is like Colton Hood because everything else went off the board? Yeah, that's going to be a kick yourself moment. But as it stands right now, I feel pretty confident one of those guys will be there for you at 12.
Dawson, how's your feeling going into this thing?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great because all the tea leaves are saying wide receivers are going and tackles are going, and the Cowboys are going to be in a good spot. And I would be okay with Colton Hood. You know, when I was skeptical about Colton Hood, the more I've researched him, looked into him, watched him, found him in zone, I feel like he is a complete guy. You know, and his man skills, you know, are elite. So I'd be happy with Colton Hood at 12, but I think they're getting ready to take Jordan Tyson if they get blown out. Yeah. And the idea of Lamb, Pickens, Tyson is just exhilarating. It's just too damn fun.
Yeah, that would be pretty. It would be fireworks for sure. And to the Hood point, I will say, even though maybe initially I'll be like a little bit deflated, if Christian Parker does like him enough, like that's the one area where you feel like there is a track record there. With Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, if they're willing to go Colton Hood as early as 12, they must really, really like him, and Parker probably feels good about him being easily the best corner on this team, at least at some point. So that's something to consider as well.
Zach?
Yeah, I think that things are going to end up working out here. I mean, I'm totally down to be aggressive and go get your guy. But I think that things are going to, especially if Jordan Tyson goes as high as 5 to the Giants, you could get an offensive tackle or receiver go 6. I think Tate would go 7 if he's available. 8, hey, New Orleans could end up being in play for a wide receiver. Kenyon Sadiq's a sleeper in this too.
Where do you feel like, though, again, if Dallas, and listen, I know I've been kind of ruling out Bain.
Yeah.
I can't get anybody to tell me he's completely out of the picture. But I'm going to be honest with you. I need New Orleans to take him at 8.
I think that'd be great.
So you're not pissed off at 12
well,
when they
no,
pass on him?
I just, if Dallas is not going to take him, take one of the defensive players that I'm not interested. But like I said, talking to folks, you can't completely rule him out. Nobody said, I mean, well, hey, there's a short arms thing, and, how about Hal, and there's history, and da-da-da-da-da, but you can't get somebody to completely say that he is out of the picture. So, but if that's going to be the case, and I just hope that New Orleans takes. All right, if the teams I'm hearing that could go up, and you tell me which one of these teams you would worry about the most going up ahead of you. The Rams, the Jets, and the Lions. The Rams, the Jets, the Lions of teams potentially going up.
I think Rams are for a receiver.
Yeah, I think all those teams
Lions
are for
linemen. Yeah, I mean, the Jets maybe would be the only one that could go defense. If it's a corner, a DB, like a Downs maybe. But yeah, all those could, to your point, I mean, the Jets could be a wide receiver too.
That's what I was guessing, is the Jets would want a receiver. So any one of those teams, I would be...
I don't mind. Yeah, none of those teams might be a worry for you.
Wouldn't freak me out.
The Jets are the most likely to want defense, though, aren't they?
I would say out of those 3, yeah.
They got needs on all 3 levels.
Yeah.
They just moved on from Sauce. So I would, out of those 3, yeah, Jets. Maybe the Lions, though, as well. I mean, what do the Lions need? Offensive line?
They need a left tackle.
Yeah, they're talking, believe it or not, about our Alabama guy.
Yeah, Proctor. Like, there's people in this draft that really like Proctor from Alabama, the massive tackle. Like him a lot.
Man, the video on this show, Hey Rookie, of behind the scenes, just watching his workouts, it's incredible.
He's a freak athlete.
Yes,
he is.
In when it's planned, when it's a workout, in football, I don't think it translates.
Yeah, there's times where it's like, gosh, he looks incredible, and there's other times where he is so slow off the ball, and he is getting beat at the snap. It's bad, but. Yeah, I mean, if you can hit the dominant force that is Caden Proctor when he's on, that's a dude that could be a home run pick.
He reminds me of the big guy who was getting beat up by little guys. Okay. But like, I mean, how are you losing this fight?
Yeah.
The Lions probably feel pretty good about it, though, in terms of getting a big, nasty dude like that. Sure. And you got, Hank Fraley as the O-line coach.
Yep.
And he's one of the best in the business. They probably feel like they can refine him a little bit.
And I still don't think that there could be a world where the Giants take Tyson, and I still think Vega Ioane makes a lot of sense for them at 10. Or maybe Manoa Falls.
I just find it hard to believe that Mauanoa would fall. Do you think Mauanoa would fall because of the back?
Yeah. I mean, that disc sounds like one bad hit, and things could get wonky on him, which is crazy. But
why would I still take him at 12 if he was there?
Yeah, I would too, because he's so damn good, right? The player's still awesome. But, yeah, I mean, the disc is a little bit scary. I'm sure some teams might, pause on that. But, I mean, the Chiefs, I'm sure, would take him at 9 if he were there. They're thinking about Fano.
He's pretty heavy. I could see some teams thinking he could be a guard.
Yeah,
that's why. That's why when I was on the Giants broadcast, I was pretty adamant, at 5, and this is before they got 10.
Yeah,
and so I was like, I would take Mauanoa, and I was just trying to think of going back to players when you pick in the top 5. Don't get cute. Yeah. Take your best player on your board. Just listen, don't overthink this. You're trying your best. You're trying your best to draft Troy Aikman and guys like that and Deion Sanders. You don't want to draft Tony Mandrich.
Yeah.
You don't want to make the mistake that way. So I'm sitting there believing, though, I'm kind of torn because I do really like Delane a lot. But I'm with Dawson a little bit. I'm intrigued by Tyson at wide receiver.
I don't think there's any chance Tyson's getting to 12.
See,
I don't think that's happening. I think out of all of these scenarios, Tyson getting to 12, right? It sounds like there is a list of teams that are lining up.
So the only guy
I really think he's going to the Giants.
To the only guy then you think could get to the Cowboys then
Styles or Delane.
But you think Styles is going to be gone before?
Well, if Styles doesn't go 4, then he might be able to fall. It really depends on if Tennessee pulls the trigger on him. But otherwise, I think Downs is my dream, but I think Styles and Delane, you got a chance of one of those two falling.
Give me a pick.
I'm going to go with Styles. I'm going to say Sonny Styles at 12. And that's going to the Titans pivot, and maybe it ends up being one of those edges. Maybe if David Bailey's there and Arvell Reese goes 3, and let's say Jeremiah Love does go 3, Jeremiah Love goes 3, and Bailey ends up being the guy at 2, Tennessee should take Arvell Reese, or they should take Bailey if it ends up being Reese at 2. So that could help the Cowboys. But I think I'll go Sonny Styles is there at 12 for you. And the Giants, maybe the Giants could take Downs at 10.
I think the Giants at 10. I think Downs
would be ahead of Styles for them.
Yeah, I do.
In their stack.
I do.
So I think the Giants for them, it's either it ends up being shocking and it's wide receiver and O-line, or it's wide receiver and Downs. Would be my guess.
I think Styles should be there. In my world, the way I'm looking at it, Sonny Styles is not the kind of linebacker that's going to step in and dominate the league. So you got to lead in the fourth quarter. You got to win the game. What do you want? You want a corner who can take on the other team's best wide receiver, or you want a guy that can go hit the quarterback? How is Sonny Styles going to win you the game in the fourth quarter? By limiting the amount of yards per attempt they're getting on the ground? By being pretty good against tight ends and running backs in the passing game? It's not going to do it. And NFL teams are going to consider that a lot more than we are when they're actually on the clock. So I think Styles falling out of the top 10 makes the most sense, way more than Delane.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here to the G-Bag Nation. We got 4 minutes till Brandon Aubrey joins us. Brandon Aubrey on the other side here. Then we'll get some football fix and maybe some Ask Brian Anything as the G-Bag Nation 2 down, 3 to go here on 105 through the Fan.
All right, but it is a Tolo Truck Tuesday at East Dallas Diesel. That's right. I want you to go to eastdallasdiesel.com. I want you to check out that website like I'm doing right now. And I want you to see all the beautiful motor cars and trucks that they've got to offer. And today, we're featuring a 2022 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray RWD convertible. This thing is incredible. Let's truly figure out what separates this car. This C8 has been transformed with a no-expense spared twin-turbo system, which is approximately $30,000 invested into this build. Okay, it's done right. This isn't a thrown-together setup. This is a complete engineered package designed for reliability, drivability, and serious performance. The system features twin Precision 6466 turbochargers, known for their efficiency and capability for beyond typical builds. This thing's absolutely incredible. Boost control and reliability are handled by Precision wastegates and blow-off valves, ensuring smooth, controlled power, delivery, and long-term durability. This This thing is absolutely gorgeous, and the beautiful thing about East Dallas Diesel is no matter what vehicle you see on the website, if there's something you want to tweak, you want to change, it's all about customization at East Dallas Diesel. So go ahead, call my guy Tony Alberti over there. He is the owner. It's family run and operated. They're all about getting you in and out in under an hour. They're going to work with you when it comes to financing. Check them out at eastdallasdiesel.com. Make sure you're looking at their Instagram and their Facebook. They're pumping out new inventory there every single day. And go see that gorgeous performance showroom they've got as well. eastdallasdiesel.com. That's East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama was named NBA Defensive Player of the Year last night, the first player to win the award unanimously. Timberwolves center Rudy Gobert clearly took exception to losing the award to Wembanyama last night and held Nikola Jokic to just 1 of 8 shooting in their individual matchup, and Timberwolves win. Gobert said after the game, it's not the first time he's been disrespected. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Golden Chick! Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here! $6 club! $6 club! Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 club! $6 club! Choose Golden Chick's 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 club. $6 club. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're being joined now by Cowboys Man of the Hour here, the kicker, Brandon Aubrey. New contract done. And Brandon joins you now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for having me on.
Man, it's great to have you. Excitement level, I imagine, to get this deal done and secure your future with America's team. Is that why you're fantastic?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is everything we ever wanted. So we're very, very, very happy at the moment.
Was it nerve-wracking at any time?
I don't necessarily think nerve-wracking, but more, I guess, frustrating and just ready to have it over with.
Did Jerry ever just bypass the agent and just come right to you? Just say, Brandon, let's just get this thing done.
No.
Now, being on the Cowboys and everything, like, this is your hometown team. We got Wolchuk. He's a Plano man himself.
Heck yeah. Go Plano, Brandon.
The journey.
Let's go Wildcats.
Absolutely, man. Let's go Wildcats. And the journey that you've been on is insane. And you're playing in Birmingham with the Stallions, and then you go to America's team. Like, what a life-altering situation. It's like minor league to the big leagues for a baseball player. Like, can you just walk us through how amazing that is?
Yeah, obviously being there for the first year of the USFL, we're all staged in Birmingham, so we have 8 teams staying in the Sheraton Hotel downtown, and our locker room is just a conference room that's kind of partitioned off into 8 separate little locker rooms with like these fake walls, and you can kind of hear the other guys talking in their locker room. So our meeting spaces are just hotel rooms that, they put a bunch of chairs in. and we go throw on some video and get to it, and then you're practicing at various different high school fields, or you never know if it's going to be open the next day. So if we don't get on here, then we're hustling over there. So going from something like that to where everyone's really excited to be playing there, but it's kind of just figuring it out as you go, to the NFL, especially Cowboys team, the Cowboys who have probably the best facilities in the league, have the most media attention in the league, and the most pressure is definitely up there with one of the biggest jumps I've ever seen for myself from any level, because going from college soccer to MLS is a big jump as well, but not quite the same.
You seem to handle that pressure pretty good, though, don't you?
I try not to perceive it. I think pressure is kind of perceived, so try and avoid the media, especially that time. I was pretty disciplined in that, avoid the media, focus on my process and what I need to do to be successful, and only kind of allow the voices that are important to my success into my brain. So I didn't really necessarily perceive all the pressure in my rookie year. Then after the success we had, and you kind of try and take a moment to appreciate it, and you relax your rules, and you kind of surf on Reddit and radio and all the different social media outlets, and you kind of, okay, people are saying this about you, and then you let that sink in a little bit, then the pressure does start to build up, and especially going into a contract year. You think about that on the sidelines of the games, which you really shouldn't be, but it's impossible not to. You can just kind of let it hit you for a little bit and then push it out of your brain and focus on your job. So, I'd say definitely a mixed bag of emotions in season, and just kind of towards the end of the year when we were removed from the playoffs, you just kind of want the season to be over with so you can get on to your normal life, and you can get on to figuring out a contract.
You seem pretty educated there in the sports psychology and the performance, all that. Did you research it on your own? Did you learn this from teams? Where's that sort of mindset skill come from?
It comes from a little bit of both. We have a fantastic mental strength coach on staff here at the Cowboys, Chad Bowling. He does a great job preparing us and coming up with kind of a framework for what you can expect to feel on the field and how to get yourself back to neutral, which is his big thing. But we had a mental strength coach at Notre Dame for the soccer team that would come in once a month and give us some tools. And a lot of it is trial and error. I figured out why I wasn't successful in the MLS. A lot of it was just thinking about results and being worried about making mistakes while playing. And if you're worried about those things, you're not really taking in enough information of what's going on around you in the run of play to be successful. So I thought about that a lot when my career was over. I journaled about it, even wrote a letter to my wife explaining why I failed and that I'd never let that happen again, especially in football. So my whole goal when I finally got the job in the USFL was to play confidently and, focus on the process and not the results. So there's a lot of that. And then, you have to actually develop a process, which I didn't have my first year in the USFL. And, I was successful, but not as successful as I thought I could be. So worked with a bunch of professional kicking coaches, Brian Egan namely. But for a mental process, I went to John Carney down in San Diego, who obviously had a really long career in the NFL. And he walked me through what your process should be like on game day, from the moment you get into the stadium to the moment you're hitting the game-winning field goal. And that really helped me to do what I was trying to do and block out the result-oriented thinking and just get to the process-oriented thinking.
Brandon Aubrey with us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I mean, we're super proud of you, man. Wildcat Nation, we support you. But this got pretty public with your contract negotiation. I'm sure we didn't really help with that over here, of course, on The Fan. But for you, I mean, how was that kind of navigating this as you reflect back on it now that it's all done? You do have one of the best agents in the business that's been able to handle it, but I'm sure for you, maybe that was a little bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the most part, I've tried my best to keep my nose out of the media And my rookie year did a fantastic job of it. Kind of relaxed in the off season after that, and then didn't really reiterate to my family and friends that point. And, it kind of started slowly seeping in. And then to your point, there was a significant moment in the off season where some information got leaked about the contract negotiation, and I think things were overblown, and it got to the point where my wife and I couldn't really, open our phone or talk to somebody without hearing about it. And, we didn't really know what to do because we've never been in that position before. So we tried in our own way to, open the pressure valve a little bit and let our story have a little bit of air, our side of it have a little bit of air. And, we could have said more, but I thought, let's just say a little bit and move on, because I don't want to be dragging myself through public opinion. I just kind of want to tell people, hey, relax. This isn't the whole truth. This isn't what's actually going on. Just let us be. And it worked. Right after that, we got a little bit of breather, and it died. It lost the interest in the public sphere, and kind of able to go about the negotiation more professionally with closed doors.
Well, I'm glad it all worked out for you, man. This is fantastic stuff, and you're a highlight reel machine. We know about the kicks, but I think my favorite Brandon Aubrey moment is at the end of last season in Detroit, and you put a nice little tackle on that kick returner, dude. Did you do any tackling drills? You ever get in the mix on some of that stuff, or was that just came out of you?
No, yeah. I mean, soccer's a lot more physical than it's given credit for. Shoulder-to-shoulder tackles are pretty common, especially as a center back. You've got to be able to force somebody off the ball. And I'm bigger than 99% of kick returners. Probably got 20 to 30 pounds on that guy, so I should be able to knock him over. Obviously, you don't want to be put in that position, but he got to the sideline. I was trying to get him out of bounds, and I thought he'd just go out of bounds because I'm clearly blocking the cut back, and he just said, I'm going to run this guy over. So I just tried to stand my ground and not to run over. I don't think I had the best form, but yeah, got him on the ground, and I didn't fall over, so that's a win.
Not today. Love it, Brandon. Congrats, and I suppose you can afford some pretty sweet World Cup tickets now, so enjoy the soccer tournament.
Yeah, they're expensive, but I think I'll get a couple.
Yes, give him hell, man. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you.
Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey with you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. New deal done, business handled, and congrats to him and congrats to the team for, managing to secure the best kicker in the sport for the next 4 years. All righty, with that, let's get some football fix in here with what's left, Wilczek.
All right, let's party. Let's get our football fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Oh, yeah, let's go. If you missed it, Mike Vrabel, I had difficult talks over the Rossini photos. And that was pretty much it. That's kind of what he got into. Didn't really talk much at all. There was no apology. Just that he wanted to address it with the team before he addressed it with the media, thank the media for their patience, and he just had difficult talks. So that's kind of, there you go. You're caught up. Boom. Covered.
If you didn't know all the background and you were just placed in that presser room, you'd be like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, what? What? Who? Where? Why?
What is going on here?
Excuse me? Coach?
Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just the whole thing. And
crazy.
They at first said like he didn't take questions, and then they said he did take questions, but I don't see any clips of questions being asked and him having to answer. So maybe it was just like a no questions about that specific thing. If you want to know about the draft and stuff like that, we can ask him. But yeah, that was a letdown.
Very much so. Now, Draft Buzz, Lance Zierlein, who we love, respect, friend of the station, has gone on the Fan After Dark. Lance, in his own mock draft, has said that in his simulations, he can't find a way for Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, Jordan Tyson, or Carnell Tate to get to number 10. He sees all of them going before that, and that's because he's got Styles going to the Titans at 4. And as I mentioned earlier, if he does, and obviously no chance he falls, if he doesn't, then that's when I think it opens up that he can get to 12. But that would leave Delane as hopefully the guy that can then fall to 12 for you. He said
2, 3, 4 is huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He said it sounds like David Bailey is going to go at 2. In this scenario, he thinks Arvell Reese could slide, and I think if Arvell Reese slid, which I don't understand why the Giants would pass on him at 5, but maybe they do want Jordan Tyson to where I think they have to take him at 5. He's not going to make it to 10. So if Arvell Reese were on the clock at 6, I know we're thinking the Cowboys stay at 12, but I think that's when they would jump. That's when you got
when you got to go. That's right. That's when you got to go, and that would be I think that would be the only way that they would go. Yeah. If he was him or Bailey were on the board.
And I'm terrified of Reese. I know one went viral and people were lighting me up saying Reese is the most talented, this, that, and the other thing. I'd be excited about the pick. You know, I think he's got an equal chance of being an all-pro and being a bust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and at those positions, you got to be willing to take those gambles.
Yeah. No, 100%. And he is super talented, but I think we've seen plenty of talented players.
Absolutely.
But it hasn't worked out for them.
Yeah.
So I think the team that drafts him, the key for him is how are they going to utilize his abilities. And also, as I mentioned, like, put him at a specific spot. You know, like when Micah, he played off ball, and then they said, you know, you're going to be an edge, and they left him at edge. If that's what the Cowboys want to do, choose. You know, let's not fluctuate him from spot to spot. Then maybe you do end up having a bust on your hands. Fernando Mendoza has been making the rounds. He was on the Rich Eisen show, and it was reported we know who is going to attend the draft in Pittsburgh. Mendoza is not one. Here was Fernando Mendoza on why he won't be attending the draft in Pittsburgh. Instead, wants to celebrate at home.
Pittsburgh is a great opportunity, and it's a great venue. And I'm really excited to see all the guys, or most of the guys, walk across the stage on Thursday night. It's be a dream for a lot of guys. However, my mom really wanted to do it at home, and so did my parents. It's a lot easier for us, especially with the family situation. Mm-hmm. And I have to hop on a plane the next morning anyways. And for that travel, it'd be a lot easier to stay at home. I wanted to stay and make the memory with everybody who poured into my football journey. Mentors, coaches, family, friends. You want to share that moment with all of them is going to be the best memory that I can make, rather than limiting it to 10 or 12 people in Pittsburgh, which is going to be great. And I still want to be the best league partner I can become and make sure that there's how many cameras that ESPN wants there or whatever they need from me, I will do. However, I think it's very important to start off this journey with everyone who's gotten me to this point.
Family first, man.
Well, he's a really polished guy.
He is, dude.
That's your quarterback. That's the face of your franchise right there. That's your guy.
Sounds really robotic.
Very Tom Brady-esque.
Going to be a great dorky partner for the league. That. Kind of a mama's boy.
I want that mama's boy as my quarterback. Yeah. I want a dork.
His mom's dealing with, she's wheelchair bound. So yes. I can understand the travel and stuff like that potentially problem. I think they can.
I think it's smart. I understand.
Probably start a plane for
as a parent, I wouldn't want to take that experience for my kid. I can't imagine as mom, wheelchair or not, saying, please stay home for me. It would be more convenient. Shake yourself, Mom. Kid's got a chance to walk across stage and shake the commissioner's hand.
That's the first overall pick.
This seems weird.
Yeah.
This is Norman Batesy to me.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We're going full on Norman. Okay, from Norman Bates to Kenny Clark. Kenny's changing his number to 97. As our buddy Nick Harris, who finished up the draft show today, I'd encourage you to go watch it. It was a great episode with Bobby on there as well, and our buddy Vach Lombardi. And Kenny Clark's got new signage up around the star, and he's rocking the 97, which Osa used to wear. So Kenny gets his old number back. And then finally, great news, Nnamdi Madubuike, the outstanding defensive tackle for the Ravens. He had successful neck surgery last week, and doctors said that they believe he's going to be able to make a full return and should be able to resume playing this year. So that was a huge loss after he signed a massive deal at just 28 years old. They thought it was a career-ending type of injury possibly, but the surgery went well, and hopefully Madubuike is back and at the height of his powers for the Ravens because they sure could use him.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
A little football fix here for you. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. What draft questions do you have for Broadus at 877-881-1053? 2 days, an hour, and 45 minutes to go till our draft coverage. What questions do you have for the former Cowboy scout? We'll get the best ones. So go ahead and text in at 877-881-1053. And we're back here in the nation. I want to chat about Window Nation with you before we do anything else, though, because they have an incredible deal going on right now. Window Nation, how about up to 50% off all your new windows? The more you buy, the more you save sale going on windownation.com. And you can even get 0% interest for 5 years. Windownation.com is the website. You're going to be dealing with the best window company in the world. That's what Forbes magazine said. And a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Most importantly, they understand what it takes to make great windows that can withstand this extreme North Texas climate that we have. It's way too hot, it's way too cold, and that costs you hundreds, if not thousands, every year on your energy bills. And if you don't have energy-efficient windows, it's costing you way more than it should. Our windows' number one line of defense against the elements, and if they put, inefficient builder-grade windows in your home when they constructed it, or if those windows have gotten old with time, you can notice maybe they're sticking, maybe they're cracked, you got moisture coming in. Those are clear signs. Have a Window Nation guy out to the house, do a free evaluation, give you a free no obligation quote that is good for 6 months. So you can lock in these savings right now. Go to windownation.com, have them out to the house. They'll give you the quote. Quote's good for 6 months, up to 50% off all your windows, and pay no interest for 5 years. Again, it's windownation.com. Salute.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
When a metal building is made by Mueller, you know what it's made of. Quality steel, proven strength, and people who help you design it right. From metal buildings to roofing and pole barns, Mueller has helped homeowners and contractors build with confidence for decades. With expert guidance, reliable service, and materials that hold up. Make it with Mueller, because what it's made with matters. Visit our team at our Waxahachie or Kaufman location, or find your nearest store by visiting MuellerInc.com.
H-E-B is making price cuts across the aisles to help Texans save even more when they shop. From household essentials to daily must-haves, you'll find thousands of low prices are now even lower, with hundreds more price cuts added every week. Just look for the yellow and black price cut tags in-store and online, and add up the extra savings every time you check out. Save even more with price cuts. H-E-B, another reason why here, everything's better.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Gather around, Ranger fans, for the Golden Chick Dot Race. Make your picks, red, blue, or green. And they're off. Red quickly pulls ahead with blue and green coming up fast as they round the turn. My stomach reminds me that dinner is also just around the corner. I'm hungry for some crispy, delicious fried chicken. Juicy and tender Golden Chick is a winner in my book. And who wins the Golden Chick Dot Race? It's a photo finish with green taking the checkered flag by a nose.
Golden Chick. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
The On Time Experts are supporting hockey as a proud official sponsor of the Dallas Stars. And now they're the proud sponsor of DFW's #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds. So if you're a hockey fan, think of the On Time Experts for AC, heat, and plumbing needs. And check out the Spits and Suds hockey podcast on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
a lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you get automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
Looking to add a compact excavator to your fleet? The Hitachi ZX35 from Masco Equipment is in stock and ready to go to work. Right now, get this powerful and versatile mini excavator for as low as $39.9, including a 12-inch bucket, 2-year 2,000-hour factory warranty, and 0% interest for 48 months. But don't wait. This offer ends April 30th, subject to credit approval. Visit ASCOEQ.com to learn more. Masco Equipment and Hitachi, built to perform, backed by the team you trust.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here for my good friends over at Gaylord Golf Mecca. It is that time of year. It's time to plan that summer golf getaway. If you're a golfer like me, if you love the outdoors, if you love being immersed in 70-degree weather in the middle of July and August, then Gaylord, Michigan, Northern Michigan is the place to go. Easy flight, 2.5 hours up to Traverse City, an hour drive. You're nestled amongst Michigan's northern forest. 16 championship-level golf courses. Stay and play packages available online at GaylordGolfMecca.com.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fans. Time for an NFL Draft Ask Brought Us Anything. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. 214 Ask Broadus, why is Jeremiah Love not the best player in this draft? The running back, Notre Dame.
It's a really good question. I've never seen him fall below on any mock draft, say, beyond 10. And when you watch him play at Notre Dame, the thing, I'm going to say this, Zach, and correct me if I'm wrong. I kind of feel like, though, some of these running backs we've seen here in the last couple of drafts were super explosive when it came to finishing runs.
Yeah.
And maybe this is one of those things when you watch him, and I mean finishing runs like extended burst and speed and things like that. And I just wonder, I mean, I think to me when you watch him play, his ability to hit the hole, make somebody miss, get into the second level, but there are times where some of these backs we've seen in the past that have been able to finish out those runs. Remember the USC game getting fetched? I think it was by Fitzgerald. And you're kind of wondering. You're seeing a guy as he's running. You see him kind of get caught. And I love the player because I think he catches the ball really well.
Didn't he run in the 4.3s?
But he doesn't play that way.
He's a track kind of guy. I mean, he had a lot of long runs, but I don't think he's like. I thought Bijan was better.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. When you're talking about best players of the draft, I was thinking like the guys that constantly you see just run after run. He does have long runs.
Yeah.
But you're like, why did he get caught here? Why did he get caught here? So I think that's why maybe some people are kind of looking at it that way. It might be something to do with the old positional value thing. But this is an unusual draft because of him, Downs. I think Malinois. These guys are all those types of players. But I really do think that maybe some people are saying, well, is he like that with the Robinsons and others that are able to those extended long runs to
It's not just the running away from guys, but the Bijan trade of being able to have a guy in the backfield like Barry Sanders, the comp that you made that maybe people didn't see until they saw it and then they're like, oh, I see where the Barry Sanders comp is now. It's that thing.
See,
that there specifically that I would need to take a guy in the top 10. 15.
I know that Eric was laughing at me and rightfully so about some of my comparisons with Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
And I don't see, if you want to use Barry Sanders as a measuring stick for the type of player he is, I saw that with Bijan Robinson. I don't see that with this guy.
Okay, the 214 says, wouldn't trading with Miami for Jordan Brooks before the draft give the Cowboys more flexibility in the draft? I think you'd want to see how the draft goes. If Sonny Styles drops to us, or if we trade down and take Rodriguez, maybe we end up drafting 2 linebackers. I like how they did it last year with Pickens. Let's see if we fix it in the draft. If not, we'll circle back around.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do that, I think that would be ideal. Or even just wait till day 2. Before you're picking at 92, if you're willing to give up this year's capital. And you're like, okay, we missed out on Styles. We didn't get a linebacker. Let's just go ahead and get a guy who's ready-made right now and use that number 92 pick for it. But, yeah, I agree. Like, waiting it out as long as you can is probably your best play here.
All righty, at 877-881-1053, it's an Ask Brought Us Anything with you here in the G-Bag Nation. If you could tell the Cowboys who should be their first pick, who would it be and why?
I tell them, to me, off my board, if my stack would be Downs.
Amen.
That's who I'd absolutely. Listen, we had Dave Campo on with us this morning on the stack. On the stack. Doing all right on Crown Global Media, and Dave was kind of broke down the safeties for us, and he actually had Dylan Thieneman up there with Downs.
Yeah.
Like when he was starting to talk about, now if he goes, I know this is unpopular to say, but he was kind of talking about how he would play downs as a down player and as a slot player, and maybe not so much as a free, maybe not the free safety guy. So anything as a strong safety to playing the linebacker to playing in the slot. But he was really on board with Dylan Thieneman. He's like, listen, he is, when you start to compare, I think you could actually do more with Dylan Thieneman than you can do with Downs.
Wow,
is what he was
that's
saying.
Crazy.
Yeah, is what he was saying.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, I have had.
But I would tell him to pick Downs because I think
Downs is my number one guy. I'm with you 100%. I've got Thieneman at 17 on my stack. The fact that it has been so quiet around Dallas and Dylan Thieneman has made me very curious if he's the pick at 12 if they don't get one of these guys to fall.
That's interesting you say that because like Dave was talking about, he goes, yeah, I understand taking down somewhere between 12 and 13, 14. I can understand that. He says, but I feel like with Thieneman, it's the same. I think about him in the same way. And I think he could do even more with him. But it was funny how quiet it has been. Right? And it kind of made me think about when people were talking about picking him at 12.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of pushback. And I'm thinking, man, we thought this guy was somewhere between 20 and maybe 25, maybe somewhere. And then all of a sudden now we're talking about him at 12. But you listen to Campo talk about how he would use him and how Christian Parker could potentially use him. It made sense why somebody would want to take him very early in his draft.
I think he's got a skill set that, I mean, not quite the cover ability as Cooper DeJean, because Cooper DeJean is a corner, but similar aspects to their games. So I could see Christian Parker really liking Dylan Thieneman, and it kind of feels like Tyler Booker a little bit. Like we've thrown out Tyler Booker if you wanted a Zach Martin replacement, but like the buzz wasn't super loud until, oh my gosh, all of a sudden they're going to draft Tyler Booker. And I just wonder if you don't get Styles, you don't get Delane, these guys don't fall, because I think there's a chance Hood's there at 20. So if they want Colton Hood, I don't know that they have to take him at 12. I don't think Dylan Thieneman's there at 20.
817, when do you expect the Cowboys to draft Dak's replacement?
You got somebody in mind?
Not this year. I'd say no, thank you. I'm good. I think this is a really good backup quarterback class. And if you want to take another, I mean, maybe one of these guys can.
You want to have my argument for Green in the 5th round?
I would just say next time.
Throw the dart. Why not? Worst case scenario, he can end up being your 4th receiver.
Next time Dak gets hurt, and you're picking inside the top 10.
Yeah.
It's coming soon. It could have been this year. Picking at 12, it could have been this year if it was a really strong quarterback class.
If it was strong, yeah.
This is around the age they started to look into moving on from Romo. So I'd say any time now, but not in this class. I mean, there's only 3 quarterbacks in the NFL who are starters that came from outside of the first round right now. It's just they're getting really, really good at finding the starters in the first round. So if you're not planning on taking one there, the chances of you finding your guy probably at 10% or lower, maybe even lower. Broadus, is Malachi Lawrence the best pass rusher in the draft?
I'll tell you what, man. There's some things about now that we start to talk about how they're eliminating Messidors and people like that. When you watch him overall, we've said this before, the bend, the ability to finish at the quarterback, the ability to redirect. I think he does play the run better than we give him credit for. I think he knows how to use his length. I think he knows how to get off those blocks. I think he knows how to chase plays from the backside. But yeah, as a pass rusher, there is constant counter moves with this guy. It's not just run up the field, or try an occasional swim move. I mean, he is getting small. He's swiping hands. He's getting by blockers. He puts a lot of pressure on offensive linemen to have to block him. And I think when you start to the final stacks, and I know Zach has liked him all along. I'll let you speak to this as well. But I think when me on my personal board, I still like Messidor where I have him.
Yeah.
But Lawrence is right there with him. And if Dallas is not going to take Messidor because of his age, I think that Malachi Lawrence is in play for Dallas at 20. I really do.
And I love to hear that. Because you look for production, right? He's got 5 or more sacks over the past 3 seasons, tackles for loss. But I think everything Brian said of like he's got a plan and he's got multiple ways to beat you. He can set up offensive linemen. He's kind of a veteran pass rusher, if you will. Like he's one of these guys that he's got more tools on his belt than others. Some of them are just going to use God-given athleticism. Malachi Lawrence has that, and the first step's great, but he's got a plan for how he wants to break you down.
817. I just hate that this story is out there and that people have this to tear Dak down now. But he says y'all still have faith in Dak. He's a cheater. He's a fake man of the year. Off the field issues will show up for sure. I do believe in Dak as a player. I think we're all flawed as people. I think he couldn't say no to women. That was his weakness. But I think it's probably been his weakness for a long time, and he's continued to play well in spite of it. But it's pro sports, and as Mike Vrabel, who had an uncomfortable moment at the podium today, could tell you, it's not an uncommon story. Unfortunately, and I just feel bad for the kids. I think in every other way, the world just goes on relative to the Cowboys and football and Dak Prescott. And we'll come back and talk baseball with Jared Sandler. He is at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Rangers Insider, going to preview this Rangers Pirates series coming up next year on The Fan. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else, though, because if you are running on empty, you're stuck in low gear, and you're tired of it, you want to be that more alpha, energized, younger version of yourself. It's possible. We live in a great time with testosterone replacement therapy, and Men's T Clinic has set the standard. They're the best at it. They're right here in North Texas with 5 locations, and we love Men's T Clinic here on The Fan. Our Tolos, myself included, we describe their therapies as life-changing, and seriously, whatever sort of man issues you are confronting as we move through life, we put on weight around the midsection. We're losing muscle mass. We have brain fog coming on board, the libido, the drive. It's all not as good as what we remember and what we would like it to be. How do we fix that? We go to menstclinic.com. They'll take a little bit of blood, tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then get it absolutely coursing through your veins, and it feels amazing. Almost immediately, you are going to feel better and be more energetic and driven. She's going to love it. She's going to love the new you or the old you, however you look at it. It's time to check into Men's T Clinic. 972-GO Men's T. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a free in-body composition analysis, get baseline readings on everything, and a B12 shot. Get you supercharged right there at menstclinic.com. Salute.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, who do you already sports hate from the Minnesota Wild? Plus, we'll talk Rangers Pirates opener, and at 11:30, the Dallas Cowboys pre-draft press conference. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in the pro basketball playoffs, game 2 of the first round series with Philadelphia and Boston. Boston a 14.5-point favorite after Boston blew out Philly in game 1. And I want to take the points with Philly here. Philly shot 4 of 23 from 3 in game 1. If they shoot a little better from 3-point tonight, I think they cover the spread. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At AutoNation, we make it easy for you to go. Right now, get 0% financing on your favorite new vehicles. You'll save thousands of dollars in interest alone. Plus, shop a wide selection of fuel-efficient vehicles available now at AutoNation. Hurry! Drive the car you want today with 0% financing. Go to your nearest AutoNation now. Less stress, more go. Visit AutoNation.com for eligible vehicles. 0 APR for a limited term with approved credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Expires end of month.
Turn
up, you Radio Ranger fans. It's time for the Golden Chick Dot Race. Make your picks. And remember, no wagering, please. And they're off. They're neck and neck. Red moves ahead, but blue's a strong second. Now green takes the lead at the home plate turn. And speaking of plates, I always add extra rolls to mine. Golden Chick rolls are baked fresh daily and so good, they're famous. Green starts to lag. Blue is nowhere to be seen, but red digs deep for the win.
Golden Chick. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now, online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of DFW between Highway 80 and I-20. And of course, it's Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Right now, take advantage of the Declaration of Deals sales event at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, one of the biggest selections you're going to find anywhere. Brand new Chryslers, Dodge, Rams, and Jeeps. All start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. And then you drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
It's time for the annual Pluckers Draft Party this Thursday. Head to any of the 9 DFW Pluckers for killer wing and beer specials. The later it gets, the better the deal, so stick around. And hey, if you don't like their wings, they'll give you the bird. Find your spot at Pluckers.com.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey, Tolos, it's Corey Majors here, and let's talk retirement. If you're like most folks, you're worried about paying too much in taxes in your golden years. My good friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, can help you keep more of what you've earned with guarantees. David's helped tons of folks right here in North Texas create efficient, safety-first retirement strategies, and he's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you do the same. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your copy. David Dustin with MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with retirement guarantees for life.
Sean and RJ here with the greatness of Base Power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, Base Power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Men's T Clinic.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's T Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's T Clinic today.
We've been watching tape since November. We were live from the Combine. And now, turn it on and leave it on all day as we ramp up our Pluckers path to the draft, leading you up to America's best radio draft coverage April 23rd, 24th, and 25th, right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30, and Jared Sandler joining us now here on your home of the Rangers. Jared, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. How are y'all?
We're doing good. You know, you're sort of just wondering and trying to hold the line on being optimistic / realistic. Do you agree that these Rangers are actually having a pretty dang good start? They just have a tough schedule with most of it being on the road so far?
Yeah, I mean, they've played the fewest home games of anyone in Major League Baseball, and I think you can make an argument that every single team they've played is a team that, you know, is going to contend for a playoff spot. Even the Athletics, who, you know, I know people probably would look and say, well, you know, not them, but no, I think the A's are going to be pretty tough. So, yeah, I mean, you're 11-11 with that schedule. Obviously, you certainly haven't put yourself in a hole like the Mets or the Blue Jays or one of these teams that's gone off to a really rough start. So, yeah, I mean, I think the thing that I look for, Gavin, is like what beyond the results of the 22 games, given that it's not anything catastrophic, you know, are we seeing things that portend to long-term success? You know, things that like sustainable traits, and I think that the quality of the at-bat, which I know we've talked about ad nauseum and has kind of become a cliche a little bit, but, you know, that is so much better night and day than the last couple of years. And, you know, I think that's something that will allow them to play at a high level throughout the season.
Jared, one of the things we talked about last year with the Rangers, just how great their defense was. How do they grade out defensively to this point in the season?
Yeah, you can look at it a few different ways. You know, one of the things I like to look at is, you know, what percentage of batted balls are converted into outs on the ground with the infield and in the air with the outfield. And the outfield is top 3 in Major League Baseball in that regard, turning balls in the air into outs, and the infield right now is bottom 3 in Major League Baseball in that regard. So, you know, I don't think that this is a bottom 3 infield, but, you know, that has not been a strength. Now, you know, the other thing, they are striking out a lot of people. So, you know, you got to put some of these things in context. You know, I think you look at the Rangers defensively along the infield, 3 of the 4 are the same as last year: Josh Young, Corey Seager, and Jake Berger. And this is a team that won the Team Gold Glove Award. So I think that this group on the infield is going to be fine. You know, the one new guy is Josh Smith, but he's really good defensively. So they just maybe gotten off to a slow start. there. But, I think it's been really encouraging. The outfield doesn't have the arm strength that maybe the Rangers outfield has had in the past because of Noah Dolis. But in terms of going to get balls, they've done a really, really nice job. And a lot of that is a credit to Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, who really put their athleticism on display. And that's, we haven't seen it a lot because they only had 6 home games, but that becomes very important here where you got deep alleys to left and right center and those balls in the gap that you could turn into outs, if not outs, or game-changing type of hits potentially. And so I think, hopefully we'll be able to see those two guys go and get it and take some extra base hits away.
This Pirates team's off to a pretty good start and what is a historic start for the NL Central. What can you tell us about Pittsburgh, and do you think that this is a team that really has a chance to make the postseason?
Yeah, I do. I do think that they have, maybe overperformed a little bit to some extent. But like when you look at some of the expected numbers versus the actual numbers, that probably wouldn't tell you that story. They got a pretty diverse mix out of their bullpen. They definitely have athleticism. What they've gotten out of O'Neal Cruz offensively has been really impressive. A guy who, you always wonder, like, over the course of a full season, is he going to be able to put it together? Or is he just going to have a lot of high variance because of the swing and miss? But, they're getting good production out of Brian Reynolds. Brandon Lau was maybe one of the more underrated offseason pickups. Ryan O'Hearn right there with him. So it's a totally revamped look. And what I like about the Pirates, and there's really no reason not to do this when you've got Paul Skeens and Mitch Keller, and then when he comes back from injury, Jared Jones. But they realize they've got too much talent to not go after it. And going after it for them isn't, signing a bunch of guys to $500 million worth of contracts. That's just not the organization that they've been. But they were aggressive this offseason. They did make some plays for guys, and they did land a few. So it's a fun team, and they're not going to be an easy out at all. I mean, they've been playing really, really good baseball the last few weeks.
Are you disappointed you're not going to see Skeens out there?
We've still never seen him. Yeah, I mean, from a competitive standpoint, obviously Paul Skeens on the mound doesn't give the other guys the best chance. But yeah, I would love to see this guy in person. But the Rangers, since Paul Skeens has been up with the Pirates, have found a way to miss him each year. So I'm sure we'll get him eventually. But I'd love the chance to watch him in person. I just think in general, getting to watch greatness, getting to watch the best at their craft, whatever it is a pretty cool thing. And he's certainly, in that conversation on the mound.
How difficult is a 10-game road trip or a 10-day, 10-game road trip?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's a lot more difficult than on paper, how it might seem. And I saw someone on Twitter say, but these guys all fly, private jets, stay in nice hotels. And that is true. But, I think these are human beings, right? Some of them missing their families, missing their kids. I know they get compensated really well, right? But at some point, that can't always be the grade based on how they physically and mentally are feeling, right? They have stresses and stuff. I'm not saying, they would trade anything, but there's a reason why home teams perform better than road teams, right? And now when you're having to be the road team for 10 straight games with 3 separate, cities, which, for baseball, that's obviously a lot. In the NBA, they might do it, but they have off days in between, when they go on a 10-day, 6-game road trip or whatever it might be. This is 10 straight games, 10 straight days of the game. I think, there are a lot of components, a lot of factors. I don't know that there's in hockey, the home team has last say with line changes. In the NFL, you've got the crowd that can make, play calling or communication a challenge. I don't know that baseball necessarily has that one distinct thing other than the comfort of your ballpark and maybe a team that makes roster decisions based on their ballpark. And when you're in the other ballpark, maybe your roster doesn't play as, there are all sorts of things like that. But I do think that, there's a reason, again, at the end of the day, whether you agree or not, the data shows that the home team wins more than the road team in pretty much any sport. And so when you're having to do it 10 straight games, that definitely makes it difficult.
You're the man, Sands. Enjoy the game, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
See you, fellas.
Jared Sandler here, our Rangers insider, play-by-play guy, pre- and post-game show host. Has the pregame here for you coming up at 6:30. We're back with an edition of Football's Finest, Chief. Where we heading?
Draft day props, no prank calls, and the scouting term quiz for my guys next in the nation.
Well, I'll tell you, the best place for you to go and check out all the playoff action, all the sports. It happens to be Twin Peaks, because not only are you going to be able to sit down and enjoy the sports while sipping on a 29-degree draft beer served in a frosted mug, you're also going to be sitting there and looking over wall-to-wall TVs with every game, every fight, every big moment. They got tons of deals. Hey, what is it today? Is it a Toxic Tuesday? Yeah, they got $5 Tito's, $5 Bacardi or Captain and Coke, plus $10.99 flatbreads and Twin Peaks draft 22 ounces. Always a great deal at Twin Peaks, not to mention a menu that's got something for everyone, whether it's the burgers that are stacked high, made to order. How about those delicious smoked wings that they've got as well? The apps are outstanding. Signature cocktails, ice cold drafts, seasonal specials, limited time menus, happy hour deals. Just stop what you're doing. Go to Twin Peaks right now, will ya? It is the ultimate man cave sports lodge. Come hungry, leave victorious. Find your local Twin Peaks and go check it out today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Another GM is openly talking about trading down in Thursday's NFL draft. This time it's Seahawks GM John Schneider telling the media that the reigning champions are open for business and are looking to add draft picks. This would be a prime spot for a team to draft quarterback Ty Simpson if he's still on the board. But with a few other teams wanting to trade down for more picks, Simpson may not last until the end of the first round. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Golden Chick! Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 cluck, $6 cluck. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 cluck, $6 cluck. Choose Golden Chick's 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 cluck, $6 cluck. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Cowboys fans, the NFL offseason is heating up. Before summer temperatures come on with a full blitz, schedule a first-time $59 AC tune-up and professional cleaning with on-time experts. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the truth. Dirt, dust, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioners. Most companies do a quickie system check, but at the On-Time Experts, we remove all that harmful buildup. Go to theontimeexperts.com and schedule your $59 tune-up today. The On-Time Experts, a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Thanks to Brandon Aubrey, who joined us an hour ago. You can go back and listen to that with the Odyssey app if you got it downloaded. If you don't, might be a good time to download that Odyssey app. Go check out the Brandon Aubrey conversation. I didn't think he was that social or long-winded, but I thought you really opened him up, Chief. That was a job well done.
Oh, I felt bad. I was like, maybe I shouldn't have come out of the gates with the whole, did Jerry try to bypass your agent question, you know? But then he settled in.
That was the turning point.
He settled in.
Yeah.
Gave us some good answers.
And here's Chief with football's finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Lots to get to right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
I'm going to be at the Midlow Fest on Saturday afternoon with Lucius Alexander and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Midlow Fest in Midlothian. It'll be a family-friendly environment, and we will be at the Bearded Axe Brewery. So we look forward to seeing you there this Saturday.
That food is good.
Broadus has gone back and forth. You know, you do the thing where you take a pinch of something, you're like, I'm going to have the bite, and then slowly but surely you keep going back to it, and the nibble turns into you've eaten the entire product.
I haven't eaten the whole entire pretzel yet, but
you saved a bite for somebody. What you missed out on was they have that brown mustard thing that you love.
The grainy mustard.
The grainy
I might
mustard.
carry that home.
You should.
I might carry that home. That'll probably go good on fish or something like that.
Little pocket mustard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, love pocket mustard.
Looking forward to
with a
Fest.
pocket dog, you know?
Pocket dog, little pocket mustard, man. Got to get it done. Okay, so a couple of news items for you. It looks like Mike Tomlin, former Steelers head coach, is going to be going to NBC. And replacing Tony Dungy. As we got word a few months ago that Tony Dungy was going to be out at NBC, so it'll be Mike Tomlin making his way from the sideline to the studio.
I think he's going to do great.
That'll be awesome.
Mike Tomlin got his coaching start
from Dungy.
From Tony Dungy.
In Tampa.
And was Dungy a Steelers player?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of ties.
Well, Tampa Bay. That Mike was with the Buccaneers when Tony was in Tampa.
And Dungy was a player for the Steelers who Tomlin coached as well.
Look at that. Look at that. All that crossover, huh? Meant to be.
A lot of cemeteries
I
here.
think Tomlin's going to be outstanding on TV. I'll be shocked if he fails.
He'll be awesome.
But he has so many fun sayings, and he's such a confident, relaxed communicator. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to class up the operation.
Okay, well, it was a classless operation.
Do you think he'll be doing the crazy TikTok dances that Maria Taylor makes those guys do? You ever
I don't
see
think
that?
he'll do that. No, I think he's too much of a man.
He's too stoic. T-level's
He'll
too
tell Jason
high.
Garrett to get some damn respect for himself and refuse.
See, like him and our guy at Pro Football Talk.
Florio?
Florio
Chris
does
Sims?
He does a dance. Sims does a dance. They're all. She's got them all doing these dances.
They're all dancing.
They're all dancing. Yeah, she's always got them doing TikTok dances before their show.
You got to do it.
We got to be better as men. We don't got to do it. Okay, just because a pretty lady asks you to do something in the name of fun.
Yeah,
it's a trap if you
Broadus
do it.
called him out, but Broadus will be the first one to dance with her.
Oh, I would absolutely.
Very first one.
No,
let me change shoes real quick. Like
everybody's responsible. Everybody's responsible for a certain element of the dance. So Garrett always does something like he's kind of riding a wave. And then, and then Florio, he can't do anything. So he's kind of messing around. But yeah, it's Chris Sims actually, he tries. I would try.
I know.
If she asked me to,
waiting for her to ask you too.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey,
ask me.
I would jump in front of McCourty.
I've been waiting for you.
McCourty is like their best one. I would jump in front of him. Like, watch this, Maria. I mean, like, give it,
my signature move. The
Watch
front
this,
door.
We said, watch it. Look what I can do. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold my beer, boy.
Bow tie on, kind of
limber, I got rhythm.
I'm
a catch.
Maria, watch me.
Last year, one of the big storylines out of the draft was, of course, all the prank calls that were going down.
Become a man. What's going on over there, Dawson?
Nothing, man. You're star of the show. I'm just letting you.
He knows what it is.
Yeah,
it's that female influence. Do a dance with me. They're like, all right,
fine.
Looking at dead in the eyes too. Gotcha.
Is this good? Do you like me now, honey?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Did I pass the test?
Is there anything else I can do for you?
I don't know, man.
How else can I embarrass myself?
They're paying these dudes millions of dollars, right? Have a little fun, right?
Yeah, you'll get up there and shake it for
be a stiff board like Jason Garrett. Okay. Yeah.
So, dang, Gavin, lighten up and have some fun. You could probably take a page out of their book and stop being Mr. Tight Ass.
Yeah, tight ass.
It's more of a red ass.
I
Than
text
a tight ass.
I text that in while we're having this conversation.
682.
I like all the feedback we've gotten.
More of a red ass than a tight ass.
I like all
my best friend when I was like 15 years old, he called me the youngest grumpy old man he'd ever met. And I've lived up to it every day.
Yeah, he knew you well.
Yep. Seems like, according to the text, your Mendoza take of punting on the draft in Pittsburgh is going to go down as a historical.
The way it was presented to me, and from his own words, Mom talked him out of it. So I was just going based on what he said. And if that's not true, if he's doing that out of the kindness of his heart for the love of his mother, you're damn right that was a regrettable take that I had. I was just reacting to the info that was presented.
Yeah, that's all.
And I do also want to say we need to be more aware of the female ego and how moms and wives, will stop at nothing to make it about them. That's their big win.
The she-go.
Yes.
The she-go.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh, yeah, it's very fragile. They talk about us a lot.
Yeah.
The men's ego is so fragile. I could tell you've gained weight. I could walk into Eric and say, man, you put on some pounds, bro. Oh, really? If I told that to a lady, I won't talk to her for 2 weeks after that.
Yeah, you're going to get
2 whole weeks. She'd be mad at me.
Sleep with one eye open.
But you know you gained weight, girl.
Yeah. The facts are the facts.
Yeah, like, I'm not lying.
The proof is literally in the pudding.
I'm not lying.
Put it down. So we got the prank calls last year. Shador, a couple other people got prank called.
Yeah,
remember, you had Jeff Ulbrich, his son with the Falcons.
Cost him some money.
Yeah, we had a whole bad situation.
$100,000 fines and things like that.
It was just on the iPads and only teams had it. So what are we doing?
So the NFL switched things up, and they've announced that the relevant contact information for the prospects will be provided by the league to a single point of contact at the club in football operations. So this individual will be responsible for safeguarding the numbers. So now it's all going to go back to one individual if things go haywire.
Scotch,
we know who to blame here. So shouldn't be getting the prank call draft day content like we consumed last year. It's
You're
unfortunate.
kind of disappointed in that, aren't you, Eric?
They'll find a way.
I mean, it was both funny and so mean all at the same time.
Yeah, it was terrible, but yet I'm kind of going to miss it. If
it was your kid, would you be laughing about it?
No,
I'd be pissed.
I would think it more mean than funny. But from my vantage point, it's kind of a 50-50. So now we've also had crazy draft things go down. We all remember when I say Laramie Tunsil.
The gas mask.
The gas mask.
Weed.
I would like to take you to Buffalo, where the Bills GM, Brandon Beane, is kind of putting the call in for Bills Mafia to get buck wild.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's like anything. You kind of do a rundown. These are the guys that we're pretty sure there's less than 1% chance are going to be there, barring something, a gas mask or something popping up. So if you guys want to put any players that are really talented, something out there using AI to help us get them, we'll take them.
Okay, very good. You heard it, man. That's homework for Bills Mafia. Go get it done. They're gonna put what are they gonna do? They're gonna put Caleb Downs in a gas mask or something like that. Watch him fly down the board. That would be, and I think we actually do get that. We do get fans at least, but we haven't had like a big prominent person go that route to really make some noise here. But respect from old Brandon Beane there in Buffalo.
I like what he's trying to do.
Yeah,
circle the wagons, baby.
By any means necessary, man. # do your part,
Damn
Bills
right.
Mafia. Get us a talented player. Don't give us Keon Coleman again, okay? Now, we also have I'm trying to decide, do I want to do the wacky draft props, or do I want to get into the NFL draft glossary as we soak in the draft in real time, all the terms that get kicked around by the media,
okay,
and just make sure that we're all up to speed on what these terms mean.
I like the glossary.
All right, let's glossary it.
Let's glossary this thing. I would like to first take you to comedian John Crist, who is doing his part in making fun of media scouts and how they will come up with random words to describe players. Let's see how you like this.
I mean, in everything I've seen from him, just his stick-to-itiveness. Never missed a game in college. I'm telling you, this guy's game-daciousness alone. The way he studies game film, he just has an incredible cerebrality about him. Everybody knows he's irrationally cocky and doesn't have the wins to back it up. He's very cowboisterous. 41 on the Wonderlic. I mean, his acuity. Loves Peyton Manning, always calling audibles at the line. I mean, he's very Omahamian. 4.3 40 time. I mean, this guy is Swedish. I mean, yeah, he's athletic, but he has some red flags, okay? He's very Camnusius. Big body, small arms, very dinosaurian. I mean, his velociraptorosity is something that you can't measure. His ability to break down film on Monday morning is just so Orlovskian. Will he gamble? I mean, he does rank high on our ESPN Ridley or Not Here I Come board. One word. Agility ability. The way he plays, he's just gonna attract the attention of the refs. He's very Hoculian. I mean, yeah, in conversations I've had with GMs this week, the consensus is that this guy's just super Colin Kaepernick, and if teams want to, take a late round flyer on this guy, maybe take a little bit of a risk, they can. They're just gonna have to be extremely expialidocious.
Okay, so I want to see if we can get a couple of these on the draft show.
Agility ability is fly.
Agility ability.
One word.
He's got agility ability.
One word. So I'm going to write down a couple of those, and then I want to see if you guys can sneak them in into the draft show.
I'm in.
Over the course of the draft weekend.
I'll timestamp it and send it to you so you can pull it.
That would be beautiful.
We got this.
Okay, thank you. Teamwork. Okay, so here we go. We have a couple of the, I think we understand alligator arms. We get that, right? A couple of these we totally understand.
Yep.
What about the cow?
Is alligator arms physically short, or I'm pulling in while going over the middle? I got alligator arms. No,
you're using short arms. Yeah,
I got them.
Short arms.
I thought those were T-Rex arms.
Yeah.
Well,
those are also alligator arms.
That's another derivative of the same example.
That's from my era. All right. Yeah, the alligator arms.
It's very reptilian that way.
Well, I mean, crocodiles are dinosaurs, and they just survived.
They are.
Crocodile tears.
Cow on ice.
He
balance problems.
Balance. He's falling on his face a lot.
Problems.
That's right, man. We're always seeing this guy fall down. One of our favorites, the glass eater. What position is usually the glass eater?
That's an offensive lineman.
That's an offensive lineman. He plays with a mean streak. Okay, you want an offensive lineman that's a bit of a glass
That's my
eater.
favorite term.
Could be a linebacker, though, too.
We have go home gear.
That's a quitter.
that's the Anthony Richardson. No, this is
that's the tap out.
This is the fastest possible speed. Okay, and Broadus, if some of these don't
go home gear
actually get kicked around in
house calls
in the war room, I think house calls is
I haven't heard that
better than that. Let's see, we have heavy hands.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who's that going to be?
That's offensive lineman. It could be defensive lineman too.
Like Francis Malinois got some heavy hands.
Punch.
Holy S tackler.
That could be
He's going to hit you hard.
Yeah, that could be like a guy.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Diving risk taker.
Holy S tackler.
Do you know the acronym LIA?
Living La Vida Loca.
No.
No, what's LIA?
Light in the ass.
Oh.
Okay.
My favorite one is Woodhauler's ass.
That's me.
Well, yeah,
that describes a guy that has no ass.
I've got no tush.
What about this is under the secret menu phrases.
Ooh.
Couldn't even use a crosswalk.
Stupid.
Basically.
Yeah.
The guy that can't get lined up right. He's constantly not getting lined up right.
Sam Williams.
Yeah, a couple of those guys would fit the bill. Thinks he's a soloist, but he can't sing.
Taylor Green.
This is the misplaced confidence guy. He's a star and a leader in his mind only.
Micah Parsons.
Trash can full of dirt.
That's a guy you can't move.
Yeah, baby. That's a big-time defensive
That's a
tackle.
defensive tackle.
That you just can't move out of the way.
Can't move out of the
Vince
way.
Wilfork.
Yeah.
You'd like one of those.
I would.
Washcloth tackler.
He slips right off people.
Yeah. That is the guy who ends up sliding off runners on all the big plays. Not able to, not bringing the guys down.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The waist bender. You don't want to be a waist bender, do you?
No, it's an offensive lineman.
You want to be a knee bender.
You want to be a knee bender.
Yep.
Okay, very good. We have the,
Although in man coverage out there on an island, if you're a corner, I think you're bending at the waist.
Click and close.
It's a guy that
Jonah told
give it to him, Dawson.
Close.
No, it's a corner, Dawson.
That's a corner?
Yeah.
Click and close.
The click and close is corner.
Didn't you used to have a thing
No,
about
that was my bucket steps.
bucket steps? Click
Yeah,
and
I
close
like the
is
bucket steps, though.
You backpedal and then you click as you're going forward. You click and then you go forward.
Who's the best click and closer in this draft?
Oh, that's a great
That is-
question.
ooh, let me
let
look this one up real quick.
You know what? I think
Jermod McCoy.
You think Jermod McCoy? Chris Johnson.
Yeah, that's your guy, Wolchuk. Keep beating that drum.
I think
like that.
I think Pons.
Pons for sure.
I really
Pons
wanted to
are-
hear Mansour Delane, and we get him at 12, and we all feel great about a click and closer, but I guess we don't have one at 12.
He's clicking, closing, plus he's off balling, and he's zoning, and he's hitting you in the mouth.
He's got fluid hips, doesn't he?
And he's one of these guys that, what's your word, Dawson? You just said it.
Wiggly.
Orlovskian.
Oily hips.
Oily hips.
Oily.
The wiggly guy.
Wiggly. Ability, agility.
Ability, agility. All right, I'm writing those down, bro. You're doing those for the draft show.
All right, perfect.
We got the G-Bag of the day coming up here at the bottom of the hour. Then LA Live will hit the expressway, take a snapshot of everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast sports day as our path to the draft continues. Join us at Pluckers on Thursday, and we're back in the nation.
But Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. I'm excited to announce the new Berkey's MVP membership plan, the only plan you need to maintain all of your home's vital systems, including plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical. Benefits include priority scheduling, no service fees during the week, and member discounts on repairs. Join MVP today for only $19.75 per month in honor of our 50 years of serving DFW. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Wild Texas weather puts your roof to the ultimate test. Even if your roof seems fine, hidden leaks could be causing extensive water damage, dangerous mold, and even structural issues. Don't wait for the problems to get worse. Schedule your free roof inspection today and enjoy peace of mind. With over 20 years of expertise, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Take advantage of our complimentary roof inspection today by visiting kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
At Jack, my $4.99 jumbo sausage breakfast platter has grilled sausage, cage-free scrambled eggs, a crispy hash brown, and French toast sticks. That's a whole lot of food for $4.99. Guys, it broke the table again. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Hey, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat Frankels, just for a moment because, heck, it's wet out there again. And even on dry days, we have between 250 and 500 vehicle accidents every day here in North Texas. If one happens to you and you're hurt due to somebody's negligence, we highly recommend you call the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com. These guys are the best. Been doing this for over 30 years, fighting for victims' rights. When you're hurt, not your fault. A negligent driver, sometimes a commercial vehicle, 18-wheeler can completely turn your life upside down, literally and figuratively. And a massive financial burden to put your life back together is starting to take shape now. Just as you emerge from the pain and the suffering, you might be on medicines to continue to cope with the pain. Now this massive life event is really starting to come into focus as you realize the money to put your life back together is going to be a significant amount of money. 6 or 7 figures is quite common. The guilty party, what are they doing? They're getting the best possible lawyers on the case, fighting every day to try to get you to settle for less. Fight back with the Frankels. Get the best possible lawyers you can. And the great thing about Scott and Mark Frankel is they only get paid when you win. No out-of-pocket expense. You'll find out why we love them and why their names command respect in North Texas courtrooms. The Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us, it's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com.
Hi, this is Tony Alberti with East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars. With all the uncertainty right now, we stock vehicles for every budget, and they all look like $1 million. Easy financing, too. Visit EastDallasDiesel.com or call and ask for me, Tony. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
All right, welcome back. Let's hit the expressway. We're about to go commercial-free to the top. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in 6 minutes. 561 reacting to Trayvon Diggs talk, asks, is he even in the league? Not yet. I anticipate he'll get signed before training camp and he'll arrive somewhere and get a chance to prove that he's worked hard this offseason. But it could be an end of a career. But, yeah, I was checking out the list of the top 101 free agents earlier today, and he was on that list. Best of luck to him. But, yeah, the big moment was the 49ers game where he pulls off that hit against George Kittle, that if you decide to go ahead and light George up and maybe sacrifice your body for the team, the Cowboys win that game and go to the NFC title game. And I think that's probably going to be the lasting legacy of his career with the Cowboys, which is unfortunate, considering all the big plays that he made and how good those first couple of years were. All righty. Like I said, the Expressway brought to you by the On Time Experts. We are basking in the glory today of a Dallas Stars victory, 4-2 the final. What'd you think about Wild forward Marcus Foligno saying the Stars can't hang with them in 5-on-5 hockey? Well, Chuck, do you feel that way? It is, I would say for the balance of play, you would say Minnesota's been the better team for probably 4 of the 6 periods?
I think 4 out of 6 would be fair. I think that the Stars, outplayed them really, in my opinion, in the second and third. And I think the majority of the first was pretty 50-50. Certainly all three in the first game. To me, it was just Minnesota had their edge on the power play, which isn't 5-on-5. I think 4-on-4, Minnesota's clearly better. The Stars are not a great 4-on-4 team. The open ice, I think, is certainly an issue for them. But 5-on-5, I just think that that's a guy that's talking out of his rear and maybe trying to give himself some confidence.
You're trying to psych themselves up, they came here, they got a split. Congratulations. You're about to lose the next three.
Yeah, I would take that as bulletin board material.
Absolutely.
I do feel like you're going to go up there and split these games against Minnesota, and it's going 7. I like Brian's confidence, though.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I agree. I think this thing's going to be destined for 7, and you've got home ice for that reason. But I'd love it if they went on and just took care of this thing in 5, man.
They figure out a way. The one thing Dallas can do pretty well is play on the road. And they find a way to kind of, when they do these trips and they kind of get in their groups and they get to the hotel and they're all riding the bus together or going to dinner, they're kind of a different team. And, we've always, there's this history that we have. Were they 1-7 in first games of playoffs now?
2-7 in their last 9.
Is it 2-7? I thought it was 1-7. But anyway, but you get my point. Yeah, they get my point. They tend to lose the first game and then they kind of. So they rallied back, and that's I could see that Otter last night. There were some tough saves he had to make.
He was fantastic. The breakaway that he had.
That first period was
absolutely. He was magical last night. He was on his game.
I think he will. I think the next 3 games he'll be just as good.
It's what it takes to win a cup. Usually, is as a netminder, consistently getting to pucks that leave you wondering how the hell did he do that.
This injury is going to hurt Minnesota, by the way.
Zuccarello injury. Former Dallas Star. Yeah,
do we have an update on that? Yeah.
Nothing positive. I don't know that he's going to be able to go for him in Game 3.
That is huge.
I guess it's positive for the Stars, possibly.
Rangers and Pirates tonight. Andrew McCutchen wants to be the glue for the Rangers, a chance he didn't get with the Pirates is the headline of the morning news from Evan Grant. The quotes, "I wanted to continue to play," says Kutch about his time with the Pirates. "I also felt like there was something I could add to the team in the season, like not be so bad where it's like, you can't be on my team." He said that for me was the thing. The way the lineup there was going to be constructed, it seemed like there was no place for me, and I thought there was. The game that we play, a lot of people like to sum it up in hard numbers on the field. Are you producing? And the computers don't write up what a person can do off the field in the clubhouse with the team and the guys. It doesn't always light a stat sheet up, but it helps. And I think the game sometimes loses sight of that, but I feel like it's still a very important thing to have on a team. It's the glue that keeps a team together. And obviously the Pirates felt like it was time for them to move on from McCutchen once again. And it's of tremendous benefit. Maybe both franchises end up winning because the Rangers are showing that what Andrew McCutchen brings is they needed some of that, and it's a lot of fun to watch one of this generation's all-time great players suiting it up for the Rangers. Jets GM today says don't misread our canceled visit with David Bailey. They canceled their 30 visit with David Bailey, but do they mean by this they could still take him? That doesn't mean they're out on him and for sure going with Arvell Reese.
Yeah, I think that if one of those guys slides, that's who they're going to move up and go and get. That makes a ton of sense. But I think for the Jets, yes, I think the Jets are probably I don't know. They've done a really good job of keeping this thing close to the vest. People like Daniel Jeremiah, who I trust a lot, he's still going with David Bailey at 2. But I think for the Cowboys, that's probably what you want because Arvell Reese is probably the guy that they'd like to move up and go get.
Lakers expect to be without Luka for the remainder of this series with the Rockets that resumes this evening. But Austin Reeves has returned, and he could be back. According to ESPN, Lakers have a 1-0 lead after winning 107-98 in Game 1. But Kevin Durant was out for that one. Duke got the top point guard in the portal. Wisconsin transfer John Blackwell has committed. 6'4", averaged 19, 5, and 2. Shot nearly 39% from 3. Must be getting paid pretty good to not come out to the NBA. And World Cup news continues as the build-up to this is starting to take on an Olympic feel as far as the negative reporting around the logistics of this tournament. As the Athletic reporting today, tickets purchase numbers for the games at SoFi Stadium, which holds 70,000. says 40,000 tickets remain for the U.S. men's national team game because they're overpriced at $2,000. So the travel numbers are much lower than expected, and the demand for the U.S. men's national team tickets are significantly lower than expected. You might actually be able to get into these games for a decent dollar amount here coming up in the next couple of months. Just the way things are trending, and it's difficult to tell because as we see in the Olympics, every Olympic cycle, the 2 months leading up to it are all about how this is going to be the worst Olympics ever and nothing is ready, and then it goes off without a hitch. So we shall see, but a number of reasons, the travel cost, the fuel cost, the politics, the immigration stuff, like people might be nervous about coming to America or not want to come to America, and it could result in significantly cheaper ticket prices for us. It's time to go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander. G-Bag of the day.
G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing? It's brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com. Ooh-wee. Okay, what could go wrong? Living right next door to a golf course is going for two today. Going for two. This man got his window busted out at the golf course because they live right next to it. And he confronted the folks that did it. And this is why it's G-Bag of the day.
I'm a mad motherfucker right now.
I know, I bet. Yeah. I have windows too.
Yeah. What's your name?
What's your name?
All right, Vitaly.
Vitaly.
You owe me $681. I'm goddamn mad.
Yeah.
You can't hit this goddamn thing 200 yards wide, and you hit houses.
Hey, slice it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry? I'm out a window.
Yeah.
I'm out a window. All right, Vitaly.
Yeah.
Go to the next hole.
I haven't hit yet. Yeah, I haven't
hit it.
What's your name? All right, Vitaly.
Listening to him is so great.
Well, hit it.
Oh, hold on, bro.
All right, Vitaly.
Vitaly. What's your name?
What's your name?
Vitaly.
All right, Vitaly.
It's
hilarious to me right
now. Man, I got a hell of a slice myself. If I knew I was going to have to pay to replace the windows, I would never golf at one of those suburban type of residential.
$680 for this guy's window. How
That's
about
a lot. And if I was that guy, I think I'd put in plexiglass. What are we doing with real glass here?
Yeah.
We're facing a golf course, for crying out loud.
Plexiglass. That's got to be some type of problem, but maybe it's right. Maybe it's right. Okie dokie. Let's see what we got here for you,
Do
Dale.
Windows guys do anything with this plexiglass stuff?
Probably not.
Yeah, I feel like there might be some type of engineering issue, but what do I know? What do I know?
Like you're at a hockey game.
Yeah, don't get me the
hanging
line.
on the glass.
Yeah.
Boards.
We
put a cushion in there.
Speaking of hockey. Victory Plus. I'm so glad Mr. Eric Chiafalo played this earlier because I had it on deck and I didn't have to record it then. Yeah, Dallas Stars hockey, Mr. Razor. His reaction to Thomas Hartley getting hit in the head.
Oh.
Yeah. What's Razor's whole name?
Daryl Ray.
Razor
Okay,
Ray.
all right. All I know is Razor. Here we go.
First the turnbuckle. He fights his way through and then bang off that glass and then drove the head into the ice. That's dirtier than a urinal cake. Wow.
Oh, Razor.
Dirtier than let me get urinal cake.
Yeah, the pause on that was amazing.
His brain was giving him something.
Like, should I go full urinal cake?
What do you think he wanted to say?
I think he wanted to say that, but then he got a little gun shy, and then
Maybe
he
I
said,
shouldn't-
bleep it,
yeah.
man. Let's just go for it.
Yeah.
He should have used a Harry Hahn reference.
Yeah, Harry Hahn.
Yeah, this is Dallas, bro.
Yeah.
Harry Hahn's reference, dog.
That'd have been good.
Yeah. Okay, a long time ago in the G-Bag Nation, G-Bag of the Day, we had some parents that won. Singing, "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor." Got some new parents up right here. They're singing Rihanna songs. Well, one of them sings a Rihanna song. The other one sings a Lady Gaga song, but they don't join together. Check this out.
Say Tony Olma.
Man,
amazing.
All right, that's enough. Imagine living there, bro.
Are they doing the same song? Or are they doing a duet?
Two different songs. One is singing the Lady Gaga, the other one's singing Rihanna.
So one's doing Poker Face?
Yeah, one's doing
Oh my God.
That's so good. These parrots are incredible.
They're like competing for their parents' attention.
They
like two
really
little kids.
are.
Watch this.
They really are.
It's so great.
It's crazy.
Gets the tone pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Amazing.
That note. Hold up. Let's go to the morning show, the RJ and Choppy show. Producer Peyton. I got this from two different Tolos, so I'm going to play it right here. Peyton enjoyed a Brazilian steakhouse over the weekend.
Oh, he sure did. He had a lot of meat.
Pepe, best and worst.
I also ate well this weekend. Well, Bobby didn't eat well, but I ate well. I went to a Brazilian steakhouse with another couple Friday night. So, I mean, the meat just overwhelmed with meat all in my face there. I mean, it's just, you take one bite of meat, they got another guy there say, you want this meat, you want that meat. It was meat all over my plate. So much meat there.
So much meat there.
You got this
another
guy
guy
saying,
there?
you want this meat.
You want this meat. You want that meat. So much meat.
What kind of steakhouse are we talking about here? You Brazilians up
Couples
to.
date with
Meat
all the
all
meat.
over my
Go to chow,
face.
probably.
Yeah.
How about this one? There's a little girl keeping it real with her mother. She doesn't want her to go to her wedding in the future unless she works out first.
Oh.
That's what it was sent to me about. But I'm listening to the little brother. It's like if you watch the video, you can see the little brother in the car seat next to him, and he is dropping a grumper. Oh. He is 100% dropping a grumper, bro. Yes, dog. That diaper is full, dude. Listen to
my gosh.
What did you say? Can we get both married with both boys? Can we?
At the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a little double wedding.
Yeah.
Okay, I can wait for you to get married.
But first you need to exercise because you're probably gonna look. Because you're a little fat. So you're probably gonna break your dress. So you need to get a couple exercise.
Okay.
Brother's dropped a grumper, bro.
He was.
Yeah, you can see his little fist ball up, and you can, you can see the babies when they get ready to do the doo-doos.
Yeah, they just freeze.
Yeah,
oh, it's so good.
Squeeze, bro.
Yeah, like a little double wedding.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I can wait for you to get married.
But first,
Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Bite on down.
Give them hell. Stop it, dude. Oh, my gosh. Let's see. Not anything else? Nah, I can use the rest tomorrow. All right, that's it.
We got Vitaly breaking the man's window on the golf course. We got Razor giving the dirty play-by-play. You got dueling parrots singing Rihanna and Lady Gaga. Peyton Russell overwhelmed by the meat at the Brazilian steakhouse. And little girl keeping it real with mom. She needs to exercise. She's getting a little fat. Yeah, I learned that one with Abby. You know, you tell him, she asked, why are you exercising? And I told her, because my belly's getting bigger. And she would remind me of that for probably the next 2 years straight. So got to be careful what you tell those 3-4 years old. They'll repeat it, and they'll hold you accountable. I'm going to go with the dueling parrots, Chief. How about you?
Give me Razor.
All righty. Lucius?
I think my girl will let me get as big as hell.
Really?
Because every time I tell her, hey, I'm gaining a little weight right here. Oh, no, you look great, babe. It's fantastic. They just want you to get swole so nobody likes you.
Yeah,
and it's just them.
Yeah. He's all mine now.
Yeah, they just want you to look crazy. Golf guy.
We're still tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I'm sticking with the golf guy.
Bryant?
Vitaly.
I am going to go with.
All right, Vitaly.
I'll go with the golf guy too.
By a score of 3-1 and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the golf guy. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
It's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James, Mr. Toxic himself.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
If they drop a nuclear bomb, I want them to drop it directly on my head. The dumb shit. I want to be vaporized. Right? Don't you want to be, if it's to happen, right? Don't you pray, oh my God, there's a bomb, let's take shelter. F*** that, where is it? Where is it? I've got to get this shit over with. Right? You want to be vaporized because you don't want to be the cat that almost died in a nuclear blast. You don't want to be that brother. Glowing in the dark. Walking around with an extra head. Getting charged double at the club. Oh, bro, we usually know it's two of y'all. What you mean y'all gotta... What you mean I pay two jobs because I got an extra head?
Oh my gosh. This is LA Live for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here station. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Is it fake news that the president was trying to get to the nuclear codes and they stopped him? Is that fake news?
Man.
That's what I played that one for.
Better be.
We just out here living the apocalypse, bro. This is crazy.
That just happened and I hadn't heard about it. That's crazy.
It just happened. I think they kicked somebody. Hold on. What is that little thing I just seen, too? They kicked somebody. U.S. nuclear chief Andrew Hugg has been escorted out the Pentagon. God, dog. What's going on, dog? What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive, folks. What's another thing we got caught up on? Did you guys get caught up on the latest and greatest marketing stunt?
Oh, Drake?
Nope. That's a good guess because he is. Iceman is coming. Pause. Nope. Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Townsend. They recently went viral for their seemingly organic endorsement of the Gatorade flavor during the post-game press conference.
They were.
Yeah, that got me.
Yeah.
That got me.
That got me. Look, you got me so much. Here's the bottle.
Wow.
I have the bottle right here in my hand.
It got you in a chokehold.
It got me in it. I bought 4 of them. There you go. I said, let me see if that's cap or not.
Were they right? Is it fire?
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah. What's the flavor? Glacier Freeze, cherry mashups. It's the mashup flavors.
Oh.
They dropped last year, but I guess they didn't gain steam till like right now. You know, that's a hell of a promotion.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually drink the Gatorade bottles on the table.
Right there. And then talk about how good it is.
Yeah, usually they knock them off or they move them.
Yeah, because they have another different sponsorship. I'm a Powerade guy.
Exactly, yeah.
No, they're damn good,
That
man.
Glacier Cherry flavor was always, for the last 10 years, it's been the one seed.
It's great, and it got me. It definitely got me. So, yeah, go look that up. Anthony Edwards drank it, got the cussing.
And just how
yeah, he's just cussing right there. Just drinking and cussing. That's his promotion. Yeah. According to reports, thieves are drilling into gas tanks and siphoning fuel, leaving drivers with expensive repairs. Cases are rising as gas prices surge, with some auto body shops seeing it weekly instead of a few times a year.
So they're coming from up underneath it?
They're coming up underneath it, drilling and getting your gas out of there, apparently.
Instead of siphoning it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dirty game.
That's a nasty game.
Yeah.
And
wouldn't it be easier just to pry that door open with a screwdriver and unscrew it? Or can you not get a hose down in there to siphon it?
Well, it matters what car you have. Okay. The new ones may have like a little clip where you have to get into there or whatever. Okay. But I'm pretty sure you can get in there if you're trying to get to the gas. But yeah, just siphon it with a hose. I've seen my dad do that a few times.
We're about to have Mad Max.
Yeah. Yes.
Seriously.
No, for real. And the gas is burning faster.
Yeah. And
it costs more and it burns faster.
Yeah. We're about to have Mad Max. Get ready.
Well, I mean, if the nuke codes plays out,
whichever one comes
Might
first.
not be here to worry about.
Might be next week.
Yeah, whichever one comes first.
God.
Let's see. How about this one? Augsburg University. Augsburg University cornerback. Sean Robinson is back to fulfill his NIL obligations. Remember this kid?
Yes, you talked about him last week.
Yeah, this young man has an NIL deal with Sip Happens Coffee in Minnesota.
Sip Happens.
And he has a very, very, very deep voice. He's Mr. Electric. Now, the coffee shop should mic him up more so we can hear them. Here's the old one that played.
Mocha for Sean.
Hi, I'm Sean Robinson. I play football at Augsburg University.
Okay, I'm not even going to play the rest because you can barely hear it, but he was like, hi, I'm Sean Robinson. Well, he went back to redeem himself with another promo. Mr. Electric right here walking into the coffee shop. It's Sean Robinson.
Being a student athlete is hard sometimes, especially when it comes to studies. And when I study computer science, I usually need something to help me lock in. And this coffee from SipHap really helps make that possible.
And the song I want to recommend this week.
You are funny. You are
My Fleetwood Mac.
funny. You are funny, bro. You're hilarious right there. Yeah, Mr. Sean Robinson. Now, he's going viral every time he steps onto the mic. Mr. Electric, Mr. Personality right there. Mr. NL Obligations.
Don't worry, RFK is going to save us anyway.
We're going to save you all. We're going to get it out. They're putting steroids in the potatoes. They turn you gay. I could have been president. I should have been president.
He could have won if he just...
Yeah.
If he just won.
Yep.
But did he try that? Did he try like one big one? Maybe if he got under it.
Big one.
Mucinex and a lozenge. The guy could have been president. Nobody tried it. One cup of tea with honey, and he would have won the thing.
LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Can you fellas name all of the strange things RFK Jr. has done that we know about?
No.
The cocaine off the toilet, I think.
Cocaine off the toilet is on the list.
Leads the league.
Real life cocaine off the toilet. Or was it heroin? Whichever one it was.
I think it was cocaine, but maybe there was heroin.
He proudly said that. He proudly said that.
There was the wild animal situation. Did he drop off a dead animal in Central Park or something?
Central Park bear cub.
Okay, the Central Park bear cub.
Yeah. Then he put it on a bike or something weird like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, some weird thing like that. Caused hysteria in the city because people didn't know how the bear cub got there, and he's the one that actually placed it there. Any other ones, fellas?
He was drinking goat urine there for a while.
Jeez, I didn't even know
Goat
that.
urine?
I think so. There's something.
Jeez. There's the whalehead chainsaw. There was a beached whale that died.
No.
He got the chainsaw out, cut off the head, put it on the top of the minivan, and drove home.
Oh, yeah.
Family in the car.
Oh, crazy.
They scared the hell out them kids. Oh, my God.
He definitely liked roadkill.
Roadkill is on the list.
Yeah,
Kennedy has
right.
admitted to picking up roadkill his entire life.
So weird. That's how he got the brainworm, right?
The brainworm is on the list. This man claimed he had a brainworm.
Yeah.
That brainworm is starving. You hear what I'm saying?
I've got mental fog.
Kennedy was diagnosed with severe mercury poisoning one time, which he attributes to a heavy diet of tuna fish sandwiches.
Tuna fish sandwiches, yeah.
From Subway.
Kitty litter.
He eats a lot of weird stuff. I think when he sees a dead animal, he's somehow weirdly obsessed with it. There was a 2024 story that there was a dead raccoon on the side of the